Cats. Jack on the Box. It's Jack D. Radio Wonder. It's Gemma Kearney. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, he's made in Chelsea. It's Jamie Lang. The Smile High Club. It's Rob Beckett. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 60% of mums like to get dolled up to do the school run? And in Russia, that figure's even higher, as each dolled-up mum contains another smaller mum. 47% of Brits have used a public library in the last 12 months. I think libraries provide an essential service for people on the high street who need to take a shit. And a third of women choose their own engagement ring because they don't trust their partner's taste. Well, he chose you. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. John, what do you think the nation will be talking about?
I mainly do anagrams. I've forgotten what this shit is now. What do I do?
You got to guess what the nation have been talking about. It's very hard because I wasn't there for most of the conversations.
OK, John, what do you think?
George Clooney got married, didn't he?
George Clooney did get married. I'll tell you who else is engaged. You. Well, John, this is... What a turnaround. No one saw this coming, did they? Congratulations, John. And if the other half is watching at home, commiserations.
The other half of me.
Her indoors. It's huge news, though, isn't it?
It's big for me, yeah. I wouldn't expect many other people to give a shit, but...
How did you propose? Obviously, Clooney got down on one knee and did the full romantic thing. But how did you propose?
I panicked and went down on 2 knees.
Just to cover your bases?
Sort of, yeah, squatted romantically.
It's how you got into showbiz, isn't it?
So, the George Clooney wedding, has it given you any ideas for your nuptials?
Well, he did a deal with Hello, and I'm pleased to reveal that I have done an exclusive deal with Good Housekeeping magazine. They're not going to have any pictures of the ceremony, but then they are going to have pictures of me tidying up afterwards. So you have to get confetti out of a carpet. It's going to be quite a revealing shoot.
Gemma, are you upset George Clooney's no longer on the market?
I was for a little bit, but I think they're quite in love and I'm quite into it. I'm a bit of a romantic, so it's nice.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Did you watch George Clooney's wedding on the...
I tuned in halfway through. I thought, oh, that's nice. Nice little wedding they're having there in Venice. They only show you the good bits, don't they? They don't show you the bits that go wrong, like the horse and carriage.
It was a disaster, I would imagine.
It was a disaster.
Yeah, Venice is not safe to walk the streets.
No, it's not.
I've been to Venice, and I wouldn't go there. I don't like it. It's a horrible place.
What didn't you like about Venice? Sure.
I had an argument with my missus, so we ended up in separate gondolas. It's just anything you do in Venice is a pain in the arse. Like, if you want to get a key cut, it's like, go across this bridge, get in a boat, cross this square, it's get in another boat, and you get your key cut, and you come back, you go, I forgot to do the photocopying, you go across the other side. It's a pain in the arse, the whole place.
There's also lots of pigeons. The's pigeons everywhere.
Right.
It is. It's famous for its pigeons.
Famous for its pigeons. That's really what it's most famous for.
Yeah.
It's pigeons, then canals, and then St Mark's Square. That's the order, isn't it?
But it's an attraction because everyone gives you seeds to feed the pigeons, but then you take photos with pigeons on you, like a scarecrow.
I think they were just using you as a scarecrow.
They stayed in a 7-star hotel where the ratio of guests to staff is 1-to-1, which sounds horrendous.
A 7-star hotel? What is 7-star hotels? Does the pool have, like, a still end and a sparkling end? What level can luxury reach where it deserves 7 stars, and is there another level of 8 stars? I think the only difference between a 5-star hotel and a 7-star hotel is someone stuck 2 extra stars next to the 5 and go, see, it's 7.
Or it might have been 5-star next door to a 2-star, they just knocked it through.
Good. I like the idea that the minibar, you open the minibar and there's a little dwarf there with a towel. What can I get you to drink?
He must have a big coat, though, because he must get freezing in there if he's in a fridge all day.
No, he comes up like Batman. He comes down on a pole from a warm area above the fridge. So there's a warm area and he slides down when someone opens the door.
But how does he know that you're opening the door? He just sees it.
Well, it's when the light comes on, he just goes, He's clinging on in the sweaty, hot room above. And then when the door opens, poof, drops straight down. There. What do you want to drink, sir?
Oh, well, let's have a look and see if Clooney's wedding is one of the most talked about things. Yes, George Clooney has got married. With stars like Matt Damon, Robert De Niro, Bono and Cindy Crawford in attendance, the guest list featured the best-loved names in show business, and Bono. Sean Steen, what else do you think the nation should be talking about over the last week?
Oh, the cavalcade of mirth and laughter, which is the Tory party conference.
It kicked off pretty well, didn't it? 2 people resigned.
Yes, yeah, it was quite lively, wasn't it? One of them made a decision of conscience about leaving the Tory party.
Right.
And the other one made the decision...
To knock one out.
Well, you know, he said apparently he had to resign because he was duped into sending a very personal picture to what he thought was a young woman, and it turns out it was a Mirror journalist, wasn't it? That's the case. His name Brooks Newmark. Sounds like a cheap laptop, doesn't he? And he was in his pyjamas. And that's ruined his career. He spent his whole life working his nuts off, and he's blown it all by sending a picture of his...
By working his nuts off.
Yeah. What I thought was interesting about it was if he just sent a picture of himself in his pyjamas, it'd be very different, wouldn't it? If you just sent a picture of you in your pyjamas, it's like that going... And I don't wear pyjamas very often.
Only tonight.
But no, yeah. There's a tendency when you wear pyjamas for things to fall out, isn't
Oh,
there?
yeah, you can often...
I mean, I remember one Christmas I got given some pyjamas and everyone was all the family in the living room watching Octopussy or something. And I just walked in my new pyjamas to say, I'm off to bed now. And I could only tell by the looks of sort of shock and horror on their face that something was amiss. But, you know, these things happen in pyjamas, so maybe I think we've been a bit harsh.
It doesn't actually just happen in pyjamas, though. I was walking in Dubai once, coming from the loo, in the hotel, and I didn't realise that my willy was still hanging out my fly.
Did you just do that?
And I walked through the whole...
Still hanging out of your...
Yeah, I didn't realise. And I saw my friend, and he was going... And I was like, well, what is it? And I looked down, and I fell to the floor.
You must be massive.
Well, that's off. I mean, well done.
That's not the point here, Jamie. I've been to the loo a lot of times.
Thanks for sharing.
Jack, more frequently than you used to.
I have never forgotten to rearrange myself afterwards. It's never been a thing.
But I think I was in a rush. Have you ever been in a rush? You're in a rush right now.
Not that much of a rush. What's the place burning down? If it's that urgent, you can't go... Whoop. Unless, like you have to go... Yeah, I can see why that...
So, Sean, do you think he should have resigned?
I think it's unfair.
From Made in Chelsea, yes. Immediately.
He should be sacked just for being gullible. If you're a 56-year-old balding MP from Braintree and you think, God, this fit 20-year-old really wants to have sex with me, and you don't think, oh, hang on a minute. It's all weird about this. See, I bet his next quote is, actually, I don't need my job anyway, because when I hear back from this Nigerian prince, I'm going to be a millionaire. So you can...
But I mean, there's one thing you can say in his defence. He did the honourable thing and he actually just resigned immediately. He didn't come out with some story and say, oh, no, you've got it all wrong. That was a photo from when I was on holiday in India. It was an elephant coming through some paisley curtains.
I love the fact he was wearing paisley pyjamas. But why would you wear pyjamas to send those sort of weird photos? But they sold out of those same pyjamas at Marks and Spencer. They sold out.
Yeah.
But what lunatics read this story and went, yeah, I want to get me some of those pyjamas.
These aren't just any pyjamas.
Yeah.
These are take a picture of your cock pyjamas. Gemma, you've been to Downing Street. What do you make of Cameron?
I didn't meet Cam. Well, I met Sam Cam.
You met Sam Cam?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
I won an award, and then she was on the panel to choose who got them, and then invited us all for a cup of tea the next day.
What a treat, a cup of tea with Samantha Cameron. What did you talk about?
We talked about how scary it was that you can get porn so easily online.
Scary?
Yeah. We were just talking about the internet and how it can be good and bad. You know?
It's all bad, the internet.
Yeah. Do you reckon?
Yeah. You can't name me one good thing about the internet.
I can.
What?
There's a video of a pig with a baby monkey on it running around.
That's not necessarily a good thing.
It is, yeah, it is.
That doesn't... You name me one good thing.
The baby monkey's got a coat on.
Before the animal rights people, you could go to the local circus once a year and see...
Before the animal rights people.
You could go to your local circus and see a monkey on a pig, and they'd be earning a bloody good living. They'd be earning their pig.
Sean's views do not necessarily represent Channel 4's. Jamie, you're incredibly posh. Do you know any Tories?
I don't. My brother went to Eton, so that's...
What, they didn't send you there? They went, this would be a waste.
I wasn't clever enough. Before you go to Eton, you have to take a test to see if you're...
Rich.
Not... Yeah. But you do, I think it's quite... You have to take a test before you go. You have to take a test and to see if you are right for Eton. And I got on the B list. I don't even know what that means, but you get put on the B list, and all my friends are on the A list.
The A list is the...
The A list is the elite.
I think, isn't that just yes and no?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's all right, mate, I didn't go either. Don't worry about it, that held me back. I had a second cousin who went Eton. My second cousin went Eton.
Really? Was he caretaker, was he?
OK, let's see if the Tory party conference is up there. Yes, the Tory party conference was overshadowed by controversy. Tory Minister Brooks Newmark resigned after sexting pictures of himself to a journalist. The picture was said to show a massive cock with what looked like a tiny penis. John, what else have the nation been talking about?
There's cake on telly again, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
Cake week, all week, every week, people making a cake for an hour. And I don't have a particular problem with it, but I don't really care.
How come you're not a fan of the show? Because you love cooking. I would have thought that would be your thing.
I do, but I like cooking because you get to eat food.
And also, we now know that people who like cooking don't watch Bake Off because when they did donuts, the sale of donuts in shops went up by 50%. So all the show is doing is not encouraging people to bake. All the people who were watching it and going, I'm going to buy some donuts.
So, Gemma, do you bake?
No, I'm just not very good. I find it a bit boring. You have to be too precise. I don't like being precise. You have to really stick to measurements and...
Just see what happens, innit?
Fussy baking.
Yeah. I was making a cake once and you needed 250 grams of flour. I put a bit too much in, it was 252. Carried on. It was fine. Turned out all right.
Of course, the recent controversy on the show has been about the innuendo. Do you think there's too much innuendo in it, Gemma?
It's too much in your endo, mate.
I love it. I love an innuendo.
Bet you do.
I don't know. I think there's something really nice about an innuendo because only if you're a grown-up you get it.
There have always been innuendos. Innuendos.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Is that right?
See why you're on the B at Eton.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Innuendos.
What is the word? Don't worry about it.
Well, some of these, I think, were maybe a little bit too obvious. I mean, I think Mel and Sue were brilliant on the show, but some of these, I think, maybe crossed the line. So Sue said, keep your biscuits erect, get those lady fingers soggy, tie Time to slap those baps down.
Yeah. Melon Sue, if you're watching, Jimmy Carr thinks you went too far.
I went too far.
You crossed the line there.
OK, or Mel said we love chunky nuts. You know we love chunky nuts on Bake Off. That's one hell of a snake.
To be fair, they're talking about chunky nuts. It's not like someone's baking a cake and they've said, do you know what I like? Big dicks. If someone has some baps in the oven and you need them to remove the baps from that oven, it's very difficult not to say, can you get your baps out?
I am so looking forward to the trailer for this show with John Richardson just say, you know what I like? Big dicks.
The thing that puzzles me is, why are they cooking in a tent? I find that conceptually. Like, texturally, the two textures of the oven and the pipes of the gas going into the oven and then surrounded by a tent. Does that not trouble you in any way?
So where are the plugs?
That's like a really bad... Yes! Exactly! Where are the plugs?
Yeah. OK, I've got a question for Jamie here. So this is a fun fact. OK, so Jamie, it says your great-great-grandfather was a baker and invented the digestive biscuit.
That's correct.
Fuck off.
I think he also did rich tea.
The rich tea as well. What else more?
Well, I think my family was a part of McVitie's.
What did he do first? Did he do digestives then rich tea? Because that's a bit of a drop in quality, isn't it?
It would have been. It was Scottish. It was shortbread. It probably would have been shortbread.
Wish I had the internet.
Yeah, exactly. We could Google it.
I just found a use. So I can tell you a fact about biscuits. You know what biscuit means?
Twice cooked.
That's good, Mike.
Twice cooked. Did you know that, Rob?
No, I didn't know that, mate.
By biscuit, twice cooked. By qui, cooked. To cook twice.
I don't know what those words mean, mate. Is that...
Just explain them.
I know what biscuit means. I know what by qui means.
By qui.
I've never said...
By is in two.
Yeah, I've never said... I'll tell you what, do you want to buy qui me some chips?
Are you that averse to learning?
No, I'm not.
Someone tries to teach you something, you go, they're not even listening to you!
No, but you can't just say by qui and pretending they're words I know. Is that...
I explained them as I was saying to him. I went by two, qui cooked, twice cooked. Then he just went, there, teacher, there! Don't try and teach me!
OK, let's see if the Bake Off controversy is up there.
40.
Sean's team.
They've done a study, the WWF, not wrestling, but the wildlife, the Little Furry Creatures Association. We've got 40% less animals than we had in the past.
Yeah, it's the global wildlife population has halved in the last 40 years.
And just begs the question for me, who's that crapping on my car then?
Jamie.
One of my favourite.
I love animals.
OK.
I like monkeys. I think that's sweet.
You ever seen one on the back of a pig? I'm a bit worried about these animals, because if all the elephants go, they're going to come after me for ivory.
Do you know what the only other...
Just thinking that is a chess set waiting to happen, your team.
Do you know what the only other animal to be able to stand on its head is?
I don't know, no.
It's an elephant.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was one in the first place. The only other animal apart from what?
Humans.
Oh,
Yes.
humans.
We can stand on our heads. Go on, Jack, demonstrate.
I'd be showing off, but I bet that's not true. I bet they've not gone round the whole animal kingdom. Go on. I bet a meerkat can stand on its head.
The other fact, do you know how big a blue whale's penis is?
Yes, I do. It's the size of a small car.
Yeah, it's apparently 8 metres long.
Small car, yeah.
That's a big car, Dewey. 8 metres is an enormous... 8 metres is a fucking lorry. What are you driving?
Cameron, are you an animal lover?
I'm not a crazy animal lover, but I know loads of people that are so in love with their pets that I couldn't say anything bad about cats or dogs because they'd be really upset with me.
But do you have a pet?
No, I want one though, but I live in London, it's hard, isn't it?
John, are you distressed by this report that animals have are disappearing?
Well, it's not great news, is it? We'll have to start being called 4 out of 5 cats. Because... What?
I'm sorry. If it's about the reduction amount of numbers, it'd be 4 out of 10, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be 4 out of 5, because that's the same as 8 out of 10.
It is the same.
It should be 4 out of 10 cats.
Ooh.
No, because there wouldn't be 10 cats. The joke is that the same percentage would agree with the question asked, but we couldn't find 10 cats to ask, so we could only ask 5.
I don't like it when Mummy and Daddy fight. Is it my fault?
What is interesting about when they release these statistics is we eat 60 billion chickens a year. The sentence I've just said, 1,000 chickens died. I mean, I need to stop talking, because chickens are being slaughtered.
To be fair, Nando's is well nice, isn't it? So... it's gonna happen, isn't it?
What would make it acceptable is if we could choose the animals that go extinct. So no one will worry if wasps or rats or next door's bloody yapping shih tzu. If they got extinct, no one would mind.
Keep bumblebees, though. Bumblebees are nice, aren't they?
Oh, bumblebee, yeah, you can have a bumblebee.
I never said do anything to them.
They are just fat wasps, though, aren't they, at the end of the day?
Yeah. No. Big difference.
They're not fat wasps.
You see, you've got the internet, Rob, and rather than find out interesting facts about insects and things, you look at a monkey on a pig.
Well, it's easier. It's easier for you, isn't it? You can just glance at your shirt if you need the insect facts.
Do you keep a list with all the numbers so you know you can work out what's what?
No, actually, I was on a motorcycle display team, and I was like that, and these are all the insects there in my shirt.
Well, let's have a look and see if the wildlife report is up there. Yes, the global wildlife population has halved in the last 40 years. The turtle population has declined by 80% in the last 40 years. Or has it? Are they living in a sewer, eating pizza and fighting crime? OK, fingers up, buzzers. One more thing to get.
Oh, is it X Factor?
X Factor's been huge again.
Yeah, you love that, don't you, Sean?
Well, I'm just hoping. I mean, we've been doing this show for 9 years now, and every year we have to do some jokes about X Factor.
Yeah.
And I'm running a bit thin with my contempt for it.
But do you not think it's a good format to find unhidden talent?
No, it's a terrible format because they don't ever find any hidden talent. What they do, what people have never realised about X Factor is, when you sing on the final, that is the last gig of your career.
You want to give One Direction a call, tell them that?
They didn't win, did they?
No, they came second, though. They did sing in the final.
They didn't win. I proved my point.
True, it's always
It's
second.
like the tent, the cakes, the internet, I'm right. I'm always right.
Now, Jimmy, you're a Radio 1 DJ. What do you think the X Factor is doing for popular music?
Absolutely ruining it.
Do you play any X Factor stuff on the station?
We do play artists that have come through X Factor. So we've got like the new Ella Henderson and...
There's a new Ella Henderson.
Yeah.
Didn't even know the old one.
And One Direction and... I mean, I don't love X Factor, that's for sure.
It's part of our life and part of our world now, Jimmy, and you have to accept it. It's one of the very last things that we have left to us if we want to have a second chance in life.
Are you thinking of going on?
I'm not thinking of it because I think it would cause even more stress for Louis Walsh.
Why is Louis there?
Oh, no, that's not... I don't think that's fair.
No,
I don't think that's fair. I think elderly people are a part of our society.
What I want to know is, what does Sunita do apart from judges' houses? Sunita, yeah, Barbados next week, right? I'll speak to you in a year. See, that's it. Nothing on.
Let's have a look at a photo of Sunita this week.
Oh, God.
There she is, dressed as her own vagina. What is that? you're a stylist. I mean, talk us through that look.
It's terrifying, but I kind of love it.
It's what people say about my lovemaking.
Yeah, okay.
Remember, there used to be a talent show on years ago called Search for a Star, right? Now, they should rename X Factor Hunt for a
OK, let's have a look and see if X Factor's up there. Yes, it's X Factor. This year, Sunita is in judges' houses, and she'll be there until security find her. OK, so those were the most talked about things over the last week. But in other news, there have been pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong. Government forces have tried to intimidate protesters, but the students held firm, playing table tennis and chanting slogans. It was a Hong Kong ding-dong, ping-pong, sing-song. So at the end of that round, Sean, Rob and Jamie have 3 points. John, Gemma and Jack have 2 points. So our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Rob, Jamie, what do you like the look of?
What about the bloke with the haircut, top left?
Yeah, Kim Jong-un you've gone for. OK, so North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has suffered 2 fractured ankles due to excessively wearing Cuban heels to look taller. So we asked our studio audience, would you suffer pain to look good, yes or no? So he was wearing Cuban heels to look taller. You're not paranoid about your height, are you, Sean?
No, because I'm exactly 6 foot.
How tall are you, John?
5, like 9, 10 on a good day.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of good news for you. I got you these.
It's the news I've been waiting for, Jimmy.
Well, they're Cuban heels, but they're in your size, so I thought you could...
Are they?
You just slip them on and we'll see whether you look more sophisticated.
Why wouldn't I?
Wow.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I think you'll enjoy those.
I have another fact.
Awesome.
Apparently, 60% of people, of millionaires, are over 6'2".
Really?
Apparently.
Does one tuck the gene into a Cuban heel?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
definitely. Yeah, you definitely do.
They all do.
I've got a newfound respect for you, John. I just think... Can you go into the middle there? Can you just stand on the...
Oh, sure. I'll stand on the glowing light in case I don't look like enough of a bell end back there.
I made a doc about a shoemaker recently, and he's been making shoes for 50 years.
I don't think anyone's listening to you.
It was...
I just think John has dropped a hip and we are mesmerised. Look at that pelvis. It's...
ultimate chic.
Could be
Would you
women's
consider
legs.
a Cuban heel?
Would I consider a Cuban heel? The answer has already been made, James. Are you am I 6 foot then? Can I stand next to you to see what the
Yeah, well, Sean, if you can come out.
You're still bigger.
I still look shit. I just look like a short prick in heels now.
I think you might be about... I think you might actually be technically a bit special from
it's
the
fun,
height
isn't it?
department.
John, I'm 5'8", and I think we're about the same height. If I might be
No,
tall.
I think I'm a little bit taller than you, mate.
As he says, walking away in his Cuban heels.
Gemma, what were you saying about Cuban heels when John was
So-
parading around?
In the 70s, every fashionable man wore high heels, not even Cuban heels, full-on platforms. It was like the ultimate chic. I wonder where it's gone, because people still try and be out there with their fashion, but men just don't do it anymore. I think it should be brought back.
Can we take a look at your shoes? You're wearing an extraordinary shoe these days, fashion-wise. Let's have a look at Jamie's shoes. Just pop them up on the desk. I think we can see where the 40% of animals have gone. Would you suffer for fashion, Jack?
I've always been lucky, and I've not had to sort of push the boat out in any way.
Have you had any work done?
No, but I would like to get that number off you later. Thank you.
Yeah. Because you've had your teeth smashed in, haven't you, and then rebuilt, and then all polished up and shined.
We all
Yeah.
volunteered for the first bit.
Veneers, they smash all your teeth out.
That's
and
it's an incredibly vain thing to do, and it's like it was about 24 hours of dental work.
Mine are like some kind of sort of colour you paint your hallway in, like that. Really.
I've never...
Yeah, mucky white or whatever. You go, weak mustard.
Do you blacken your hair to keep it so black?
I dye it. I think that's
Yeah.
the term people are using. I think, I dye my hair.
Do you? What would it be if it wasn't dyed?
It would look awful. It would look sort of like yours, I suppose.
I've heard of this thing called bleaching bumholes.
Right?
I'm pretty sure it's not called that.
Well, anal bleach...
I'm pretty sure when you walk in, they don't go, bleaching bumhole.
Bleaching bumholes. Who's ever looked at it? Nah, it's too... Nah, not for me. Get that tidied up, maybe. Do you know what I mean? But also, like...
It's a bit gamey, that area, isn't it?
If you have to... Can you get a bumhole glove?
well, you lost us all on this a bit gamey, that area. We're all just taking a moment to process that information.
It's like a bit of your shed you don't clear out, you know, and you go in there thinking, oh, I can't be bothered. There's all planks of wood and stuff down there, and someone spilt some paint, and
you put for that, would you?
just chuck some bleach at it. You know.
OK, so would you suffer pain to look good? What do you think our studio audience said, Sean?
No, I think they said no. They seem
don't
like
think they
they're
would?
a very sane and sensible bunch.
You're going, OK, what do you think, John?
I'm going to say yes, because I'm going to wear those heels for the rest of my life. So, ankles, schmankles.
OK, I can tell you the answer is yes. 56% of our studio audience would suffer pain to look good. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Most annoying favour people ask for?
When people ask you if they can have a lift back to their place, a lift, and they say, "Are you sure?" And then they're in your car, and they keep saying all the way, "Oh, is this okay? Are you sure this is okay?" You feel like saying, "No, get out here." It isn't really okay. Of course, I'm going out of my way. Oh, you sure this is okay? I'm not going out of your way. Of course, I'm going out of my way. I don't always go past your house on the way back to my house. Then you've had you've had the decency to give them a lift back, and then they make some big fuss about not being able to open the door of the car. Oh, well, how does it open? Which one? You know, it's like they've never been in a car before. I said, look, it's just that one. Get the fuck out!
So, Gemma, you're on Radio 1, right? So do people ask you to play records and things? Do they ask for requests?
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Records.
That happens a lot. I spoke to one man, like, 2 days ago who was up. I always try and find out what people are doing. A lot of people are working, but if it's out of choice to be up, I think that's where you find the real interesting people.
So
They're
what was
burglars,
he
aren't
doing?
they?
He was breeding spiders, and he was just up, hoping that they mate.
Imagine what the spider Kama Sutra's like, all those legs. How many different positions they can get into.
They can hold themselves up with webs, can't they?
OK, most annoying favour people ask for?
I think it's when people ask if they can borrow like a fiver and things like that, because you never ask for a fiver back, and so you give out so many fivers and then you've lost 100 quid.
I can tell you got the answer right. The most annoying favour people ask for is to borrow money.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Gemma and Jack have 3 points. Sean, Rob and Jamie are the winners with 4 points. Thanks to all our panellists and our wonderful studio audience and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats. Hey, it's the Fonz, Henry Winkler. Guten Tag, it's Henning Bay. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, making a splash, it's Rebecca Adlington. He's a stand-up guy. It's Ramesh Ranganathan. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 10% of homeowners have a hot tub? I'm sorry to disappoint anyone watching in Middlesbrough, but an abandoned chest freezer in the front garden full of rainwater does not count. According to a survey, over their lifetime, women spend £28,000 at the hairdressers. I don't know all the details, those are just the highlights. And 75% of women would rather date a man with love handles than a six-pack. Well, I've got love handles. Well, one love handle. It's about yay long and it sticks out the front. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about?
Baking cake, yes. Cake. We had the National Cake Championships recently, where the whole nation gathered round an oven and waited with bated breath to see who made the best cake.
Well, especially it wasn't even cake. In the end, there was a windmill and a letterbox.
Made of cake.
Ish. Like when I see some cake, I say, oh, I left some cake. But with that one, you wouldn't even have known where to start slicing. So and they put all the hours in and lovely and what have you, but was not for consumption.
Don't take this the wrong way, but are you a bit of a cake fascist?
Well, I like my cake edible and manageable, yes.
That is not a cake! No, I don't watch it because nothing happens. That's the whole point. That's why people like it, because nothing happens. Someone bakes a cake. If I had a choice between watching Bake Off and watching the last hour of a light bulb, I'd choose the light bulb. But, you know, when you're just watching a light bulb just flickering before it just goes... Or if I want to entertain myself, I just rub my eyes like that. And then go into a dark room and see all the stars. Oh, this is great. I see stars and everything. So I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not a baker. I did an old lady one.
Bake Off is just about an excuse to eat cake. What is not to get?
Yeah, but
Why
that's the
wouldn't you
thing.
watch it?
It's only on telly. You can't eat it.
Yeah, because then you make it. You go out, you then make yourself
yeah, but you're
a
not.
cake.
Have you been watching telly?
No, I go out, I make the cake. Well, not that cake. I don't make the windmill and whatever.
So, which cakes have you made this year? What did you go with?
This week, for the final, me and my husband made a chocolate banana loaf.
A chocolate banana loaf?
Yeah. It makes you feel better because it's got fruit in, so you think you're being healthy, but really it's just chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake with a banana next to it, is it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you drink?
No.
No. That's it. You can only really get excited about cake, I think, if you don't drink.
Maybe they should do drink off. Maybe they should just have people making drinks, making that's a lovely gin and tonic. Yeah, lovely. Because you could really play along at home with that.
Yeah. You have to keep Mary Berry on. Just shit-faced by the end of it.
She was loving the Baileys.
She likes a drink, I've heard.
And it would also make sense why it always... Mary would like you to, as if she couldn't speak herself. She has got her mother to speak for her, doesn't she? And Mary would like... And she stands right there, so... And she must have told them in the first place what she would like. I mean, that bit of the show makes absolutely no sense.
What bit?
Well,
I don't watch it, so...
Well, essentially what it is essentially reenactment of Victorian London, where there is the paupers in the cellar and the high and mighty, they're being served cake in that instance.
Did you watch Downton Abbey by mistake?
Well, it is not too dissimilar, is it? It's just people that are entitled for whatever reason, and then they have the paupers baking them cake. And then they can be snootish about it. Oh, that raspberry made the base all moist. Well, it's still a nice piece of cake, I guess. Well, if you're that fussy about it, bake it yourself.
Henry, do you have any equivalent of this in America?
There are a lot of shows, of bake-off shows and chef shows. I did one. It was called The Iron Chef.
The Iron Chef.
What they didn't tell me was, don't eat every plate, all of it. at one. There were 4 chefs, and they made 4 complete dinners. And I ate 4 complete dinners. And I licked the plate.
You don't want to be impolite, so you finish your plate.
Yeah.
Also, we all know if you don't finish the plate, tomorrow will be rain. Oh, that's probably more German thing.
Is that what they say to kids?
Yeah, you say to the kids, you have to eat, you have to finish the plate, otherwise tomorrow will be bad weather.
Kids, the kid wakes up the next morning and it's raining and he thinks, oh my, it's my fault.
Exactly, exactly. And if he is finished, or she has finished the plate, then, oh, it must have been the neighbour's kid that hasn't finished.
John, have you been watching Bake Off?
I just don't get it. I just take it too seriously.
What do you mean take it too seriously? You take cooking very seriously.
I take life seriously. Cake is just cake, though, isn't it? Paul Hollywood
It's not just
talks
cake,
about
though.
it like, oh, that could have done with just 17.4 seconds longer in the oven now. You're talking out your arse, man.
Ramesh, do you watch Bake Off?
I love Bake Off. I think it's the best thing on TV. I absolutely love it. I went on Extra Slice, like the offshoot show. I was a guest on there talking about Bake Off. I made vegan brownies because I am one. And,
Let's have a look and see if Bake Off's up there. Of course. Yes, the Bake Off final, watched by 12 million people. Winner Nancy is set to take Hollywood by storm. That's if she gets pissed enough at the after party. OK, John Steen, what else has the nation been talking about?
I imagine people are talking about Strictly Come Dancing. They usually do, don't they? There was a headline in the paper this week that was Tess Daly's shoe came off on her way down the stairs. That was on the news. It was a great moment for Bruce Forsyth, who I imagine was just sat at home going, it's all falling apart now, you see, I've done it 10 years with both my shoes on.
Rebecca, were you missing Brucey?
I love Bruce. Bring Bruce back.
Do you miss him on the show? I think Claudia's just kind of added a new... I mean, she's just so kind of full of... I don't know, I really like it now.
I do like the girls, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem like Strictly Come Dancing anymore without Bruce.
Of course, Henry, you've got Dancing with the Stars in America.
In America, yes.
Would you ever consider going on?
I enjoy watching it. I will not, I can't do it.
That's a shame. I think because you used to have incredible dance moves back in the day.
I did, and I want to keep them a great memory.
You would never be allowed on the British version because if anyone's ever been out dancing before, they say, oh no, that's unfair, they know what they're doing. So that seems to be the main criticism of most candidates.
There has been a huge controversy this year because there's a lady on the show called Pixie Lott, who's very good, but she's done 8 years dance training at an elite academy, so she was always going to be quite good. She's favourite at the moment. She's 3-1 to win, as is Frankie Bridge, off of the Saturdays.
You know the Saturdays?
I actually met one of the Saturday.
Really?
Which one did you meet?
Beautiful one.
Oh. Well, I know which one it wasn't.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm a massive Happy Days fan. But you actually jumped the shark, didn't you?
No, I did all of the water skiing. My parents were very, very short Germans. And my father said, because I was a counselor in camp, and I would teach water skiing. And he said, tell the producers that... I'm so sorry. He said, tell the producers you're a water skier. So I did, and all of a sudden there I was water skiing. That was a real shark and
it
a
was
real...
alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real thing that happened. It's a documentary. Henning, do you watch the show?
Not regularly, but I wonder, a lot of them professional dancers, not the ones on the program, but there's loads of them that have gone to the dancing schools or whatever they might be called, and
dancing school, yeah.
Yeah, dancing school. And they've put themselves through everything because of the dancing, and then they see all of a sudden any old Herbert having a go on Strictly Come Dancing. They must be feeling like most stand-ups feel when they turn the telly on and there is Paddy McGuinness.
Rebecca, when are you doing Strictly? Have you done Strictly or are you doing it?
No, never done it. I'll do it if you'll do it.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to wait till after the career-defining event. I might have to go in the jungle first to win back public support.
Jimmy, you'd be lucky to get on the coach trip.
Should we have a look and see if Strictly's up there? Yeah, well, of course. Yes, it's Strictly. Scott Mills has been criticised by Strictly judges, but to be fair, it is nice to see an ageing Radio 1 DJ in front of a judge, and they've done nothing worse than a shit tango. Jake Wood from EastEnders is currently the bookies' favourite, and he'll be back for the Strictly Christmas special, where he'll be run over after finding out his dad is actually his mum. Sean's team, what else have the nation been talking about?
Well, obviously, the nation's been gripped by the Lib Dem conference.
Oh.
I like the Lib Dems because they're like sort of the political equivalent of bisexual swingers. They just do it with anyone. We'll do a coalition with you if you want. Or we'll do a coalition with you. We just love coalitioning. The name doesn't seem an unelectable name, Nick Clegg. He should change it to something a bit more catchy. I'd vote for him if he was called Tommy Bubbles. Vote for Bubbles, Tommy Bubbles. It's Tommy Bubbles!
Clegg was asked at the conference about a choice of going to bed with Ed Miliband or David Cameron in a new coalition deal, and he joked he would choose his wife.
Well, we would all choose his wife.
Yeah, no, you say he jokes. I think he just takes questions a bit too literally, and he doesn't understand metaphor. So they said, would you go to bed with Cameron or Miliband? He went, no, my wife. Be good if he said that and not, well, actually, I quite fancy Ed. He looks really supple. He looks a bit dirty, Ed. And then we go, oh, no, what have you said, Nick? I'd really give Ed one.
Can you imagine a Labour Liberal Democrat coalition with the current generation of politicians we have? It would just be the wettest. They'd just be crying in Parliament. Just Ed Miliband just going, it's really hard, actually. I don't think anyone gives me any bloody credit.
I feel sorry for him because he's got these ideas and stuff, Ed Miliband. He's very keen, but he's just got an unelectable face. He looks like a waxwork that's been kept at slightly above room temperature for too long.
Should we take a look at someone with undoubtedly a lot of personality in politics? This is Boris Johnson discussing the Clacton by-election on radio.
What's the name of your candidate out there at Clacton?
We've got a fantastic guy called... Oh, he's brilliant. He's a superb man. Sterling, Girling, something like that. What's he called? You tell me. Giles. Come on, what is it again?
Giles, the bread actor. Do you remember the star from Bread?
No.
No. Right, take another call then, don't worry. See if you can get it. No,
tell me the name. Come on.
Get it. No, see if it's
Stop sitting there like a great big fat Buddha and tell me the name of this guy.
Henning, would you consider running for office?
I would, actually, if someone asked, but I don't think I'm allowed to play because I haven't got a British passport. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to work on British television without a British passport.
Rebecca, have you met Nick Clegg?
I have, but I didn't know it was Nick Clegg.
How did this happen?
It was after the Olympics, and you go to meet the Queen, you do the parade around London, and we're at an event, and I was just kind of stood there with my friend, and this guy came over and said, oh, congratulations. I was like, OK, thanks, see you later, have a good night. Just kind of polite and just kind of walked off, and then she was like, what are you doing? That was Nick Clegg. I was like, who's Nick Clegg? I had no idea.
I wouldn't feel bad. He experiences that on an hourly basis.
Well, I can tell you the Lib Dem conference is not one of the most talked about things over the last week, but when it comes to the next election, Nick Clegg faces a difficult decision. Just how far can he fuck off? John's team.
I say I have been talking about this week. Roy Keane has a second book out. Nelson Mandela, just the one book. Roy Keane felt he needed two. So really...
Nelson Mandela struggled to do another one now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, it was only 3 years since his last autobiography, so surely all that much can't have happened in the meantime. So, I mean, I would struggle filling one autobiography. I would have to write down every single thought I ever had, and on top of that, I would need to invent stuff.
So you're saying it would be difficult for you to write an autobiography? We'll just call it My Struggle, then.
Yeah, very good. I was thinking probably Henning. Everything has gone according to plan.
Let's have a look at a picture of Roy Keane as he is now. Look at that. Imagine if Santa Claus was evil.
Yeah, he tried to sell me a carpet in Kazakhstan.
How do you get a black island hat? Like, everything's green. He's obviously going, don't wear green, make it black.
What you've got to remember when you look at that picture is that at home, he's the tooth fairy. He's creeping up the stairs. And then the next minute, he's chilling people to their very marrow.
I don't mind. I don't really read autobiographies, if I'm honest. But there's a chapter in his where he talks about the fact that Gary Neville's got a small dick.
A chapter?
Yeah. Well, a chapter in which I don't think it's a whole chapter. He says he's talking about the banter in the shower room, which obviously we have our 8 out of 10 cat showers after the show.
I insist on it.
What happens in the shower stays in the shower. But he says, oh, we all do jokes. And he said Nicky Butt's got a really big penis and he does the helicopter. And he said Gary Neville always showers with his back to everyone. And he said one day I went round and I grabbed him and I spun it round. And he's just got. And it's a horrible thing to write in your book. I'm just warning you two now. If you ever tell people about my massive penis, I'll be very upset. But he says he's got a penis like a little button mushroom. And now I can't. I really like Gary Neville, and now I can't.
What, you go off people?
No, you can't fantasise about him. What do you... Finish that sentence.
I can't enjoy Gary Neville's punditry, and I can't enjoy button mushrooms, and those are two things I, in the past, have held dear.
Someone's just said, John. Someone's just said that whole thing about Roy Keane saying that Gary Neville had a button mushroom for a penis. That's from a spoof, apparently. That isn't true.
Well, I've been duped. Sadly, as well, when he said that, my first thought was, oh, I'm glad Gary Neville's got a big dick. Isn't that weird? I don't want him to have a small penis because I admire his punditry.
It's a bit of good news for Gary Neville if he's sat at home with a missus going, that's normal. I'm telling you, love, that's normal. OK, Henry, you've written books.
I have not.
But you haven't done an autobiography?
No, I've written one adult book about fly fishing for trout. Everything that I've learned...
That sounds weird, because we would call pornography an adult book.
No, I understand.
Because I know you've written a lot of children's books.
I've written a lot of children's books, and I've written one for adults about my passion, which is of fly fishing for trout.
So fly fishing's your thing, isn't it?
I love to fly fish.
What's your favourite type of fly?
I prefer zipper over button.
Everyone, it's the bloody prawns.
You mean when I'm fishing?
You know what I meant, Henry, you cheeky son.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I've just been messed about by the fonts. This is incredible.
Well, I can tell you Roy Keane's autobiography isn't up there, but Roy Keane's book hit the shelves this week, mainly because he's been throwing it at shop assistants. Rebecca, now you've won 2 golds at the Beijing Olympics. Have you written an autobiography?
No.
How come you haven't done one?
It'd be the most boring book ever. Eat, sleep, swim. I could mention some guys' bits in there, though. We're pretty naked.
Don't point at me when you say that.
You all prepare together to get in your bathing suits together?
Yeah.
Idea for adult novel number 2.
I'm taking up swimming. So if you're going to win an Olympic medal, how much do you swim in a week?
About 22 hours.
Back and forth, back and forth?
We can't just keep going.
When you finish, do you know what place you come in? Or are you, because you've got no idea what's happening in the other lanes?
Yeah, like, if you know you're far ahead, like, so I do front crawl, so I breathe both sides, I can see, but if it's a really, really close race, then you have no idea.
When you said I breathe both sides then, I thought, like, front and back.
When you do the backstroke, how do you know when to turn? Because
The flags?
The flags.
Have you ever been to a pool?
I have. I smashed my head quite badly.
Looking at the flags.
like bunting
Very
at
nice.
5 metres.
Oh,
So you know
is
that's
that what
when
it is?
to-
I thought it was
yeah.
just like party or something every time. I didn't realise it was a warning. You don't have bunting as a warning. Have like a red flashing light or something.
Well, what if you're blind? You can't see the flashing light.
But you can see the flags if you're blind.
Oh no, someone taps you on the head.
The wall.
Yeah, a wall.
No, like so a person stands at the end and taps you on the head.
I want that job. Stood at the end of a pool all day. Here he comes. See you in 5 minutes. I love this.
You see the flag. What do you have, like, you know, I have 2 more strokes and then turn?
Yeah,
How many strokes?
pretty much 2. You got it right.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Come on. OK, fingers on buzzers. You've got one more thing to get. Go on, what do you think?
Top Gear?
Top Gear, yes.
Do you watch the show?
Yeah, I love Top Gear.
So, well, tell us what happened. So,
They went out to Argentina, and the number plate was obviously offensive to the Falklands War, and then protests started, and they were going to be killed, apparently.
it's not that offensive as well, was it? It was H982FKL. I think a reference to 1982 Falklands War. I should say that Clarkson has tweeted this week the number plate was a coincidence. When it was pointed out to us, we changed it.
I mean, he's poor Jeremy Clarkson's had a bloody week of it, to be honest, because he got to the airport and he was on flight 8008 and that spelt boob, and he was very embarrassed about that. And he was in seat number 69, he was like, oh, bloody hell, he didn't have to. And he got to his hotel room and he was in room number I hate Argies, and he didn't know anything about that either. He's just so unlucky, that man.
Then the car was obviously left in Argentina, and they found another licence plate in the boot of the car, which was this. One local official in Argentina said, we know bell end doesn't mean the end of a bell. It is a word used instead to describe the head of a penis, which is often employed as an insult in England. Yeah, they've got our number.
It's a funny business with those number plates, isn't it? That H982 FKL means something, and then with love. I mean, I can say if you've got personalised number plate that says Big Boss, say, OK, that is meant to mean Big Boss. But with a lot of the stuff, when they say, oh, that means that and that means the others, it's a bit like spotting Jesus on a slice of toast, isn't it? Why is DXY3474, that means diamond geezer? Why?
I reckon what happened is that they were driving down the street, a load of Argentinians were chasing them with rocks and stuff, trying to kill them and whatever, and then a BBC producer came out and said, look, we're sorry, we didn't realise the number plates were that offensive, and they just went, what number plates? We're just trying to kill the prick. I just think it's the BBC's attempt to get him slaughtered. I reckon next they'll send him to Syria with a number plate that says 1S are Gaylords.
When you Google Jeremy Clarkson, it genuinely says, people also searched for Jeremy Kyle and Piers Morgan. I think that says everything you need to know about him.
No, but I think the thing about him is you have to say, you have to admire how good he is at his job, because he can say virtually anything and they can't sack him. That's how good he is.
Well, can I ask a question? How are the ratings?
Amazing.
Really?
I think it's the #1 show in the world.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So
Basically,
he's going to say whatever he wants.
He could have a shit on Mary Berry's cake tin. And they go, oh, sorry, I didn't realise. I thought it was I didn't realise, sorry. Oh, God, what am I like? You'd think, though, one thing I think about Clarkson, he's got 2 big loves in his life, fags and petrol. If only we could find a way. Combining them.
OK, let's have a look and see if Top Gear is up there. Yes, the Top Gear team nearly caused a riot in Argentina. They were burning cars, smashing windows and yelling obscenities. And then they stopped making the Top Gear Christmas DVD and went to Argentina. So those were the most talked about things over the last week. But in other news, the UK is sending 750 troops to Sierra Leone to fight Ebola, because that's how you combat a virus. You shoot it. At the end of that round, Sean, Henning and Henry have 1 point. John, Rebecca and Ramesh have 2 points. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Henning, Henry, pick a question. What are you going to go for?
Well, we've got to go for the picture of Henry, I think.
OK, you've chosen Henry the Fonz Winkler, king of cool. So here's your question. Most people think they're cool, true or false?
I'd say most people think, yeah, I'm cool.
Well, how would you define cool? I mean, you are the Fonz, so...
I have defined cool as being authentic. If you are yourself, you are magnetic, you are cool.
I can show you what cool is. Sure, I'll show you still. This tells you what... That's cool. I mean, that's inarguably cool.
Seen that? Not looking so great on loads of people in barbershop windows. Don't they?
Do you think you're cool, Sean?
No. I think I'm terrific.
Yes, you are.
I think I'm terrific.
Yes, you are.
I don't think I'm cool, no.
Sean, what do you think makes someone cool?
I don't know. I've got a stainless steel birdseed feeder.
You decide.
Sitting the wrong way on a chair is cool, isn't it?
In the 90s, not now.
Go on, so hang on. If you were going to sit on that chair in a cool fashion, show us how that would work. I think the arms are going to get in the way.
Yeah.
It feels like that was the wrong way to do that.
I'd agree with you.
You look like you're waiting for something else to happen.
I do feel happier, though. It's a lot better. Carry on, Daddy-O. On with the quiz, JC.
OK. OK, so let's get some answers on this. So most people think they're cool, true or false? What are you going for, Sean?
In the UK, I don't think they think that, no.
No, I think they're false.
Wait, can we just, before we go false, I just want to say, in their home, when they're looking in a mirror, when they're going to go out, they're dressing up. Look at this audience. They prepared to come to this show. Well, you did.
What?
And I think before they left the house, they thought, wow, I look good. Look at that jacket. Come on, stand up, show that jacket.
I think that's a hoodie.
Look at that. Yeah, but you got like white things coming down. You got a red tie going on.
Well, wait, it's cool.
You look good. What is your name? Glenn, you're too cool for school.
Glenn, it's,
OK.
it is... It's funny you should say that, actually, because Glenn has been excluded. Glenn, do you think... Are you cool, Glenn?
Depends. My head teacher watching this.
If your head teacher was watching this...
You know, forget that your head teacher's watching. We got you covered, Len.
It's Glenn.
Glenn, you're covered too. Let me just say, if you have a problem, you have her talk to me. I will set that woman straight.
Don't, he'll get her pregnant. OK, so you're saying yes, Sean?
Yes, we're going with the Fonz.
Yes,
we're going to go yes.
John, what do you think?
I think you're never too cool for school, and the cool thing to do is to have options. I think it's probably false.
I think false, yeah, definitely false.
False.
OK, you're going false. I can tell you the answer is false. Only 47% of people think they're cool. If you want to know what kind of a kid I was at school, you know the geeky kid who can't get a girlfriend, who all the other kids pick on and victimise? Well, I was bullied by that kid. So the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Best thing about being a kid?
That's easy.
Go on.
You can shit yourself in public and no one bats an eyelid.
Strange groundswell of support for that, as if... Yeah, that's the thing we're missing out on.
Henning's talking about shitting yourself in public, but I do think, like, as a kid, having a face-to-face chat while you have a shit is something that you did as a kid that you don't get now. Like, you have to look, you have to look at your phone, whereas when you're a little kid, somebody has to go with you. You can just have a little chin wag. Do you know what I mean? Like, my 5-year-old, if we're at a restaurant or something, he'll go, Daddy, I need to go. And so we go, all right, we'll go off. And he'll just tell me about his day while he's curling one out. And then what he'll do, which is so... They've just got such plausible deniabilities, he'll go, oh, there's a funny smell in here, isn't there, Daddy? Well, I'm watching you take a shit. Who are you going to try and pin this on, mate?
Stickers, I think. Stickers.
Stickers?
Stickers seem to have some kind of, like, magical property. And then around about, well, for me, around about sort of 12 or 13, they sort of lose their appeal. It must be something to do with the surge in hormones, cancelling out the enjoyment of stickers.
As a veteran of 2 recent sticker campaigns, let me tell you the joy is not undiminished.
Maybe hormonally you're not fully charged yet.
Well,
Maybe you're not actually properly an adult yet. No.
Are you collecting stickers still?
Not still, the tournament's ended, Jimmy. I'm not a loser.
But you enjoy the process?
I enjoy buying stickers and finding out if I've got any needs in my pocket. I mean, I've got needs, don't get me wrong.
Rebecca, what do you think the best thing about being a kid was?
I used to get away with murder when I was little.
Did you murder someone?
No.
What did you used to get away with?
So I just used to try and get my sister into trouble. I used to, like, just go into my room, like, slap my arm really, really hard and then go, Mum, Laura's hit me, so she would get told off.
And you haven't seen Laura since you went into care, have you? Henning, what were you like as a child?
No, what was I like? Well, I was a lot smaller than I'm now. And then I grew into my current dimensions. And that was mainly all I did when I was little.
Well, that's the first chapter of the book finished. Henry, what do you think the best thing is about being a kid?
Being worry-free. That you're not sure yet about all of the things that we worry about as adults. Gaza and ISIS and Ebola and...
Henning.
Yeah, they're the 4 big ones. They're the 4 things I worry about. John, best thing about being a kid?
Not getting stiff. That was the best thing about being a kid.
I mean, it's to my credit, I didn't say anything there. Tell us more about not getting stiff as a child, John. Sometimes that can happen to grown-ups as well. It's perfectly normal.
If I have a day now where I've gone upstairs a lot in a day, the next day my legs hurt. I used to play football for like 12 hours straight through, breaking only for meals. And I was fine the next day.
Are you looking at Rebecca when you're telling her about your workouts as a kid?
I'm just looking at everyone. I'm looking at anyone who'll look back and hold my gaze. Would you like to do a joke about holding my gaze? I shouldn't have brought them with me.
You never go hungry when you're a kid, do you? Because you can always dine from the head buffet.
I'll give you a clue. It might involve cake.
Eating cake.
Going out to candles on the birthday cake.
Birthday parties.
It's the right answer. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Henning and Henry have 2 points. John, Rebecca and Romesh have 3 points. They're the winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 Cats, he's fabulous. It's Craig Rebel Harwood. Here we row, it's Machine Comedy. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, what a pleb. It's Tom Rosenthal. American Dream. It's Rob Delaney. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now welcome your host, Jimmy
and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, according to experts, people on diets lose 2 friends for every stone they lose. And those 2 friends are Colonel Sanders and Mr. Kipling. The average Brit will spend £11,000 on dates before finding the one. So viewers at home, men and women alike, just turn round now and have a quick look at your partner. Hard to believe, isn't it? You spent 11 grand on that. And people in Sheffield have the most missing teeth in Britain, and that's because in Sheffield, the tooth fairy is their main source of income. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about?
The rise of the UKIP, the Kippers.
So this is the news. This is UKIP got their first MP, and Nigel Farage has been asked to take part in the TV debates with David Cameron.
Yes, which has angered everyone else, because if he's in, then the Greens should be in, and if the SNP should be in. So it's now been decided that everyone gets a say. Everyone in the country just gets 30 seconds of airtime next year. So what you like, I'm getting involved. I'm going to use my time to recommend the new coconut yoghurts.
Coconut yoghurt?
Yeah, in a time where there's a lot of strife in the world, it just is the most pleasure I get. Sometimes I think, hang on, this is a pudding, not a yoghurt. It's that good.
Is this a euphemism I'm unfamiliar with?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
I can tell you it isn't. Can we have an end to... I'm sick of people saying, if you vote this way, you'll end up in bed with Nigel Farage, or you'll wake up with Nigel Farage. You know, just tell every newspaper now, I've pictured every sexual possibility between me and Nigel Farage as a result of some headline. Or if you vote Green Party, you'll end up giving him a blowjob and a spoons. I'm never going to sleep with him, all right? Nigel, it's not going to happen, mate.
What do you make of UKIP?
I'm glad they're in the debate. I think it's like X Factor. It's always better at the beginning with all the nutters. I think you should earn your place in the final. It shouldn't be just you get to the final. It should be like X Factor. And I think we could have a real telly show on our hands.
Where's Simon Cowell watching this, writing this down?
Yeah.
I'm writing it down, as a matter of fact. I think it's a very good idea. And then we can all vote,
Yeah,
darling.
see how they
and
go.
And make money in the process as well.
Just get some new players, new blood at the end. Someone you thought was never going to be a leader, and then everyone crying and clapping like, he's not a prick!
Miliband, darling.
Miliband? He's out.
He's about as popular as a sneeze at Heathrow, isn't he? He's got no chance. I think the big mistake that is potentially being made here by people who want to leave Europe is a bit like, you know, when an EastEnders actor thinks, I'll leave EastEnders, I've got a great career out there, I'll be in films, I'll be fine. And they always come like, can I come back to the square? Can I come back to the square, please? I'll do anything. I'll do Dean Gaffney's old job, anything.
Seeing it through fresh eyes as a new resident of the UK, you know, Europe has sunshine, it has topless beaches, it has opera, it has a lot of things that this country needs. So I would say don't push them away.
OK, next time you mention topless beaches, don't then do that. Don't do that.
I mean, let's talk about coalitions. I just don't understand why doesn't Labour and Conservative do a coalition? And they'd be in power, wouldn't they? It's so obvious. You know, and people say, oh, that will never happen. Well, we never thought McFly and Busted would get together. Oh, they were like arch enemies. But now they've got the whole area sewn up and everyone's happy. Who's not happy with McBusted?
You're absolutely right. I'm over the bloody moon.
That Godfrey Bloom, the guy who left UKIP, he said he left because...
He left last Monday.
Yeah, and he said because they're too politically correct.
This is Godfrey Bloom left the UKIP last week because he claimed they were too politically correct. He's also the guy that said too much foreign aid was being sent to Bongo Bongo Land.
Well, he's right. He's right. It's a stupid place to send it. It doesn't exist. Ridiculous.
I love this guy. How politically incorrect does his life have to be to think UKIP is too politically correct? I mean, what's he doing? Sitting around in, like, a chinchilla scarf, eating, like, Club Seal sandwiches, using a hijab as a napkin, watching Top Gear on a telly all the time, got his feet up on a black homosexual footstool. I mean, what's he doing?
I think that's everything. Yeah, I think you've offended everyone. Yeah.
My favourite UKIP member is a Tory defector called Mark Reckless. You've got to be pretty bold to go into politics with a surname Reckless. You know what I mean? Nice to meet him, your local MP. Name's Ben Pisshead. I swear, as Prime Minister of this country, I will bring peace, I will bring prosperity, and I will bring progress, or my name isn't Benjamin Couldn't Give a Fuck, mate.
OK, let's have a look and see if UKIP's up there. Nigel Farage has been invited to take part in a TV debate with David Cameron. The Green Party have complained, but the truth is they've slipped down the party league table behind Noel's House Party, Block Party, #1 Party Anthem 2004, Iceland's Party Platter and my niece's 6th birthday party. UKIP politician Roger Helmner has been caught visiting a massage parlour, so there are some Eastern Europeans he's happier working here.
I went on the website of the massage parlour that MP has been to, and all the girls have got, like, snazzy descriptions. One of them is fit for filth, which raises the question of who is being surveyed and I'm afraid you've been declared unfit for filth. One of the girls is adorable and affordable.
I mean, I read the news story, but I didn't Google the website.
I went there.
That's proper research.
You're adorable and affordable, aren't you?
Yes. OK, what else have the nation been talking about? Sean's team?
Strictly Come Dancing.
Yeah.
Oh. They must be, darling.
They must be.
Surely, with someone like Judy Murray on there.
Yes.
Oh, has she got over the spinal surgery? I saw her dancing last week. But... I mean...
Jimmy!
What happened to her?
Carr.
She just stood there while someone danced round her. You were surprisingly nice. You pulled your punches on that one.
Yeah, it's rigor mortis is what I thought.
How did she not get voted off? I mean...
I have no clue. Well, thanks to the wonderful general public, darling, they've kept her in.
Who's your tip for this year? Who do you think's going to...
Well, there's some really good ones.
Well, there's some professional dancers on.
Well, yes, of sorts. But they haven't studied ballroom and Latin professionally.
No, and that's really that's the key dancing.
That is the key, because I think it's much harder to
I can't go on.
change.
Have you never studied... You were tap and ballet, weren't you?
Well, yeah, well, all of them, yeah.
Jazz tap ballet,
yeah, totally, yeah.
You're already better than Judy's.
Even without music, that's...
Judy Murray, I like what she did.
That was terrific.
That was adorable and affordable.
It was, yeah. It was fit for filth as well. I was watching it, like, this year. The bad ones are really bad, aren't they? It's
Scott
like...
Mills.
It's just, yeah, Scott... It was
Scott,
unbelievable.
Whoa. I won't have you slagging off Scott Mills again. You were mean to him last week and he was brilliant.
It wasn't his best moment.
I thought he looked really happy. That's why I feel sad for him. He looked like it was like, this is the best thing that's ever happened. It's really sad that he's so bad at it, because he looked like he was having a moment. He looked like he thought he was nailing it.
Why do they look so happy, though? No one's ever been that happy about anything. This maniacal...
In America, you've got Dancing with the Stars, haven't you? You've got
We
the
do
glamorous.
indeed.
Would you ever consider...
Previously, I never would have, but now I know that I could.
Yeah. The bar is pretty low, it turns out.
Quite low.
Yeah.
One of the couples this week said, oh, we're gonna really go out there and take some risks. And then they just did a dance. You're gonna take risks, do it on the M62 or something.
We were going on about the sort of curse of Strictly, like all the couples get together. That makes it sound like voodoo-y and leprechaun-y, when that's just, if you spend 12 weeks every day rubbing up against someone, making sex faces, you're probably going to cop off with them. That's just not a curse, you know.
Most of the men, it's not a curse, it's a result.
Who do you think is going to win? Who's your money on?
Well, there's a few, actually. Pixie, I think, is very good. Pixie Lott, she's great.
She's pretty good. She's done 8
Frankie
years dance
from
training.
the Saturdays.
Yeah, she's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, but they've both had some sort of training before. But there's other people like Max from EastEnders, of course. But he is phenomenal, to be honest. He's absolutely brilliant. And I thought Scott Mills could probably win.
With the right course of injections, yeah.
Well, you never know. The public are pretty amazing, actually, for choosing people to go through like they have in the past. You know, with John Sargent, they always choose the right people again.
You can't just blame the public, though. You picked Donny Osmond. Whose idea was that to have him
I
on?
did not, actually. We never got a word in edgeways, darling, with Donny on the panel.
Grabbed to that guy and he said, you gotta just dance for your family. But if I ever have to dance for my family, they're all dead.
Oh, it saddens me.
He just kept going, I love your energy. I love your energy. I want it for myself. So annoying. Why are Americans so obsessed with other people's energy? It's already cost us 2 Gulf Wars. It's ridiculous.
Simon Webb has been accused of being too raunchy this year. Do you think he's been too raunchy?
No, I don't think he's raunchy enough, to be honest. He hardly used his hips at all.
Sorry, I'm talking about the dancing. I can tell you Strictly is not in our top 3, but Tess Daly denies the existence of a Strictly curse that breaks up relationships. But I think that show's been cursed ever since they opened Brucey's tomb. I'm not saying Judy Murray looks immobile when she dances, but when I was watching it, I turned my skybox off at the wall because I thought it had frozen. John's team.
Is it Bono? Little Bono?
Are you doing
is
an
it Bono? Bono has finally apologised for giving everyone his work for free, which was a relief to me because I thought I'd got pissed and paid for it.
Are you not a big U2 fan? You're not?
I refuse to listen to it because it's too sinister. It's too sinister just giving someone an album. I think if I listen to it, there'll be some sort of agenda. If I woke up and there was a bag of cheese and onion crisps on my pillow and I just saw Gary Lineker creeping out of my bedroom, I wouldn't be eating them.
People have been so angry. It's like they're like, "You're trying to burgle my ears." We used to just listen to the radio and you'd listen to whatever song was on and a DJ would be talking over it. You know, I say DJ, paedophile. It's just a gift.
I mean, I hopped on the bandwagon. I was making fun of him when I found it just on my phone one day. But then I listened to it, and then I was very angry.
Well, it's been reported that U2 have made $100 million from Apple. That's what the deal was.
But it's backfired, hasn't it? I think rather than an apology, all I want from Bono, or Bono as I like to call him, all I want from Bono is to take his sunglasses off and show us your conceited, greedy, piggy little eyes.
Well, Bono's apology is not one of the most talked about things. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about this last week?
The Apprentice.
Oh, The Apprentice is
started.
back on our screens?
Yes.
What do you think? You like the show, don't you?
I've got to a point now with it. I just think, well, you know, they've been doing it for 10 years and they haven't produced one single brand. There's no Bransons come out of it, no Dysons, not even a Mr. Kipling. They've not really... All they've contributed is this idea of talking into your phone like that. You know, like you're in Star Trek. That's and the only other thing is Katie Hopkins, which is an industrial strength irritant they've created.
I love the show, but I just wish there were a real Apprentice on there. They seem to have got through, I don't know, hundreds of people through interviews, and they're all a shambles, every single one of them.
I get upset watching it because I keep remembering that they're real people. Do you know what I mean? They exist in the world and they're ruining people's lives. I can meet these people. They're real. This is not a horror film.
Some of the quotes have been amazing this year. Steve said, "I can deliver in -50, I can deliver in +10. If we went to Mars right now, I'd find a way to be excellent."
I would love for him to be able to go to Mars and prove that in their zero oxygen environment.
They don't even make any sense. One of them said, "I'm like a cross between Gandhi and the Wolf of Wall Street." I have literally no idea what that means. That means saying, "Yeah, well, you want to come to my gigs because I'm a cross between Joan of Arc and a Spitfire."
As Sugar, as I like to call him, has he still got his beard? Is that...
He's got a tidy little beard, yeah.
To me, it looks like someone's rolled a toffee apple across a barber's floor.
Right, let's have a look and see if The Apprentice is up there. OK, fingers on buzzers, one more thing still to get.
Is it the NHS strike, nurses?
Yeah, and midwives for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Going on strike. It's the biggest strike in 32 years, I believe.
Yes, yeah. And they're going to replace them with this thing where they're going to get the army involved. I really like the idea that they're going to get the army and that some woman's going to be delivering a baby and there'll be a sergeant major at the end of it. The bed just shouting, "Push!"
So what do you think of the strike, Craig?
I think it's a good thing, to be honest, because I think they actually deserve a pay rise. I mean,
They're only asking for 1% as well. Yeah. They're not asking for the moon on a stick.
But 1%, like, the average midwife's on about 25 grand, so 1% is like £250 over a year. Over a month, that's like £20. weekly, that's like about £4 after tax. That's like a pint of beer. And it's like, they're like superheroes. It's like Batman saved your life, the life of your unborn child, and you're like, what can I do for you, Batman? He went, just get me a pint. He went, bit greedy.
Well, the amount of times they changed my bedpan, darling, when I was having my hip operation, you know, I would pay them the 250 quid myself.
You had a hip hop?
I did, darling.
You just got one new one?
Yes, just one.
Do you find you're going around in circles?
You're the first person I've ever seen brag about how many times they went to the toilet while they were in hospital. I mean, the amount of times they changed my bedpan.
I bloody nailed it.
Yeah, I gave that bedpan a bit of a punishment.
I think they should say, instead of the strike, because they can't really strike, because they sort of go, we're going on strike, but, you know, and if something really bad happens, we'll come back. Don't worry, we're not monsters. And that sort of puts them in a really bad position. So I think they should be like, just not going to wash our hands. So, we're not going to tell you what day we're doing it, but there's no wash hand day. They should do like stuff like that, or like, we're just going to kiss it better today.
Good luck with that.
I don't understand why anyone would be it. I've got 2 midwives in my family, and they're constantly shit on them and piss and fluids I don't even know the names of go on them. And you can get the same amount of money delivering for a cardo that you can delivering babies. No stress. The worst you have to deal with in that job is we didn't have any courgettes, so we got you an aubergine.
I just moved to the UK a month ago, and I got my first council tax bill the other day, and I'm pretty certain that the whole country's raise could be covered by that bill, by the amount that I have to pay, so...
Sorry, I should explain that in the UK we have a National Health Service, so it's all... You could just
That's
go
why
to the
I
doctors.
moved here, and now they're doing this.
Are you poorly? Have you
Well,
come in?
no, but my wife is pregnant with our 3rd kid right now, and I'm worried I'll have to deliver it myself.
Sorry, the moustache was throwing me off. 3 kids. I thought other... I made an assumption and I was... Sorry.
Forgiven.
Yeah, but really, you might want to change that. You're sending out all kinds of weird signals.
I'm glad you're picking them up.
Tom, what do you make of the NHS strike?
Well, I mean, I don't want to rock the boat, but I saw them on the news, and they picked the wrong song for me. They were doing that, what do we want? 1%. When do we want it? Now. It's such a petulant song. Now. You know what I mean? It's not like a 4-year-old who wants some ice cream, you know what I mean? Now.
What should they have gone with?
Well, I don't know. Just raise it when you can. Just do it within a reasonable time frame. I don't know. Now it's too soon.
You can't have millionaires who don't use the health service providing over the health service. It's the same way you have, what's his name? Lord Freud in charge of your welfare reform.
This is the other big story about fair pay. This is Lord Freud. He suggested that some disabled workers could be paid £2 an hour rather than the minimum wage of £6.50. He has since apologised but hasn't resigned yet, although this is going out in a few days, so hopefully.
He's a privately educated Oxford graduate former city banker presiding over the welfare state. You might as well have Clarkson as your foreign minister. And he's, well, there are some people out there who want to work for £2 an hour. Of course there are. You get in your chariot and go back to your castle. Dick splash.
Dick splash is a term you don't hear enough these days.
You doing my swimming pool?
I've noticed that the debate we're having has got a bit question timey, and because there's nobody from The Only Way is Essex is on, I'd like to put forward their viewpoint.
That'd be very good of you.
Being
well,
here.
thank
so
you.
I'm from The Only Way is Essex, and I just think, oh, why can't we just give them all the money? I just thought I'd add that, because I think we're missing that.
OK, well, let's have a look and see if the NHS strike is up there. Yes, it's the biggest NHS strike for 32 years. Jeremy Hunt claims he's on the side of midwives. You're not fooling anyone, Jeremy. These are midwives. They know a massive when they see one. So those were the most talked about things over the last week. But in other news, the Ebola scare continues. People are worried what to do. The easiest thing to do is to remember the simple phrase, catch it, kill it, bin it, pick it, lick it, roll it, flick it. At the end of that round, Sean, Roisin and Craig have 2 points, John, Rob and Tom have 1 point. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Rob, Tom, pick a question.
The gentleman with the phone.
OK. This week, a survey revealed that a quarter of teenagers are addicted to social media. So we asked our studio audience, are you more honest online than you are face-to-face? What do you think?
I lie on both equally. I'll lie to your face and then online as well. So I'd flip a coin on this one.
Because you're kind of on Twitter, you're quite a legend, right? You've been voted the funniest man on Twitter.
I tweet.
How many followers now?
A little over 1 million.
Pretty good, pretty bloody good. And then you've tweeted some amazing stuff. My favourite tweet of yours?
Let's hear it.
Guns don't kill people. People who say guns don't kill people with guns. It's an amazing... During the World Cup, when Germany beat Brazil 7-1, do you remember what you tweeted?
I believe I tweeted, relax, Germany, they're not Poland.
Pretty bloody awesome. Also, this is sort of my favourite thing that's ever been said on the internet. Wi-Fi at my uncle's funeral is a fucking joke.
It was very If I had 1 million Twitter followers, are you not tempted to just say, could you just all give me a quid?
I've thought about that. Be like, PayPal me a nickel and see what happens, but I'm afraid to. It's like you're not supposed to accept gifts in prison, because then later they come calling. So I don't want it. It's like the free...
You've got to stop saying those things with that moustache.
But you know I know what I'm talking about.
Tom, are you on Twitter?
I got Twitter, yeah. 28 million. 28. 28 people follow me. I do Facebook statuses occasionally, but generally I just don't... you know when people are too honest in statuses? And they just like... literally this morning I went on and someone was like, oh, I have such a lovely life. I am thankful for the trees and the birds. I'm so lucky to be alive. And I was like, yeah, you're lucky no one's fucking shot you. Putting stuff like that on Facebook. I'm sorry, like, delete, block, report as racist.
Isn't part of the whole point about social media is that actually...
Grandad's getting involved. Hello! We're just talking about online media over here, Sean.
Isn't it the people who like social media, because they don't really like socialising. It's an escape from real socialising. I mean, I lie a little bit online, I say I'm a MILF. That's a little lie. I mean, it's the same age.
Same age.
Yeah. I mean, I don't do a lot. I don't do very much. I did lie once online because I gave Asda's own brand custard. I gave it a 5-star review. Never tasted it. Chaos. I'm wreaking havoc.
Craig, are you online a lot?
I tweet, but only really to advertise things. I don't tweet what I'm having for breakfast and who I'm having sex with.
You say such horrible things to people's faces. What would you say online?
I don't lie to them. I say what I say to them because I want them to improve and be better people.
Paso doble doesn't make you a better person.
But on Twitter, they do that thing where I think young people now, because of social media, they mistake openly being rude for honesty. Mm-hmm. So they're like, someone tweeted me the other day, me and Rob Beckett were doing it. How are you going to get all those teeth in one room? And I responded, they were like, oh, can't we? It's a joke. And you're like, no, it's just being rude. Yeah. Like, there's a difference between honesty and just being rude. And I think
they're just keeping it real.
Can we talk about toffees or something?
Sorry, Grandad.
Do you know what I was wondering the other day? You know they have chocolatiers. Do they have toffeetiers? Like men who design toffees. Make beautiful chocolates. Would you have this equivalent in the toffee business where you would design wonderful toffees?
I mean, if we're I've got nothing on. Or maybe that would be like a side interest that a chocolatier would have. Or maybe he'd have a younger, dimmer cousin who did that.
You do the toffees, Bubba.
We only trust you with the toffees.
We'll let Bubba do the toffee.
Bubba do good toffee.
You know, with chocolates, right? You know when you have a chocolate, you're very distinctive. You go, oh, I like that chocolate.
What are you talking about?
Don't like that chocolate.
What are you talking about?
With toffees...
We're talking about the internet and you've gone... I only really understand sweets.
I don't understand the internet, so I want to talk about toffee.
I like sweet things.
Don't get it.
OK, well, let's get some answers on this. So, are you more honest online than you are face-to-face? What do you think, John?
We're going face-to-face.
OK, what would you go for, Sean?
We'll go online then.
OK.
Because I like fun.
OK. You like toffee is what you fucking like. I can tell you 69% of our studio audience say they're more honest face-to-face than they are online. My friend asked me if he was wrong to send messages to himself to appear more popular online. I said no. Go on, tweet yourself. Secretly not even ashamed of that joke. So the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Best thing about being home alone?
Easy.
Go on.
Using the litter tray. You don't have to go upstairs. And then you can just... I don't know. I don't know what you've been feeding that damn cat. You kick it about a bit and you cover it and you just...
Sean, there's a load of toffee wrappers in the cat litter tray.
What do you think? Best thing about being home alone?
When you just get all nice and relaxed and your brain says, don't want to scare you, but do you think we're going to get killed here tonight?
You live with other people, right? Do you ever get the flat to yourself?
Yeah, and I shit myself.
In the cat litter tray?
Whenever I'm on my own in the flat, this is amazing, it's so relaxing, and then I think, oh, I wonder where a killer would hide. It just gets exhausting, checking the fridge again and again, and then you think, you know what?
You think the killer might be in the fridge?
I thought this. Yeah, you're all laughing. What about if you took all the trays out, right? And he's very small. He could be in the fridge. I don't want to get killed because I'm not imaginative enough. You've got to think like a killer to catch a killer.
Craig, do you like being home alone?
Well, it's the only opportunity I can walk around the house naked.
You can do that when you've got company, especially if you want to get rid of them.
I have done that sleepwalking. I've walked downstairs completely naked through a party without even realising.
Sure.
But why did you go to bed when there was a party in your house? Why weren't you at your party?
It was about 5 or 6 in the morning, I think.
Oh, I see. That kind of showbiz party, was it? No, presumably you're never home alone. You got, what, 3 kids and a wife?
But if they are ever out, what I will do is I will take a nap in each family member's bed. I'll just take a 20-minute nap in each, because I bought the fucking thing. I will sleep in each. I want the beds to know that I own them and I purchased them, and my children wake up at 5:30 every morning, and I need to see why can't they sleep in those beds? Do they not work? And they do. So my kids
You're not Goldilocks. What are you doing? Who do you live with, Tom?
I just live with my mate Mike. Good guy. We play an apprentice drinking game where you drink every time someone says, would you let me finish? And you drink if you say anything that doesn't refer to yourself in the third person.
And what, if you lose, do you have to wear the curtains as a sweater?
Exactly.
John, presumably you spent a lot of time on your own over the years.
Well, I don't get to do it much anymore because I cohabit. At the moment, the best thing about being home alone is getting to load the dishwasher in a way that the arm spins around, because the big plates haven't been put in the middle, so the thing doesn't rotate, so nothing on the left hand of the dishwasher is clean.
When is she leaving you, John?
When my wife sees this, she's going to leave me for you.
Well, if you learn to angle the plates, or just accept that the big plates have to be washed, and if you want to clean the skewers, then put them lying flat on the top shelf.
You're turning me on.
The thing is, John, why would anyone ignore that advice? You shouldn't need to say that twice, should you?
Thank you. Amen. I mean, let's be honest, we're all thinking it. I shouldn't have to say it once, because why would you put the big plates on the bottom rack of the dishwasher anyway? I mean, unless you were deliberately trying to piss me off.
Being alone at home, it does give you the opportunity to do things you wouldn't be allowed to do, you know, if your family are in.
Yeah,
it does give the opportunity. And one of my favourite things, I've always wanted to try this out, but I've never been allowed, is to cook a leg of lamb in the tumble dryer. I've always wanted to see if you could do it. you know,
And they won't let you do that?
She won't.
They've got closed minds, haven't they?
So I've done a lobster in a foot spa. To be honest, it's the best use for a foot spa.
OK, best thing about being home alone?
I like being able to choose, you know, what to watch on the television as well.
Yes. That is the right answer. Personally, I think the best thing about being home alone is being able to sit around all day in her underwear. Your underwear. My underwear. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Rob and Tom have 2 points. Sean, Roisin and Craig are the winners for 3 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 Cats, Take It Away, it's Paul Hollywood. Things Could Get Hairy, it's Joe Wilkinson. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, what a result! It's Debbie Logan. She's the bee's knees. It's Aisling Bean. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 40% of Americans have trouble swallowing pills? But if you make that pill bigger and out of beef, slap some cheese on it and pop it in a bun, then problem solved. 33% of people believe robots will one day replace soldiers. Absurd. Who's dipping a robot in a boiled egg? And 58% of people have difficulty finding a builder they trust. And that's because it's difficult to learn Polish. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellist's job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. John's team, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it the news that former Radio 1 DJ Mike Reid has been nominated for a Mobo Award?
Oh, what a world that would be. And tell us what happened.
Well, he's promoted UKIP via the medium which we all use for things we love, which is a calypso song. You've got to go some way to be the most hated Radio 1 DJ of recent times. But he's really... He sung a song in an accent. Now, don't get me wrong, I love an accent. An accent is not racist.
No.
Unless the words you're singing are racist and the accent you use is a bit...
Racist.
Racist.
Mike Reid has apologised unreservedly. He said it was never meant to be remotely racist. You can't sing a calypso with a Surrey accent.
Did he say that as he finished the song? He went, dring. I'd like to apologise profusely for the racist undertones in that song, but I have to sing it in that accent, otherwise it's not a calypso. Forwards with Britain!
It's at number 22 in the charts. I only know that today because my kids were looking to download something else, another song this morning, and my daughter, who's 9, went, "Oh my God, there's a UKIP calypso! It's a number 22!" And so I had to explain what it was, and, you know, she went, "Can we listen to it?" I went, "No, it's dirty, don't listen to it."
What other UKIP hits were they looking to download that came up?
No, it was in the charts. It's number 22 in the charts.
The main problem with it is it's embarrassingly shit, isn't it?
I liked it.
Yeah, it's not the only immigration story this week. There was also the head of the EU has basically said Cameron's plans for immigration caps are illegal. Cameron said, "The UK public is my boss. I only take orders from them."
Only that's not true because we have to go along with what we've signed up for in Europe. So it's completely illegal for David Cameron to actually impose any kind of cap at all, isn't it?
I mean, the thing is about the whole EU thing. I mean, I worked in Cyprus for 6 years. So I look at it from the other side of the fence.
How were you treated out there? Did they welcome you with open arms? I suppose you've always got cake on you, so... If every illegal immigrant was supplied with just a tray of cakes, I think people would go, immigrants, they're bloody marvellous. These are delicious.
It was an easy place to go and work. I mean, I always found that the immigration officers out there, you know, we had to queue for like 12 hours to get it stamped every 6 months.
12 hours in a queue?
Yeah.
What, 12 hours without bacon? Have you ever gone that long?
No.
I can't believe, what did you put on?
It gets a bit dodgy after 3.
It's tough, though. Immigrants are getting a bad time at the moment. They're getting such a bad rap. And I know people say, oh, you're just coming over here taking people's jobs. And I know this seat right here could be taken by a UK comedian. Like, in my country, I was a surgeon.
She worked for many years as a tree surgeon. She's bloody marvellous.
No, there's a tree surgeon. Tree...
Hey!
Let's have a look and see if all these immigration stories are up there. Yes, immigration stories have been dominating the news this week. Mike Reid was accused of being racist for singing the UKIP Calypso in a Jamaican accent. It's only my personal opinion, but I think that man is a bomber clot. In response to EU immigration caps, David Cameron has insisted he answers to the British people and they are his only boss. Well, if we're his boss, why don't we make him do something useful, like rename the cabinet Tenacity and get them to make jackets with solar panels for shoulder pads? Sean Steen, what else has the nation been talking about?
Is it, there's a, well, the only disabled man in the world it's OK to hate. He's been sent to jail.
That's right, this is the story. Oscar Pistorius was jailed for 5 years, but might be out and under house arrest after just 10 months. I mean, it seems very lenient, doesn't it?
That's terrible. How are you going to make any good friends in 10 months?
How do they say 5? They give him a maximum of 5 years and it ends up he could be out in 10. How does that work?
Yeah, it's like the South African prison systems, you've got to serve 1/6 of your sentence and then you're eligible for sort of parole and house arrest and...
So he still could be in there for 5 years. What's the chances?
It's unlikely, isn't it, when he's been given such a meagre sentence.
So, Gabby, what do you make of Pistorius' story?
I think prior to the incident that happened on Valentine's Day last year, he had appeared to be this incredible trailblazer that had done the Olympics and the Paralympics in the same calendar year, which was, never heard of, and was kind of making this breakthrough for Paralympic athletes. But now, obviously, it transpires that a bit of a monster was brewing underneath the surface. And I think that can happen in a lot of sports, kind of, where people get kind of a bit bigger than the sport and they're treated as gods. And maybe nobody kind of pulled him down a peg or two, really, and kind of grounded him. It's very sad.
Can't say peg or two when...
No.
Not fair, Gabby.
Well, speaking of the Paralympics, the International Paralympic Committee has said that Pistorius will not be allowed to compete in Paralympic events until 2019.
Oh.
And that, unfortunately, is as a starter.
Big question now that this trial is over is who's next, isn't it? We've had OJ, we've had Oscar.
Remember that sailor? She's been very quiet. Ellen MacArthur, she's been very quiet. She could go, like, postal. She could join up with the Somalian pirates. Start seizing tankers. And
so Captain
Phillips
Phillips
with weapons. She could do that. I could see Helen MacArthur doing that.
Cried a lot. Cried. Good. He cried, and that's why he got a lenient sentence.
He did. He cried virtually that every time you... Sky treated it like it was the World Cup.
But then, the South African justice system seems to be made for TV, doesn't it? Because they have this really, really long process, obviously, through the trial. Then they have this long process of deciding the sentence, where they take more evidence, which is absurd, really, that you get people coming in saying, oh, he's a nice guy, he did lots for charity. We've just established he shot his girlfriend. That shouldn't actually make a difference right now.
I reckon there's be a couple of, like, chirpy, wisecracking inmates, though, rubbing their hands about him coming in, thinking, oh, can't wait for the comments I can make when he goes to the toilet. Yeah, that would give him a bit of a lift.
Yeah.
You know, those characters you get.
What kind of comments will they make?
I don't know, like, oh, don't go in the toilet when the Oscar's around. and some fellas might go, what? Why? They go, oh, you know, he's like Oscar. I wouldn't go in there when he's standing there. They go, why? What's he going to do? Something like that might happen.
You know they don't at night time, though. They're going to take his legs off him at night time, but he can have them during the daytime, which I think is the wrong way around. Like, he's historically known for being more dangerous at night without his legs than during the daytime.
I wish someone would take my arms off me at night.
They're a nuisance if you want to sleep on your front. You've got to have one
that's
under
exactly
you,
what I
haven't you?
meant. That's exactly what I meant. You know, and I sometimes... I don't have a teddy bear, but I'd like one, because I'd sort of sleep on my side, and I have to now put a pillow there.
I can lock my arms in the air.
Because it's easier for you because you sleep on a bench.
Yeah.
He's lost all his lucrative sponsorship deals, hasn't he? He had a huge deal with Nike. The only company that sponsors him now is Sillet Bang 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 Bang.
Let's have a look and see if Oscar Pistorius is up there. Oh, the most talked about thing. Yes, Oscar Pistorius has been sentenced to 5 years in jail. One unnamed inmate said prison gangs would protect Pistorius, presumably in the same way Pistorius protected his girlfriend from that burglar. Yeah, let's see how he likes being disturbed by 4 unexpected discharges in the middle of the night. OK, John's team. What other news? What other happier news?
Kate Middleton has finally come out.
So to speak.
So to speak. She's been vomiting in the castle.
She hasn't been vomiting. She's had hyperemesis gravidarum, actually.
Isn't it known as super sickness she's got?
Who came up with that? With the laziest doctor in the world. I've forgotten all the Latin I learned. Super sickness. That'll have to do.
It must be horrendous that she can't leave the castle.
Yeah, she's just got a castle. Imagine being stuck in a castle all day.
That's not very nice, but she must be thinking it's a great excuse for getting out some of the crap she has to do.
Ironing all those flags.
Yeah, exactly. Feeling poorly again. I'm not doing it.
Sean, the baby's due on April 29th. It's their anniversary. Are you excited?
I don't know. I mean, I've really struggled to find why this is a story. I mean, if it said scan reveals monkey... I put my tea down here. Hang on a sec.
Joe, how did your parents react to the news?
They love me, regardless.
I think... I just don't know. It literally doesn't raise... Don't mind. I wish them no ill.
We just only need one, don't we? Should just do an X Factor for the Royals, and there's one left, and that's the one I'll give a shit about. I just can't give a shit about all of them. They keep saying, oh, they're only 56p each. They go, well, yeah, but it's not about that. It's about not having a choice. If you give me a choice, I'd give that 56p to Leon and June off Gogglebox. They deserve it more.
They like the Royals, though. They'd be upset if you got rid of the Royals.
Now, Leon doesn't like the Royals, does he? Bollocks, I'm having a cracker. That's what Leon is. I did discover this week that apparently Diana used to call Harry the spare heir, which I think is fair play. That's quite funny. I'm surprised if there's a spare heir knocking around the palace, it hasn't been stuck to William's head.
I feel a bit sorry for Harry, though, because he's slowly, with every new baby, decreasing in value.
Here's his reaction to the new baby.
You're going to become an uncle again for the second time? I am going to become an uncle again for the second time, hopefully. So, yeah, it's very exciting news. I can't wait to see my brother suffer more. And with any luck, if it's a girl, then he'll suffer even greater. I think I'd love to see him try and cope with that. And, of course, with that growing family, your prospects of becoming king reduce, don't they? Great.
Very likable, isn't he?
He's cool.
Gabby, you did the coverage of the royal wedding.
Yes, I did.
Will you do the coverage of the... Will you be standing outside somehow?
No, I don't think I'll be called upon to do that. All that, it's a bit ridiculous, isn't it, when they stand outside the hospital going, "We have no news to bring you. I can confirm nothing has happened." It's the worst rolling news story ever, isn't it?
The well-wishers outside that hospital made me look normal.
I don't get that generally. You know, when they go to the news and they'll send some reporter to the area to cover some story that's loosely connected.
No, it's always outside the football ground. Just, yeah, there's been a transfer story, and so I'm standing outside some gates.
The player's not here, the manager's not here, and neither is anybody who's anything to do with the deal. This is Brian Wilson reporting from Anfield.
Is that a mug of tea?
This is my imaginary microphone, which, whenever I try an outfit on that I'm going to wear on telly, I always hold my
I thought you were in the rain.
You always do so. Whenever you do what on telly?
So sometimes if I try, like, clothes on that I'm going to be wearing on telly, say I'm going to the World Cup and I'm there for 30 days, I've got to have 30 outfits. When I try them on, I do this thing where I hold this imaginary microphone in front of to see what it looks like, which my husband finds hilarious.
Nice to hear someone English with confidence say, when I go to the World Cup and I'm going to be there for 30 days.
OK, let's take a look and see if the royal baby is up there. Yes, the due date for William and Kate's second child has been announced. No one knows what life will be like for the new royal baby, but one thing's for sure, it'll be better than yours. Sean's team.
Are they talking about Sterling at the moment?
Now, you're a Liverpool fan, aren't you?
Yeah.
Tell me, what's the story on Sterling?
Well, he basically said he couldn't do it. Well, someone said he couldn't play for England because he was too tired.
He said that?
Well, and then 24 hours later, he was spotted in the club at 3 a.m. partying. Now, the thing is, I'm a Liverpool fan. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, the lads are... If he's not playing for England and he's not playing for his club, he can have a bit of a break. What's wrong with that?
Apparently, Sterling approached Hodgson telling him, I'm not on my best form at the moment because I'm feeling a little bit tired.
In fairness to Raheem Sterling, I tried to watch that game and it turned out I was too tired to watch it. So if he was too tired to play in it, I understand. I think I got to about half-time before I fell asleep.
I think if England had been playing opposition where they may have lost or, you know, drawn and he wasn't playing and England didn't get a win, it would be much worse. But I kind of respect him for saying he was tired, if he was tired, and then don't put me in a position where I'm going to let you down. But then when you go out 24 hours later, it just doesn't look great.
Don't agree. I do not agree with that point of view. He's 19, right? It just shows how shit England are that a 19-year-old has got the fucking nerve to say to the England manager, "Oh, I don't feel like playing." He should be begging to play. I think our young English players have just way too much status. They shouldn't have the status to even dream of saying that to a manager. They shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, or they shouldn't. He should have been completely honest. He should have said, "I'm a bit tired today and I don't want to play. Tomorrow night, I want to go and see this crazy nightclub circus show with these stripping dwarves. And I don't want to fall asleep during it. So could I avoid the match?"
Well, this is what happened. So Sterling went out the night afterwards and saw dwarves, snakes and bearded ladies at sort of circus at a club.
I know exactly what happened, because I was at the nightclub and I was...
You are not a lady, you've just got a beard.
I was dancing in a cage and he come over and he said, "I'm still tired. That is why I don't want a private dance." And so he must have been tired, otherwise why did he turn me down?
I should say, though, Sterling is teetotal. He was out till 3 a.m. the next day, but he was teetotal and he was up for training the next morning, so...
Times have changed, though. When my dad played for Leeds United, and they were playing Man United away, and he was really badly injured. He had a bruise that goes from your hip bone down to your knee. Couldn't move his leg. And so he was laid up at home. But when they got to Manchester, the Leeds team, one of the players got injured. And so they rang my dad up and said, "Can you get over here?" It was 10 o'clock in the morning, kick-off was 3. "Can you get over here?" And he said, "Well, I can't." I said, "Don't worry, we'll inject your leg." And he had to get the train. I love the idea of him going across the Cross-Pennine train on his own, literally holding his football boots, about to play at Old Trafford. And this was like, you know, a top-level football match. Can you imagine Raheem Sterling going, "Yeah, I'll be on the Intercity 125, I've got my boots, I'll be there for you." And
Did he play?
Yeah, he played.
Did they win the game?
Yes, and they injected his leg with something that, you know, he can't walk now, but it's fine, you know.
But I personally think, though, they should pick all the England team from the championships and all the divisions below. I don't think there'd be anyone from the Premiership, just from the Championship.
You couldn't care. You just care about your team. You could not care less about England, right?
At the moment, I don't really care about the England football team, no.
I think that's is that not? That's quite a common thing.
You get
isn't
so
it?
let down all the time when you're watching a match.
What do you mean you get so let down watching England? Did you not see the season Liverpool had last year? Let's have a look and see if Raheem Sterling is up there. Fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Oh.
What have you got?
Oh, it's the rice shortage.
Oh, yeah, that's been... Oh, no, that's not in... That's weirdly not in the top 5.
No, no, that's next week. The NHS, another bizarre NHS government screwed up crazy initiative to stop people getting fatter. I didn't mean to say that sounds so judgmental the way I said fatter, didn't it? I mean, to stop people getting fatter. Because of the cost of obesity to the NHS is huge. I mean, really massive cost. Like, really, a big fat cost to the NHS. A big, blubbery, great, big, wobbly, lard-arse bill. The NHS is going to have to stump up to pay for all the obese tea that people have got caught. They've caught it in their mouths and swallowed it.
What they've proposed is to try and help this problem that Sean has so eloquently and succinctly kind of put in a little nugget for us.
I think I got it across, didn't I?
You got it right over there. Is to give people vouchers as an incentive to lose weight. So you give them a £50 voucher, which I just think is absolutely ludicrous. It's like saying to an alcoholic, if you stop drinking, I'm going to give you £50.
I think the incentive thing's going to work, because I do that in my life already. I have incentives, like if I wash up, I then let myself play with fireworks.
If you were going to stop the obesity crisis, what would you do? What's your plan, John?
The problem is people don't care that they're going to die until they're dying. People haven't stopped smoking because of the little shitty pictures on packets or the little shutter doors. They've stopped smoking because there was a thing invented where they're still smoking, but they're not going to die of it. That is the only solution. It's like e-scratchings and, like, you know, a vaporised crisp.
I'm just glad booze and toffee apples aren't bad for you.
You are a warning to others, Joe.
The problem is addictive stuff in food, that it's making food is now like crack. What you want to do is you want to stick crack into the carrots. And then be like, I can't get enough of these carrots. I've got to have some more hummus. People be robbing grannies to try and afford more hummus. You need to put crack in carrots.
Do you know what would sort out overnight? Ban lying. Morning fatso, that's it. Just no more lying. The main point of the issue, isn't it? It's about the NHS, the cost of the NHS. It's not actually worrying about the individual health of people. And I think we've actually got to a point now. There's a famous speech in Macbeth where he says, I've waded so far into the blood, I can't turn back, and I'll carry on. And I think we're at that stage with obesity, and there's no point trying to turn back. I think we should make people fatter so they have heart attacks sooner and they're not a burden on the NHS. So you'd have, like, you know, just in the street, just like custard pumps, and they just stop up and they just go...
My idea's a lot simpler.
What? Go on.
It's those gladiator travelators at the front of all chip shops. Let's see how much you want a sausage and batter, mate.
They're going for prevention rather than cure because, you know, people's, you know, there is growing obesity in this country. It's been caused by our sedentary lifestyles and, well, mainly the cause is bake-off.
You can't say that. I always think about a balanced diet, you know, if you take sugar and cakes and all that things out of a diet, then it's not balanced anymore. It's like, would you blame, you know, when there's a...
Excellent argument. I'll have another slice.
Anything in moderation is absolutely fine.
You can't can't blame the Bake Off though. I love the Bake Off so much, Paul, by the way. And like the world is crumbling around us. Nothing we can do. ISIS are taking over the world. There's Ebola on the rise. Kim Jong-un is just going to blow us all to hell. And the Americans won't do anything about global warming. Neither will the Chinese. There's nothing we can do. And sometimes all you want to do at the end of the day is just sit down and watch Mary Berry stick her tiny little teeth into a little biscuit and go, maybe, just maybe, we're all going to be all right.
Let's have a look and see if the NHS is up there. So those were the most talked about things over the last week. But in other news, it's Halloween this Friday. I love Halloween, but then I've always loved people putting the willies up me. Katie Price has brought out her 40-second ghost-written book this week. I've got no problem with it. She doesn't write them, we don't read them, everyone's happy. And Oscar-winning actress Renée Zellweger has appeared in the press looking unrecognisable. Shall we take a look at her? Yeah. OK, here she is before. Here she is now.
If you put them together, you could do Spot the Difference, couldn't you? Like those you get in the newspaper.
There you go.
She's not that different.
She looks like a different person.
Yeah, she looks like a different person.
People get older.
Well, she looks younger.
She hasn't got older. She's gotten sort of...
She's changed her wallpaper.
Which one's...
Well, at the end of that round, John, Gabby and Aisling have 2 points. Sean, Joe and Paul have 3 points. Please pick of the polls. Sean, Joe, Paul, pick a question. What do you like the look of?
The pie, obviously.
Let's go with the pie. Your specialist subject. OK. Most people would rather be good at cooking than sport. True or false?
I would probably say true.
What? No, I'd rather be better at sport.
Yeah.
Nobody ever wanted to hang out with the cooks, did they? Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, he's sitting right there, Sean. It feels like you could dress it up a little bit and not immediately go, sport, definitely sport. So what's being a great cook done for you? I mean,
I'm a baker rather than a cook.
It's literally the same thing.
No, it isn't. If you put something in an oven, it's baked.
So the microwave, do you count the microwave as an oven?
Well, it's called an oven, but I don't often use microwave. Although Nancy this year was putting her dough in a microwave to make it rise a little bit.
But she won.
She did win.
Yeah. Using a microwave.
Well, no, not because of the microwave.
Joe, are you a good cook?
Yeah, I'm good at cooking and sport. I just don't bang on about it.
So you do lots of sport, right? You've represented Wales in the Commonwealth Games. So are you a better cook than you are a sports person, or...?
Now I'm a better cook than I'm a sports person, because that was a long time ago. But I think, personally, if you're really, really good at sport, you can earn lots of money and get somebody to cook for you. But if you're really, really good at cooking, you can't pay any money to be good at sport, can you?
But you could watch sport.
You could watch it, yeah. You could be an armchair fan.
That's how I watch the Great British Bake Off. I sit there going, come on, Paul, you call that a biscuit? Come on! Like that.
John, what do you think?
I was interested in cooking because I already knew I was shit at sport. You tend to go into it because option A has failed.
I will just check in. Hang on a second. Were you terrible at sport?
Yeah.
Turns out you're right.
I've never seen anyone eat a cake on the Bake Off, pull their top off and slide down the grass inside that tent. It's a different kind of thrill, isn't it, sport?
Well, I don't know. You know, baking can be very sexy. Take a look at this. That was an advert for bread from the 1980s. Paul, your hair looks really different there. Well, Paul, as you're on the show tonight, we thought we'd have a little sort of 8 out of 10 cats bake-off. Sean, what have you got?
Oh, I went to town.
What did you bake?
Well, you've heard of the famous layer cake.
Oh, yeah, the layer cake, of course.
Well, I went for a lay-by cake.
Talk us through the cake. That's an extraordinary looking thing.
Well, it's a lay-by, and we've got a badger that's been run over. And then there's a mattress. There's a Battenberg mattress. I've done the back with some stains on it. Dumped mattress on a lay-by. Some toilet roll. I didn't have time. I ran out of time to do the pants on the hedge. What do you think of me, Battenberg? And then there's little bin bags here.
Genuinely spitting that out. Not. Sean, he's got to taste a lot of cakes. He just tastes it and then he spits it out.
What's this made of?
This...
Sugar paste?
I used sugar paste and an actual turd I found in a lay-by.
I think it looks fantastic. I like the sponge. It's nice and moist. It's got a good bake on it. No soggy bottom. Well done.
Beckett, no soggy bottom.
Has anyone... John, have you baked anything?
Yes, well, I'm a big fan of Bake Off. So, my favourite thing that got made this series was the Baked Alaska. So, I thought I could present that in the way that you are accustomed to from Bake Off. So, there we go.
You really don't want to have a look at what that looks like down his trousers.
Yeah, you do.
I got a little bit excited while I was making it.
It does not
Show
look...
everybody how excited you are about that cake.
They're going to see how excited I was to make this Baked Alaska. I see you've already got some cake down there for later.
Thanks very much, Billy.
Baked Alaska a la... Was it a la bin?
But the whole thing about the Alaska gate...
Yeah.
Was Ian, he lost his rag a little bit. He had a bit of a tantrum and he chucked it in a bit. You can't do that. Not on Bake Off.
You can't do that on 8 out of 10 cats, as it turns out. It just doesn't work.
Look how happy John's face is, because he's cleaning up. Joe, I believe you've got some cake?
Yeah, well, I've actually gone a little bit different. I did a pastry, but it is a pastry with a twist, because I've decorated it with me and Paul naked in a treehouse. If you notice, Paul, I've given you quite a large plonker. So I'm hoping that will swing it for me.
Sorry, what did you bake?
Oh, it's a pasty that I decorated with us on holiday. I assumed you had grey pubes.
Who do you think the winner of Cat's Bake Off is?
It's got to be Joe.
You're going Joe?
Yeah.
OK, let's get some odds on this. So, most people would rather be good at cooking than sport. What do you think, true or false?
For sport.
So you're saying false? OK. John, what are you going to go with?
We're saying cooking, I think, aren't we?
Yeah, just to be contrary.
I can tell you the answer is true. 66% of people would rather be good at cooking than sport. Yeah. I'd say I'm better at cooking than sport. My girlfriend asked me to knock something up in the kitchen, and now our cleaner's pregnant. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Top sign you need to grow up.
I still push Lego up my nose. I like the feeling.
Aisling, do you miss anything about being a child?
I miss the games we used to play. There was this one great game we used to play, which is called Where's Daddy Gone? And that was good because it went on for up until now, actually.
I think you miss Christmas, that edginess of Christmas when you find out that Santa...
What?
Don't say it, Paul. Don't say it.
I won't
Don't say it.
I won't say it.
There's a baker. What about those adults? I can't bear this. It really drives me nuts. They're not allergic, but they don't like tomatoes. Oh. It's fair enough when you're 9, but when you're a grown-up adult, you're hungry, you're waiting for your food, and there's a waitress trying to understand the idea that somebody, you know, of fully grown adult size doesn't want tomatoes.
I enjoyed our evening together. If you didn't want me to come to dinner, you shouldn't have asked. But frankly, the flesh on a tomato is too much like human flesh.
Do you not like tomatoes?
The skin and flesh ratio is exactly like eating a small red human.
Oh.
I occasionally still sleep in my mum and dad's bed. They don't want me to, but I have a key to their house.
Occasionally wearing your pants twice when you're a kid. You can do that as a kid, can't you?
And an adult.
That's how you know you need to grow up, if you put your pants on for a second
What if
day.
you've got a day off, though? What if you've been working hard and then you go to bed in your pants because you don't want your bits dangling out?
Are you sleeping in pants because it might get untidy?
It flops about, doesn't it? Sometimes I turn the light on by accident if I turn quickly in the night.
OK, so I'll give you a clue. So it involves your mum.
It's got something to do with your mum?
Yeah, students do it. Students kind of do it when they go...
Getting washing done.
The right answer. Yes, the top sign you need to grow up is your mum still does your washing. Last time I went round my mum, she offered to wash my smalls. I said, no thanks, mum. I haven't got time for a bath. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Gabby and Aisling have 3 points. Sean, Joe and Paul are the winners with 4 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Pet, it's Sarah Milliken. Brooke Who's Talking, it's Alex Brooker. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, the one to watch, it's Alex Jones. Not just a funny face, it's James Acaster. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 83% of people think banks are the most important shops on the high street? And that's a survey of people that have momentarily forgotten they've just opened a Nando's on the high street. 55% of people believe in ghosts. Ooh, believes in ghosts these days. And 50% of people who win the lottery return to work afterwards to tell their boss to fuck off. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's Guy Fawkes night this week, so tonight it's our palace job to guess the nation's top 3 most popular British traditions. Sean's team, what do you think are our favourite traditions?
Well, actual Guy Fawkes night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The actual Guy Fawkes night.
The thing is, his name wasn't Guy, it was Guido, which is an Italian name.
Yeah.
And the translation of Guido into English isn't Guy, it's Ian. So it should be Ian Fawkes night.
Oh, penny for the Ian.
Yeah.
5th of November, he climbs down your chimney. He leaves some sparklers under your pillow. And then when you grow up, you learn it was just your parents.
Those were not your parents. People had broken and entered.
Basically, what I think's interesting about it, though, is that you're celebrating something that didn't happen, aren't you?
Yeah, you're celebrating a failed attempt to blow up Parliament, yeah.
Normally, you celebrate something that happened, don't you?
But that's by the by.
Is it? All right.
How's that by the by? What do you think's the key issue here?
Well, I mean, fireworks is a nice night out, isn't it?
Not if you watch the One Show. It's terrifying if you watch the One Show. Because you always do the safety film with someone who's basically let a Catherine wheel off in their face.
Health and safety first, Jimmy.
Yeah, there's always a lot of health and safety
But the thing is, I haven't always...
Were you applauding health and safety?
I assumed we were all applauding health and safety and sad to be the only one.
I haven't always liked it.
You didn't always like fireworks night? Go on.
Well, because I lived on a sort of an estate cul-de-sac thing.
Yeah.
We used to take the Guy Fawkes round in the wheelbarrow, you know, penny for the guy.
Right.
And we didn't have a head. So my sister shaved my girl's world. Do you know what a girl's world is?
My sister shaved my girl's world.
You know what a girl's world is,
Yeah.
right?
Have you ever shaved yours,
funny.
Sarah?
I know what it is.
So go on, you shaved your girl's world for Guy Fawkes, right?
A girl's world is a plastic head with hair, and you do the
you're making it
hairstyle.
worse.
Oh, it's making it worse. Sean's making it worse. Anyway, she shaved my girl's world and put that as the head. So I didn't like it for a while. Now I like it again.
What about you, John? Do you like it? Because, I mean, it's fun, so I imagine not so much.
I like it. I worry about everything. I worry if I had kids, how you let a kid have a sparkler. I think I'd just tell him, I'll hold it and you tell me where to move it.
When we were at school, we had someone come in to do like the demonstration video about the sparklers. I'll never forget him in front of my whole class. I was only about like 10, and him going, just by the way, you need to be really careful holding these. And then looked at me. I was like, what? I don't know what rumours you've heard. That's not what this is. Do you know what I mean? And statistically, if there's one person in the room less likely to get their fingers wet, it's me. I've reduced my percentage of burning, I think.
So do you like fireworks, Sarah?
I have a slight problem with it because I married my first husband on the 5th of November because we thought it would be a really good idea because we'd never forget our wedding anniversary, and then we got divorced.
So those were the only fireworks that night?
Well, not that night.
No, that night was all right.
That night was all right. You know, it's just after that. A fireworks display is probably quite a good place to take a new boyfriend so he can hear all the noises in you that he's supposed to make you do, all the ooh, oh, wow.
Careful, you'll have my eye out.
And then you can't go back to it until it's died down, obviously. You can't touch it for ages.
Well, let's have a look and see if fireworks night is up there. Yes, fireworks night. Guy Fawkes was sentenced to be hung, drawn and quartered, but managed to cheat the execution by jumping from the scaffold and breaking his neck. Well done, Guy Fawkes. That showed him. OK, well, what else are our best traditions, John?
If you're talking British traditions...
Yeah, British traditions.
I imagine it's drinking alcohol to excess until we puke.
We are bloody good at it.
What distressed me recently, they put out guidelines on what they think binge drinking is, and they said if you drink half a bottle of wine a day, you're an alcoholic. But if you live on your own and you open a bottle of wine, you've got 2 goes to finish it or it goes off. So half a bottle of wine is a deadline, really.
But it's because it's 8 units for a man, isn't it, and 6 for a woman, but nobody will say how many it is for a bane. Something Geordies want to know.
Isn't it for a week? It's like, is it for a man? It's 21, which is what, about 11 pints, which you'd hope to have done by Tuesday.
Alex, do you drink too much?
If you can't binge drink, you're not Welsh, bottom line.
Right.
I was a late starter because I was a bit of a swot. I was like a violin-carrying dweeb. And, but I was quite late discovering sort of diamond white, which is very nice. On a more elegant night, we'd go diamond blush because it was pink. And then we topped it up with vodka, and I got home somehow. Mum and Dad opened the door. I fell in, projectile vomit over the whole hall. And instead of being upset, they were sort of proud. They were like, yes, she's normal.
James, you a big drinker?
No way, man. What I don't like about it is when you go to a bar, you don't know how much the drink costs to the last minute. It's not like in a normal shop, everything's got price tags on it. At a bar, it's a secret. You order all the drinks, and then at the end, you wait for the surprise. It's not fair. You know how in a taxi cab, you have the meter running and you can watch it? They should have that behind the bar, like hook it up to the taps, and while they're filling the pint, you can watch the numbers go up. If it gets a bit too much for you, just lean in and point the side of the glass, like, anywhere here is fine.
The thing I think about binge drinking is that every summer it's the same. You get all the papers going, oh, the British teenagers are going crazy abroad in Magaluf. There's people half naked and there's some being sick on the street. And I just look at it and I just think, God, I bet that was a good night out though, wasn't it? I'm just jealous.
You had your stag do recently?
Yeah, I did.
Well, that is a smile that says something terrible happened. What happened? What was the...
It was just like carnage. You're getting the Jaeger bombs. There was all sorts of drinks I was mixing. I binged. I don't care, I binged.
Did you do more than 8 units, do you think?
Oh, massively.
9.
9 or 10.
When do you go to bed if you don't drink? That's what I don't understand.
I don't drink. That's me.
When do you go... Because if I don't drink, I literally spend the whole night thinking, oh, I could send an email now.
Do you have a bedtime?
No, I'm 32.
Sarah, you've got a strict bedtime.
Yeah, but I decide it.
But you're quite strict with yourself.
Yeah, but I can change it.
If you've been good.
If I've been good, yeah.
What time's bedtime, then?
1:30, unless it's 3.
What are you doing now till... What are you doing till 1:30 if you don't drink?
Telly. Reading. There's other things apart from booze, John.
No. Who wants to be paying attention to what's on at 1 o'clock in the morning? Everything on at 1 o'clock in the morning is shit.
If this is going out at 1 in the morning, I apologise. Stay tuned, he doesn't know what he's saying.
People who are drunk, no offence, all of you, clearly. Awful company. Like, if I wanted to be around people pissing themselves and talking rubbish, I'd have had a kid. It's the same thing.
Well, it's quite a fun fact. So London Zoo got into trouble recently for having... They had zoo lates, and they got into trouble because some drunk people disturbed the animals.
Of course they did.
Only a little bit, though. A man poured beer over a tiger.
They prefer Frosties.
They do prefer Frosties, that is a documented fact. One man stripped off and tried to enter the penguin pool. One zookeeper at the penguin enclosure was asked by a man leaning over the glass barrier, which penguin can I fight?
They do just stare, don't they? Penguin looks at you. He just never looks away. They just stare at you. You stare back at them, they don't go...
Are you saying the penguin had it coming?
Well, yeah, I can see that happening quite easily.
OK, no, fair enough.
After watching Happy Feet, if I was boozed up and I went to a penguin enclosure, I'd expect them all to tap in unison. And if they weren't, then I'd get pissed off. And I reckon that's probably what happened to that guy. But I wouldn't go to a zoo boozed up anyway, because I'll get really bad beer goggles and I'd just be like... I wouldn't trust myself.
What animal, if you were gonna... Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment, but if you were gonna in the zoo, if you had your beer goggles on... The llama. So
you just
soft.
asked him which animal he would have sex with in a zoo.
That's because his I answered.
But you said a llama.
He said a llama. He didn't even have to think.
I just think it's not your usual, isn't it? So it's something like if you went, like, I pulled a, I don't know, a horse, and it'd be like, oh, just loads of them. And it'd be like, I've done a llama, you've gone a little bit above and beyond, haven't you, I think? I can't believe I'm even saying this shit.
I can believe we're not advocating having sex with animals. He is.
They've just banned it in Denmark.
No. Well, I'm cancelling those tickets.
Banned having sex with animals. It's illegal. I know. Crazy Europeans, you know. And they've also, they banned Marmite in Denmark as well. They banned Marmite, it's too salty.
Yeah.
It really annoyed me. Anyway, if you're asking, owl.
Owl?
Because they've got a cloaca, haven't they?
A cloaca?
It's a cloaca. It's a hole for everything.
How do you know what that word is?
Because I know stuff, I read books.
Yeah, what kind of books? They're magazines, love.
No, they're ornithological textbooks. But, you know, a bird has a cloaca. And you can get some big owls. You get a big owl.
Wouldn't you obviously go for a gorilla?
Wouldn't you obviously go for a gorilla? You're saying you would the gorilla?
Wouldn't you?
I'd fight you for the gorilla, Alex.
Yeah. Well, it's the closest thing to us.
What have we been reduced to?
I like the fact I've learned something, though, about the old cloaca and that.
I've just been given the best note of my career. Just to clarify, we're not advocating having sex with animals. Apparently, we need to say that in case anyone's watching this and going, no, I thought we could. I didn't realise.
Yeah. Well, just to say, if you go to Denmark, think about it, think twice. Because it won't be another day for you in paradise.
Phil Collins, everyone.
Yeah, Phil Collins.
Well, I can tell you binge drinking is not in our top 3. You might be asking yourself, am I a binge drinker? Well, if right now you're watching 2 of me while lying on your living room floor in your underpants singing I Will Survive, you might be. OK, Sean's team, what do you think is the nation's favourite tradition?
Oh, I think April Fool's Day. I don't know if they do it elsewhere in the world. Probably banned it in Denmark.
I'll tell you where else they do it. They do it in Spain. Yeah. And if you fool someone, you say, you innocent little dove, that you let yourself be fooled.
In English?
It just feels nicely poetic, you innocent little dove that let yourself be fooled. Again, in Britain, when you fool someone, if you play a practical joke at the end, you just go, ah, wanker.
Do doves get fooled a lot? Go around fooling a dove every now and again? Introduce it to a pigeon you painted white?
Have you ever played any pranks? Have you done any on the One Show? It feels like the One Show is kind of the environment where you could do...
we pretended we were talking from a box.
Did you?
Matt and I got into a box and we spoke to people. I mean, it wasn't original. It didn't work, to be fair.
James has a question.
I'm unsure as to what the prank was. You were in a box, you spoke to people.
And people would pass and we'd be like, oh, yeah, how are you? Because we had a camera inside and they'd be like looking around.
So you were out in the street?
We were on the street.
Oh, I thought you meant like guests came onto the One Show and you're both in a box.
No.
And you're going, hello, hello, Whitney. Hello, Charles Brandes. Did you have a good time at the Pencil Museum?
No, I don't like April Fools because an ex-boyfriend said he was gay.
On?
April Fools. But he didn't realise it was April the 1st. It was an actual fact.
I don't know where to begin.
It was very short term. I think he thought, I'll tell her on April the 1st. I thought he was joking. It was a mess.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's happily married to Richard. That's all we need to know.
So in a way, he was pretending to be in a box as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Had you got him with an April Fool before he told you that? That would have been
No.
If you had done the old cling film on the toilet and he was covered himself in piss and gone, right, something got to tell you anyway, gay.
You know the cling film? That only really works for fellas. Because if a lady sits on it, it just feels lovely.
Just have 4 litres of Fanta. It's a day for wankers, really, isn't it?
What?
Well, it's very British to be able to say, oh, if you want to play a hilarious joke, then you must wait until the one day of the year. I mean, guy like me...
because you're so full of joy and fun the whole time.
I'm pranking 24/7, 365, Jimmy. I don't...
So what pranks have you played?
I love a hide.
So where do you hide?
Wherever there's a gap, mate.
I once hid down the side of the bed, and my fella came in the room and spotted me straight away because my arse was higher than the bed.
My favourite pranks, you know the ones where you can tell someone's thought of it and they literally haven't had a single person to check with? So they've done like a bomb scare or something, and then you see it in the paper and you think, if you just had one person around, even if you just had a cat to just look at you and go like that, you could have thought, hang on, but nobody asked and you've done it and then you thought, oh.
I agree with you. Pranksters, if you've got a prankster in your group, he's normally the prick of the group, isn't he?
Well, you got to there before he got to prick. Sean, do you ever play any pranks?
Sometimes what I do is I replace all the light bulbs in the house with ones of a slightly lower wattage.
Stop
You
it.
can see people on the dimmer switches going, oh. I'm sitting there chuckling away going, haven't got a clue. Sometimes I go up in the loft, just move everything around. You know, nobody knows, do they? So basically I do stuff, there's no victim.
Turn the doormat round?
Yeah, I love doing that, yeah. You're a bit of a prankster, are you?
Don't get me started. Don't get me started, Sean. Sometimes I change ties halfway through the evening. I'm staying in on my own, but it's funny.
Just remembered another one I like to do.
Go on.
It's if we're having a drink, whatever, and they go to the toilet, I put my cock in their pint. That's not as subtle, and there is a victim. Usually me.
That's why I switched to hot toddies. Too many times.
And you do have to take it out again before they come back. Very important.
Yeah. Speaking of brilliant pranks, earlier this year, a Polish man dressed up his dog in a spider costume to terrify passers-by. Let's treat ourselves. Just so you can see it, here's the dog. Here he is in his costume.
Aww.
I mean, if you see it in daylight, it's not that scary, but...
I think I'd shit myself during the day if I saw that.
My mum always used to get us, every year she used to get us when we were kids, and it was always a mouse. She'd just say, oh, I saw a mouse, and we'd be like, oh, no, it's a mouse, and she'd go, "Bah!" like that, because that's how it works. But then there was one time she sort of roped me in on it, and she said, shout downstairs and tell your dad and sister that I can't feel my legs. And this is a woman...
I can't feel my legs!
Yeah, and this is a woman with polio, just so you know. She's got a really dark sense of humour, my mum. She's awesome. So I shouted downstairs, oh, I can't feel legs. And they ran upstairs, of course they did, and she went, ta-da, out of the bed like that, because she's twisted. But then I decided to get her back the next day. Oh, no, why am I saying this on the telly? Put some old knickers and a very red lipstick and pretended I'd started my period.
Let's see if April Fool's is up there. Yes, April Fool's. My girlfriend did a brilliant April Fool's prank on me last year. She got my best friend to come round, take all his clothes off and hide in the wardrobe, and then she jumped in the shower and pretended she didn't know he was there. OK, Johnstein, what other British traditions do you think are popular?
Is it celebrity gossip? We all love gossip, don't we?
So do you read the celebrity stories in the paper? Sarah, do you ever read?
No, I don't like all that sort of stuff. I find it quite icky. It's because you don't talk to your neighbours anymore, though, isn't it? Because we used to talk to our neighbours and bitch about people that way. And because I'd rather die than talk to my neighbours. Sorry if they're watching.
So you don't like the celebrity gossip?
No, I don't like all the bitchiness. It's always just slagging off women on, like, the Daily Mail website. Or sidebar of shame, that's what they call it, isn't it?
They had a headline the other day, Cheryl battles trolls. Clicked on it, not a single troll.
Were you hoping for, like, Game of Thrones?
Cheryl Cole under a bridge with a cricket bat.
There were some revelations about you recently. It was in The Guardian. John Richardson, I didn't have any sex, I didn't do any drugs.
I don't know who leaked that story. I'm looking across the table. I've kept that very quiet.
Alex, do you feel you have to keep up to date with the celebrity gossip?
I have a confession. I'm obsessed. Because it's either that or the serious news, which I'm supposed to do for my job. So instead, I think I'll start lightly and go to the showbiz.
Well, what you could do, Alex, instead of doing that, is maybe look out the window and contemplate where your life's going.
Well, celeb gossip is not one of the most popular British traditions. What would we do without British tabloid newspapers? Well, for a start, we'd have to buy proper plastic bin liners for our cat litter trays. Figures on buzzers, one more thing to get.
We go to the seaside, don't we? Like a bit of the old fish and chips and sit on a cold, wet, dark winter's beach and contemplate death.
Well, that went downhill fast, didn't it?
That's what holidays with John are probably like.
It's really patronising now. People call it a staycation, don't they, if you go on holiday in this country. Staycation is just going upstairs in your house and staying there for a week. The politicians think they're really cool, don't they? Oh, David Cameron was seen having a staycation in Cornwall. Bloody expensive Cornwall and a lovely part of the world.
Let's have a look at David Cameron on his staycation in Cornwall. There he is. And they just, apparently they just rolled him back into the sea after that. from South Shore.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So, I mean, that's a seaside town. Did you spend a lot of time on the beach as a kid?
Yeah, but we were always wary of the sand because we were always told that in sand is glass and turds. But it does mean that your sandcastle just has windows, you know, and turds.
Can I just say, I've got no positive memories about the beach at all. When I was a kid, my granddad was terrified of jellyfish. Like, to the point where he acted like they were galloping around the sands, like leaping on sunbathers and stinging them at the butt. And he kicked my football, my favourite football, into the sea. And when I ran to get it, he dove in front of me and stopped me and went, "No, that's just what I want."
Have you been to Wales on holiday?
Yeah. You know, I think Britain in general, beautiful coast, some lovely seaside towns, but some are dodge, aren't they? And instead of lovely bronzed people, you've got really white people with goose pimples, which just isn't nice to look at. And then you contemplate, shall we go in the sea that's full of trolleys and condoms?
I like that English seaside. You know, we don't get the weather, which is you don't get the weather, but, you know, if you're lucky, the pier gets on fire and that will warm you up.
I used to live in, like, a seaside town, and the thing that struck me about it is how much the local people used to moan about other tourists coming in, as if they didn't know what they were signing up for. But I quite like the fact that I always read now when they say prisons are like holiday camps. I find it quite ironic, because you're probably quite likely to see a 70s entertainer at both, aren't you?
Yeah. That's a good point. OK, let's see if seaside holidays are up there. Yes, seaside holidays. I went to Bournemouth the other day, and although the sand was absolutely lovely, they do have terrible problems with crime, drugs and youth unemployment. They've got 99 problems, but the beach ain't one. Well, at the end of that round, Sean, James and Alex have 2 points. John, Alex and Sarah have 1 point. So the next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Alex, Sarah, pick a question. What do you like the look of?
I like the look of that sexy guy there with his very similar biceps to me. Except he's got them all on one arm and I've sort of spread them out all over my body.
OK. Here is your question. We asked the studio audience, would you rather get a massage from a friend or a stranger?
My sister used to do massage, and she said there's a muscle that if on a bloke that gives him an erection.
Wasn't she suspicious on the day of the training that they taught her that?
Oh no, she found it out herself.
I'm pretty sure it's not just one muscle as well. It's pretty much the entire body when touched by anyone who looks nice.
Can you say in a Geordie accent, my sister's a masseuse?
Oh, my sister's a masseuse, like that.
That's all I needed. All I wanted. The idea of giving me any pleasure is revolting to you.
Yeah, I feel like I need to wash my hands. I don't think I'd even want to be massaged by a bloke. I went with my friend of mine, and she opted. There was like a male and a female massage therapist, and she said, "I want the bloke," and she said she could feel his
Gentleman area.
She said she could feel it on her elbow, and I'm just fascinated by that because my elbow's got like rhino skin on. I don't even know if I could do hot and cold, let alone tell if it was a cock or not.
All right, come on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought we were going to add a bonus round to 8 out of 10 cats. And now cock or not. John, do you like a massage?
I don't like a handshake, Jimmy. I'm uncomfortable with that much physical contact. The idea of stripping naked and having someone touch the backs of my legs and my arse and my neck.
They don't do your arse.
I know. That's why they don't get tipped. No, I don't enjoy being touched and massaged. I've never had. And it's the idea of a friend or a stranger, it's obviously a stranger. I don't know what social groups these people move in, but you're watching the football and, oh, that was an amazing goal, that one. I'm just a bit tight there. You just tease it out. Oh, yes, you are a legend.
So, Alex, would you rather get a stranger to massage you or a friend?
Get off, a stranger.
Definitely a stranger?
Yeah, because they do your bum.
So many...
Did they do your bum?
Only in Greece.
Only in Greece?
Oh, OK.
Yeah.
I've not been there.
And
Greece, all right.
just like this. I mean, he wasn't shy, and it wasn't pleasant. Have I said
He
too
tells
much?
his story very differently.
Yeah, he tells the story very differently. Meet the lady from the wine shop. She's very nice. We've got some massaging tools here. Do you want to have a crack at those?
Yeah, that was for catching spiders. Is that enough for catching spiders?
Do you want to have a go at these? Huh?
Ready?
Okay, Sarah, you do John. Oh, hang on, this is good.
It's not remotely pleasurable. It's
Okay,
You look really relaxed, though. That's
John,
good.
nice.
hands on the desk. Hands on the desk, yeah, okay. There's people on their first night in prison that look less stressed than you.
Oh, that's really horrible. No offence.
This only works on the head, yeah?
Well, no, I've got other devices. I've got this for you. Do you want to have a crack at that?
What is
There you
that?
go. So you press the button on the top.
Is it clean?
Yeah, we gave it a rinse.
Oh, I could do that, actually. I've got a bit of a problem with my shoulder.
Have you got any more of them knocking about?
I've got that. That is a face roller. I like that. Yeah, so you're meant to roll that on your face.
I'm going to do something to my face because I've got enough bad things going for me.
Yeah.
Without ruining this.
Do it on mine, I don't
Go on.
mind.
Oh.
Oh.
Have a go on this. Have a little picture to make.
Well, I'll do you. You
Go on then.
did me. I'm so very aware I'm gripping it in the same way I do when I'm painting my hallway. Right, here we
It's
go.
going to need a couple of coats. Oh, it's quite nice.
It is.
It's quite nice. Give us a go. What? It's nice everywhere.
This is meant to be this is a hand massager. So if you put that on. Do you want to give Sean a go with that? That's the hand massager,
Ready?
apparently. Don't stick them in your eyes, Sean.
Relax.
I'm very happy
Lean
with it.
forward.
All right.
Ready?
Feels like one of my kids is rubbing a car over me.
Is it nice, though?
I've fallen asleep pissed on the sofa. I've been woken up in the morning. There's a kid playing on me.
OK, let's get some answers on this. So we asked our audience, would you rather get a massage from a friend or a stranger? John, what are you going to go with?
Stranger, obviously.
You're going stranger, OK. What are you going to go for?
I don't really matter to me, because if I take my glasses off, don't know who it is. Could be the Pope. Could be the Pope.
So what are you going to go for, Sean?
I'd always have a stranger, because I wouldn't want a friend reading what I've got written on my back.
What? Have you got a tramp stamp?
No, I've just got a load of lyrics on my back. And I wouldn't want a friend seeing those.
What lyrics have you got?
It's just a song. I just got the lyrics to a song. You
Well,
know,
which song
people get songs.
Means something to you, yeah. Which song is it, though?
I've got girls just want to have fun lyrics.
Stranger, OK. I can tell you 78% of our studio audience would rather get a massage from a stranger than a friend. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Worst way to break up with someone?
At the maternity ward.
I got dumped in a curry house once, but it was right at the end of it. And I was like, I'll pay, I'll get the bill. And she was like, we're on a break. And she's like, I don't think we should get back together. I was thinking, I would have ordered all the sides and that, because I went the full hog to try and get her back. I had like sagaloo, bargees.
You're trying to win her back with a sagaloo.
I heard about a guy, he was going to propose to his girlfriend, and they did a nice romantic walk down the beach, and before he could propose, she broke up with him 3 minutes before the plane that he had booked was scheduled to write, "Will you marry me?" in the sky. And I was talking to my friends about what you would do in that situation, and I think I would desperately try and run around the beach trying to write "abort" in the sand. And maybe push her in the sea.
Alex, have you broken up with anyone? Because one of the worst ways, I think, would be for a guy to tell you that he's gay. I imagine that's...
I think a fax machine might be a bad way to do it.
Didn't Phil Collins famously do that? He broke up with his wife by fax.
What, he went like this?
me if I'm wrong, Alex, that is Welsh, isn't it?
Sarah, what's the worst way to break up?
Is it smash their world's best boyfriend mug in front of them? Like maybe in their face?
So you essentially glass them with a mug.
Invite them to your wedding, you could do that.
You're still going out with them, but... Oh, that is cold. John, do you think she's going to do that to you?
I do now. Thank you.
So worst way to break up with someone?
Toss a coin, and just say, look, heads will leave you. Yeah. And then you go, oh, damn, it's tails. 20 years, I suppose. Or, I think a limerick's a good way to do it.
A limerick?
A limerick's a good way to do it, because you put some thought into it, and, you know, and it can give them a sort of, a sense that at least it's got a jaunty little angle to it. But like, a thought is suddenly dawning of why I'm consistently yawning. For the past 20 years, you've bored me to tears, so I'll be off in the morning.
Worst way to break up with someone, let's get some...
Murder.
It involves a third person.
Shagging someone in front of them.
That is the right answer. Yes, the worst way to break up with someone is to deliberately cheat in front of them. When I split up with my ex-girlfriend, she took it really badly, at least that's what my PA tells me. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, James and Alex have 3 points, so do John, Alex and Sarah. It's a draw, everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, stop right now. It's Melanie C. He's got Specs appeal. It's Ramesh Ranganathan. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, fresh meat, it's Charlotte Ritchie. His eyes are smiling. It's David O'Doherty. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 3.5 million Londoners use the Underground every day? My grand's been using the Underground every day for years. We buried her in 1994. 43% of men over 36 say they don't have any close male friends. So, mission accomplished, eh, ladies? And 33% of Brits have mistakenly called or texted the wrong person. I accidentally called my mum the other day while having sex. It was so embarrassing. I said, "I'm sorry, Mum, I'll call back. I didn't realise you were having sex." Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellist job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean's team, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Cheryl Cole was accused of miming on X Factor, wasn't she?
Yeah.
It's a big scandal.
I don't think she was, though, because she put out a very strongly worded statement in which she said...
Melanie, do you think she was miming or not?
Well, if she's miming really well. And if she's singing really well. And I think she's probably better at one than the other. Hey, we've all seen her sing live. Didn't we? At the Queen thing? The Queen's Golden Doodah?
Well, no, there was another... I've seen her sing
the Queen's Golden Doodah?
Did you not know the Queen has a Golden Doodah? She was on Embarrassing Bodies. They did a royal special. So Cheryl's denied that she was miming.
Yeah, no, it's really difficult.
Is that not
because...
part of the job, though? I mean, you were in the Spice Girls for years, and you have to sometimes on a TV show mime, right?
Yeah, I mean, often you mime because you don't have the choice because they're not set up for the sound, but it's the X Factor. And there's lots of contestants singing live who've had no experience on live television, which when you've been in a band, like Girls Aloud, you have.
Right.
But even if you are a really experienced singer, it's hard to do a good job. And they're going, I wonder whether it's like, sorry, it's a fly. I've not got an issue there. Well, I've got a few, but not that one.
There wasn't, she mimed. there wasn't a fly, she mimed that. I also seeing it from Cheryl's point of view. You know, everyone's going, oh, she mimed, she shouldn't have mimed. Well, what you got to remember is, of course she mimed, she's trying to sell a record. If she sang that record live, that'd be a PR disaster.
I think if she was miming, it's just the worst thing ever. The idea that she can't sing live on a show that's all about live singing. I know I'm stating the obvious.
You're a singer as well, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Did you used to be in bands?
Yeah, I did. I used to be. I was in a manufactured band actually. It was an all-girl.
Spice Girls weren't manufactured.
I didn't mean to look at you. I didn't mean to look at you. It was because of you're in my eye line, and I was in it, and it was a kind of classical all-girl group, and we sang.
Would you ever be tempted to go on X Factor?
Oh no, because I get cross-watching it because I think it's like a talent show, but I think it's also mainly an entertainment show.
It's so cannibalistic, isn't it, that basically Cheryl Cole sings on it's like this sort of monster that eats its own shit. Like, and it'll get to the point where the backstory will be, yes, well, I won X Factor once, and things didn't really turn out for me, so I'm ending up back on X Factor. I think it's just a big scam. One day it'll all be exposed, it'll be like PPI, you know, and everyone will get all their money back from the phone calls.
You'll get a phone call. Did you ever buy a One Direction single?
Yeah,
I did. Well, you could be owed money.
Yeah.
Are you a big X Factor fan, Melanie?
This is a tricky one for me because, of course, Mel B's a judge on it.
Right.
So I have to.
Lie.
I do support. I have to lie. I do support her, and she's the best thing on it because she says it like it is. But I fucking hate the show, and I'm totally bored of it, and I can't believe it's still on the telly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever sat on a fence before, but that's not how that's done.
It's just so contrived.
Yeah, it's not like in the old days of the Spice Girls. It's not like they didn't have an idea for that.
It was completely organic, the Spice Girls.
Of course it was, yeah.
But
the
X Factor is so done, isn't it? Who's gone on to have a great career from the X Factor?
One Direction.
Well, that's it. That's it. How many years has it been on? 11th, we're in the 11th year?
I mean, I've done pretty well since I won it. Granted, it was a different show then. I'd be like, at the end, I'd be like, fax me, vote for me by fax. And I'd do the fax mime.
Oh, did they still do that on it as well? Call. Don't you hate that?
I hate
the contestants.
That. It's like, if the song is dog shit, you are not going to convince me by doing that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I hated everything. Oh, you want me to phone? Yeah, I will do, yeah.
Yeah, but you say that. I don't like the song on the Gay Exchange advert, but I call.
What was that number again?
08 785 79 78 45.
That's where I know you from. OK, John, who do you think is going to win?
The Italian one, because that's what they said on Gogglebox. And that's where I get all of my X Factor knowledge from. They said the Italian one who likes dogs is going to win it.
I can't believe he's not going to win it, Dad. You're such a fucking idiot.
He said it.
One of them on the X Factor said he seduced a lady who may also have been on the X Factor, but he said he got to 6th base. I think that's where you take a shit while she's brushing your teeth. I think that's it. You're so comfortable.
Is that the really incredible, talented Stevie dude? Didn't he go out for dinner with Simon Cowell to a fucking Harvester or something?
It's actually called Harvester, not fucking Harvester, but I made the same mistake.
Sorry,
I had no idea.
How many fuckings are allowed?
Oh, you're allowed loads of them, don't panic.
No C words, though. We're not allowed
No
any
C words?
Fancy the C word at some point.
OK, lovely, no
Brilliant,
problem.
thanks.
She's going to play the C word at some point. What do you think of Simon Cowell? People criticised Stevie Ritchie for being cheesy this week. This is how he responded. That's pretty distressing. I think his belly button's winking at me.
Why did he have, like, sports socks and sweatbands on?
Because he's like sort of the new Sporty Spice.
Is he? Is he Sporty X-Factor?
He's the new Sporty Spice, look at him.
Shit.
It's a waste of good cheese, that. I like a laugh, so I have the triangle one, but there's no need for the blue cheese there to get involved. His cock clearly isn't there.
I think he might have gone mental. Yeah. I've got another one.
Fans of cheese jokes, stay tuned.
Yeah.
Sean Locke, everyone.
Shame it wasn't Parmesan or some other hard cheese. Hard.
His publicist said, damn, that was a bad idea.
These jokes could be better.
Yeah. Let's see if X Factor's up there. Yes, Cheryl's been accused of miming on the X Factor. The X Factor ratings have embarrassed Simon Cowell. He's really lost face and then replaced that face with a much bigger, wonkier face. OK, Johnson, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it the complete breaking down of any physical boundaries? What have you been talking about, touchy McPenis hands?
Everyone's talking about Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah, OK.
Selling shitloads of albums.
So she's taken her music off Spotify. That's the big news, isn't it?
She has, yes. I don't understand how the world... She's made $250 million from music, and I've genuinely never heard one of her songs. She points out there that the haters got to hate, and can I just say on behalf of the haters, that we are out there 24/7, 365 to try and stop shit like that happening.
I feel like I'm probably her target demographic, actually. And so I wanted to be like, don't like it, really don't like it. And it came on and I was like the chicken. Has anyone seen Chicken Run? When the chicken, the really big one, she doesn't notice, but her feet are tapping. And she gets really cross about it. I felt like that. Like, when I heard the song, I couldn't help it. And I think it's so good. I think it's so good.
I don't know whether that analogy's made it any clearer for you.
The one good thing about Taylor Swift is, I've done in my research of her, is she hasn't really made a career on dancing around in her pants, has she? Which a lot of people seem to do these days, don't
What
they?
was she doing in that video?
She wasn't really in her pants, was it? It wasn't
Like granny pants.
Yeah, which was ballet gear. But, you know, a lot of people, basically, let's be honest, are performing in lingerie, yeah, in sort of soft porn stars.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned sort of porn I used to enjoy. Before I found God. Looking at me. But they do, like, you know, Beyonce, she's like the biggest earning female music star or male music star in the world, I don't know, or not male. She basically spends a lot of her time in underwear, you know, singing in her underwear. Why can't you get a singer, just come on, lovely voice, in a fleece?
OK, so Taylor Swift, back to her. Ramesh, you a fan?
Massive fan, yeah. I sort of understand where she's coming from in terms of like wanting to take her music off Spotify, because if you're getting it for free, why would you bother paying for it? It's not a business model, is it?
On Spotify, artists are paid around 0.006 cents every time one of their records is played. That seems reasonable, doesn't it?
Look at poor Taylor Swift, she's struggling.
I know, she hasn't... Yeah, because she wasn't making any money. I was out with her last week, and, you know, it's her round, and she gets this old tonic just tonic and a glass, and then she has this sneaky bottle from the club and just tops it all up.
100% sure that's Taylor Swift you're out with.
Oh, no. It was my mate Barry who runs Swift Tailors. Or a dry cleaning service.
Good to know. Let's have a look and see if Taylor Swift is up there. Yes, Taylor Swift has had her entire back catalogue removed. Sorry. I apologise. I know what's coming, and I don't think you'll like it, but I like it. Genuinely don't know if I can do this. Yes, Taylor Swift has had her entire back catalogue removed from Spotify. We'll do it in sections. We'll do it in sections. My granddad had to have his entire back catalogue removed. Something to do with his prostate. OK, fingers on buzzers. What do you think?
Is it the, Not the face. Well, there's been a revolution has started this week, Jimmy.
So this was... Explain what happened. What was the story?
Well, I believe it was a nice bonfire night, and then some people went out and wore masks and chanted at McDonald's, and the whole world collapsed. It's a bit shitty, I think, organising a sort of anti-capitalist march on a night when people are already setting fire to things. You're sort of stealing the glory of bonfire night there. If you start a riot on, like, a Wednesday and stuff gets set on fire, you can go, God, we started that. But everyone was already setting fire to things.
It was a Wednesday, though.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I stayed in.
Of course you stayed in. There was fun going on outside.
Nobody actually knows what it is they're doing. They've just gone to kick off for a bit. So, like, when you watch an interview, they go, what are you doing it for? Just, you know, the leaders and that. They don't know what's going on and that. Like, let's sort it out. And the thing is, it's so easy to take pot shots. But running stuff is actually difficult. So before I became a teacher, I was all for, like, teaching properly. And then what I started doing, I just turn to page 65 and get on with it, you pricks. Do you know what I mean?
There's one person who didn't wear a mask, isn't there? Russell Brand. And I think the funny thing is that he's the only one not wearing a mask, because obviously if he wore a mask, people wouldn't know he was there, would they? That's the main. So it's a big publicity for his book.
What's it called?
Revolution. In fact, if his book's called Revolution, he shouldn't be out there trying to sell it. He should be trying to encourage people to steal it. Shouldn't he? Yeah. You know, it's ended up, he's backpedaled so much now. He started out saying, don't vote, it's stupid, pointless to vote, don't vote. But he's now come out, Russell Brand, and said, no, what I'm saying is, actually, he goes, who am I supposed to vote for? So if you reduce that to what he's actually saying, is what everybody says at every bus stop or newsagent, you go, politicians, what are they like, eh? How'd that not get in? Oh, no, bloody hell.
In his defence, right, we all bitch and moan about the government because they are shit, and they have been for years, and it's getting worse. How are we ever going to change it unless we come together and all stop moaning at bus stops?
The main problem is now is people get the politicians they deserve because they don't take any interest in politics. Mm-hmm. And him saying stuff to people who are disaffected already and aren't engaged with the political process, don't vote, is the most moronic, self-serving, pathetic bit of attention-seeking wank that has ever spewed from a tiger's moron's fucking mouth in history.
I think people are being mean to him just because he doesn't have a posh accent. I would cut him some slack. It's the thing we have at the moment's rubbish, and it needs people to sleep out under temporary tarpaulins, maybe, to change it. I don't know.
You're suggesting going camping?
Yes. Probably the reason I hate him so much is because I'm a dad, and I've got this fear that one day my daughters will bring something like that home. And he'll come in and go, oh, such pleasure to be in your charming abode. Mummy-in-law is very delicious.
Well, the protest in Trafalgar Square is not one of the most talked about things over the last week, but Russell Brand joined thousands of angry people protesting against capitalism. It was a great night for Russell. He managed to ship 5,000 copies of his new book. Right, fingers on buzzers, one more thing still to get.
Well, I don't know. Probably by the time this show goes out, even Mrs. Baker won't be talking about it. But is it the news that Norman Baker's resigned? Hold the front page. He resigned from the Home Office.
And this was the Lib Dem politician Norman Baker, he's resigned because of the drug policy, right?
Yeah, well, he's resigned because he said, in a very, very sort of bad metaphor, he said it's like walking through mud working under Theresa May, which is not that difficult, is it, walking through mud? I think he meant treacle. He said it was very, very difficult to work alongside her, so he resigned in what I would describe as a very petulant, childish way, like, I'm resigning, when he doesn't realise his purpose there is not to get along with them, it's actually to annoy, be a nuisance, you know, just make things difficult for her, you know. He should have just, like, you know, hung around, I don't know, given her a nickname.
Theresa May, what would you have suggested?
Well, Diesel Arse, I think that'd be a good one. Just spreads that around as a shit in a drawer or something like that.
I can't imagine you ever doing that in a workplace, Sean, but presumably at some point you were employed somewhere and, you know, with a proper job. Did you ever make a nuisance of yourself?
Well, not deliberately. I don't think... I've been sacked quite a lot.
In your defence, you needed a shit and there was a drawer there.
Yeah. No, I've never been in a high-profile enough position to have a drawer.
So, there's also been calls this week for Ed Miliband to resign. What would you make of that, John?
Well, I would like to stand up for the man, but the fact is he is depressingly shit. I imagine every decision he makes, he shits himself about. Like, if I open the door myself, will people think that I can't get someone to open the door for me? But then if a woman opens it, do I look sexist? Or if a man opens it, will people think I'm having an affair with a man?
Carla, what do you make of Ed Miliband?
He's kind of... I think you make the point that he's basically worried about how he looks so much more, and there is a sense that if somebody's, like, desperately wanting to appear a certain way, then maybe they don't actually stand for anything particular. And
this week he tried to give some money to a beggar. Well, he was walking past a beggar, and then some journalists see him walk past. So here's a picture of him giving some money to a beggar. Best will in the world, that's not how you do that.
Are you supposed to even give money to beggars?
I buy them booze because I worry they're going to spend it on food.
No, but it's difficult because...
I fuck them, because I've usually run out of change. You do. I just think, look, I can't walk past and give you nothing, so I'll give you a good seeing to.
It is a big social issue and something I battle with every day because homeless charities insist you should not give beggars money because you're not helping them.
OK, but those are people that used to be in a band with you.
Hey, everyone's doing all right, mate. I'm the one who's on this frigging show for a few minutes.
Well, let's have a look and see if Norman Baker is up there. At the end of that round, Sean, Romesh and Melanie have 2 points, John, Charlotte and David have 1. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Charlotte, David, pick a question. What do you like the look of?
The screaming man with his hands over his ears.
OK. Most people hate the sound of their own voice, true or false?
Well, I do hate your voice. But it's a really good test if you get a new sound system or TV at home. If you just leave you talk for 10 minutes, if it's still working, then it's not bad.
Like 10 minutes to get a word in edgeways on this bloody I agree, that is annoying, isn't it? What if I go really close to you? Hi, David.
Yeah.
See how I'm this close, but I'm still not touching you? It can be done.
Do you find your voice sort of annoying, or...?
It is annoying. I used to do a thing where if I thought of something while I was out, I would phone myself and leave it as a message on my answer machine. And I could never do it, because as soon as my answer machine picked up, I went, fuck it.
The thing I don't understand about you, though, is you do have kind of quite a nasal voice, but then you're brilliant at doing accents. Why don't you just pick an accent that's better and just do that?
I would, Jimmy, but they tend to label that more of a mental breakdown than
Well, you do a very good Spanish. Quite a sexy Spanish, I think. Just do Spanish from here on in.
The fact that you find it sexy is why I stopped doing it, Jimmy.
Do the Spanish.
What you want, my friend? No, that's...
That's more Mexican. I just think we should find a different voice for you, and we should just stick with it.
I agree. Liverpool, I would stick with. That's a
Can you do
better accent.
Scouse?
Everyone can do Scouse, can't they? It's the one
I
everyone
don't think
does.
it's the accent that's a problem, is it? It's more the pitch.
This is such a fun round for now, really. Is there a possible round on small dicks we could do next as well? Don't feel I'm taking enough of a hammer in here.
That's what your girlfriend said.
Charlotte's got a nice voice. You've got a very... You say things properly.
It's so hard to talk after someone said you have a nice voice. Sometimes I lower it to sound like more mature and like I know what I'm talking about.
So do I.
Does that...
I couldn't believe what my real voice sounds like.
I mean, you've got quite a posh voice, haven't you?
Yes. There's no way around it. And I used to get teased if I ever tried to make it not posh because everybody hates that. So every time I tried to temper it, my friends just would not allow it. It was...
And your friends were... your friends were in Destiny's Child,
They were.
I think you just got to have faith in your own voice and just...
This is good now. This is the new one.
It sounds like Morgan Freeman with more energy.
Morgan Freeman's more... I'll never forget the first time I saw Andy Dufresne. My voice is very, very scratchy, but it sounds quite nice, and that's why I talk quite slowly when I talk.
Just do that voice forever.
Okay. I can do one impersonation in the world, and it's one word, and it's John Motson, the great football commentator, saying the nickname of my favourite football team, Tottenham Hotspur, and he says, Spurs. The worst is when people try to do an impersonation of this. People, particularly from this country.
You're talking about the hairstyle?
It always ends up offensive after. It'd be like, is that right? Sure, look at you with your bomb and a potato! Famine!
You realise this show is edited and that's the only thing we're going to use it for. Melanie, do you find your speaking voice, do you like it?
It depends, and I find it changes a lot as well. I think, like everybody, you kind of adjust the way you speak for who you're speaking to. Because I'm not going to speak to, like, Sean. I'm not going to go, you know, all right there, Sean, how's it going, mate? I don't know, it's just weird. If I'm on telly, I'm not going to talk really fast and really Scouse. No. But if I'm pissed, you might understand me.
You're saying the Scouse people maybe it isn't an accent, they're just drunk. Good point. Sean, do you like your voice?
Well, the problem with me is not my voice, it's usually what I've said.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, it's not just the voice. Do you ever get the feeling like you'd just like to have a little holiday from yourself?
Oh,
just have a little break.
Yeah.
Just like a couple of days off.
Would you be somebody else in the meantime?
Oh, that's complicated, isn't it? Possibly either way, just a couple of days off.
But not the full operation, you just want to dress up and...
Yeah.
Scientifically, don't you hear your voice inside your head is a register lower than what it actually sounds like?
You hear your voice lower?
You in your head...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
When I first heard my voice back, I just cried for ages because it was so horrible. And the worst thing about it is that your voice, when you know, like when you're in a photo and you've got a little bit of a belly and people say, oh, no, that's not how everyone sees you. Your voice, you're the only person that hears it the way you like it. So when you hear the recorded version, that's how everybody hears it. It's like you only seeing a six-pack on yourself and everyone else thinks you're a fat bastard. That's basically what it's like.
But also, nobody is as critical of your voice as you are. You know,
I don't think that's been the case.
Well, obviously, there's freaks, but apart from that...
OK, well, let's get some answers on this. So most people hate the sound of their own voice. True or false? What are we going to go with, John?
Shit, yeah.
You're going to say true?
Yeah.
OK. What are you going to go with, Sean?
Well, I like fun. I'm going to go false.
OK, I can tell you the answer is... It was very close, but it's false. Only 47% of people hate the sound of their own voice. People really shouldn't judge others by their accents, but they do, don't they, though? So the Fine It Is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Best way to seduce someone?
Tether a goat.
What, sorry?
Tether a goat to their fence outside the house. Just leave a goat there.
And then...
Well, you leave it there, and then they bring it in. And then a couple of days later, you go, oh, did you find my goat? And they go, oh, yeah, it's in the garden. And you sit down, you start chatting about the goat, and they become attached to the goat, and then you sort of say, well, it's amazing, we've got so much in common. Before you know it... You just lean across there, say, it's a lovely goat, isn't it? You just go...
Who's that to? Who are you doing that to?
To the person you've given
To
the
the
goat
person,
to.
not to
Yeah.
the goat.
That's their shoulder, that's their shoulder.
Oh.
What's the matter with you people?
I think that might be actual sixth base.
I've always wanted to ask Mel this question. Has any sleazy guy ever gone, I know what you want, what you really, really want? Do you know what I mean? Like in a disgusting, horrible way?
No, not so much in that way, but it's probably the thing that is said to me the most.
Speaking of Wannabe, Wannabe was voted the catchiest song of all time ever last week.
Scientifically proven.
Scientifically proved to be the catchiest song in the world.
It won the Ebola Award for music.
Historically, like, being in a band is a great way to get laid, isn't it?
Oh, I imagine, yeah.
But
when you've got songs like Two Become One, ho-ho, it's on.
Yeah. But I kind of messed it up by wearing tracksuits all the time.
Do you have groupies?
The thing is with the Spice Girls, our fans were mostly very young girls or gay guys.
Apparently, insulting girls is meant to be... I've heard, is it called negging?
Will you?
Meant to give girl, like, a sort of underhand, like, mean comment, and then her confidence is lowered, and then you can pounce or whatever. And someone
Pounce?
actually... Well...
I mean, if you're going to pounce, don't bother dressing it up.
The whole idea behind negging is, like, if there's a really attractive girl, they believe that they're above you, self-esteem-wise, so you have to do little, like, digs, but you have to do it, like, in a disguised way. Like, you go like, oh, that's a nice dress. Doesn't go with those shoes, though, does it? Or whatever. And then, but the thing is, you get your drink as the night goes on, and you just think it's going really well. You just kind of go, you're a fucking twat, aren't you?
Similar to Sean's goat trick, I genuinely wooed my first girlfriend when I was 17. I had an enterprise where I would come to your house and fix your bike if your bike wasn't working. And she phoned me up, brackets, at my parents' house, and I came, and I've mostly fixed her bike, but didn't fix all of it, so then I had to come back and fix the rest. And she had an accident in the meantime. We went out for 2 months.
I've been seduced. Well, someone's attempted to seduce me. It was a distinguished elder gentleman. I was a young lad hitchhiking. And,
Are you writing erotic fiction on the show now?
He was chatting away and he said to me, he sort of started to suggest the idea that I might be interested in another aspect of sexuality. And I was sort of going, no, not really, mate, no. And he said to me, surely we should try all the fruits in the garden, Sean. And I said, fuck off, right? But what I wish I'd said was, it's not the fruit I'm worried about, mate, it's the gardener. I didn't think of that till the next day.
Yeah, of course, by that time, you were trussed up in the back of a truck.
Well, yeah.
John, have you ever chatted anyone up? Have you ever used a line?
No. No. I play the long game. I can cook, I'll clean, I'll beg.
All right,
This is all direct lines I've used in clubs.
If you were trying to seduce Charlotte, let's say, how would you...
I have a girlfriend, Jimmy, and I will not risk that relationship for the sake of one of your little jokes.
So, are you worried that Charlotte may fall in love with you if you... I think you're going to be all right, mate.
All right, then, well, all I will say, Jimmy, is on your head be it. If my life collapses as a result of this...
you're insured against this, don't
you
panic.
to be there to pick up the pieces.
OK, Charlotte, prepare to be seduced.
There we go.
Oh, it's happening now. OK.
Heard that before as well. What brings you to this Weatherspoons?
I'm here for a quiet drink with my boyfriend.
That's me. That's me. I'm on either side of you now.
Threesome?
OK, best way to seduce someone. What do you think?
I think it's probably listening, isn't it? Taking an interest.
It's a way to keep someone's attention.
Money, showing them all your money.
Scream.
Okay, look at all the money I've got. Look how much money I've got. Look, I've got more. Look, bring all the money in.
Giving them present, lots of presents.
It's not presents.
Follow them with a scooter. Get a little scooter, just follow them. I like you, I like you.
What was that? Follow them in a scooter?
Just those little kid scooters. So you're not threatening, like a car. If you follow them in a car, that'd be threatening, creeped out. If you know those little scooters that kids have. I like you. I'm slowing down for you now, so I'm right at the same place. I like you.
Ramesh, what did you think?
Eye contact.
That is the right answer. Yes, the best way to seduce someone is to make eye contact. I have to say, it didn't work for me. All she said was, "What are you doing? Stop touching my eye." Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Charlotte and David have 1 point, Sean, Ramesh and Melanie have 4 points. They're tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you watching at home. That's it for us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, hitting the right notes, it's Jamie Cullum. Top Cat, it's Katherine Ryan. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, Radio Queen, it's Kirsty Young. The Beard and the Wonderful is Joe Wilkinson. And their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 67% of British couples don't actually have sex on their wedding night, which is just one of the reasons why, for so many British women, it's the happiest day of their lives. 47% of Brits have the same hairstyle they've had their whole adult life. I've had the same haircut since I was a kid. I looked up at one of the photos on the wall and I said, I want that one. And then I left the Lego shop and went to the hairdressers. And a third of women apply their makeup on the way to work, which is why they turn up looking like Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellist's job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. John Steen, what do you think the nation should be talking about this week?
I've been talking a little bit about Ed Miliband.
Oh, yeah. How did that end up?
He was trending on Twitter, but so was Kim Kardashian's arse. And I don't know about you, but I know which one I'd rather watch eat a bacon sandwich.
Should we take a look at Kim Kardashian's arse while we're here? Mm-hmm. There. That's... If you take a look there, each buttock is the size of her head.
I've got them gloves.
Kim Kardashian's famous because her father was a lawyer who defended O.J. Simpson in the O.J. Simpson murder trial. He did this while Kim Kardashian's mother was Nicole Brown Simpson's best friend. And then he died of cancer. And then his daughter went on to marry Kanye West, the man who murders music. So it's full circle, really.
OK, back to Ed Miliband. We've all had a lovely look at someone's bum.
I can just imagine Ed Miliband watching this and going, when are they going to talk about me?
OK, there are rumours that 20 shadow ministers are on the brink of calling for Ed Miliband to stand down. Yeah. Do you think he'll go?
Well, it's hard to find anybody who doesn't. Every time they see Ed Miliband, the first thing I do, I still do, every time I see him, I go, how did you get to be leader of the Labour Party? You still can't quite get over it.
What do you think he should do to boost his popularity? What do you think, Kirsty?
Grace Mine's the mayor working on it right now. What has he got? He's got 13% of people think that he would make a good Prime Minister.
Yeah.
I think he should go in the jungle, you know.
Well, that would be a great way to boost his popularity.
And he'd get a vote. There's a chance. And we've seen him eat a bacon sandwich. Kangaroo bollocks. Next, please.
Here's him eating a bacon sandwich. How entertaining would it be to see him eat a kangaroo bollock? That's a bacon sandwich. I mean, it doesn't look great. Do you want to see how he dealt with... he got a very tough question last week. Let's take a look and see how he handled it.
While I'm here and I've got the microphone, Ed, I just want to ask you, do you accept that there is a crisis of confidence in your leadership at the moment? And will you tell those who are sniping against you to put up or shut up?
OK, and the gentleman who I meant in the yellow tie.
You might as well have just gone... Anyway, over there.
You've met him, right? You spent time... He's done Desert Island Discs.
He did Desert Island Discs actually almost exactly a year ago, yeah.
And so that was the beginning of his demise, I'd say.
I always ask people, of the 8 tracks they've chosen, which one would they save from the waves? And his was Angels by Robbie Williams.
Ah, jeez.
I mean, I'm sure he picked Robbie Williams' Angels because they went through the demographics and went, well, our key voters, that would be the song that would most appeal.
I did ask. I said, who's been through your list? You know, just let's get this out in the open, because obviously most politicians are going to have a spin doctor who's going to say best not to choose Deutschland über alles, best to choose. So he said he'd done his list himself, but it just was a bit of a coincidence that it was one of the best-selling singles of the last 20 years in Britain.
I think Ed Miliband's one of those people that whatever you said, whatever record he'd chosen, all of us naturally goes, Dah! It's just one of those people who's condemned to being a wanker.
Jamie, have you met Ed Miliband?
I've not met Ed Miliband, but I did this live-streamed music lesson to schools all over the UK. And as we were playing, suddenly Ed Balls turned up and started playing the drums.
You weren't expecting this at all?
I was tricked into having a jam session with Ed Balls.
We've got a picture of this.
Oh, you're kidding me.
That's you.
Does he know there's not a drum there?
He looks like he's about to punch me in the face.
Ed Miliband's problem is that he's the wrong brother, isn't he, basically? It's like Phil Neville getting the BBC job ahead of Gary and you getting this instead of Alan.
Do you know, the last person... You're not the first person to say that. I think Jason Manford made a similar point. Let's see if Ed Miliband is up there. I'm not saying Ed Miliband isn't up to the job, but by now Lord Sugar would have sent him to sit in a cafe and think about what he'd done. OK, Sean's team, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
The Band-Aid are getting back together again. Bob Geldof said he got a call from the UN. Imagine he's got, like, a bat phone or something. So they're going to do a song to raise money for Ebola.
Apparently they've changed the lyrics because because it's to raise money for Ebola specifically. So instead of Bono singing, well, tonight, thank God it's them instead of you, well, tonight we're reaching out and touching you, which is the worst possible idea if someone has Ebola.
Tonight we're reaching out at you.
Jess, are you excited about the lineup?
I don't really know.
I'll tell you. It's good. It's One Direction, Ed Sheeran, Bastille, Ellie Goulding.
I actually think that sounds quite good.
I think it'd be all right,
yeah. That sounds like a good lineup.
Yeah.
You in it, Jamie? You in the
No, I knew you were going to ask me that. I'm not in it.
But you've just done a charity single, haven't you? You've just done the one for
I did the
Children
God
in
Only
Need.
Knows thing for the BBC, yeah, for Children in Need.
Why is it always like a charity single? Why don't they do, like, charity crisps?
I did Jimmy Concani. Does that mean nothing to you? The Walkers campaign for Comic Relief a couple of years ago. Yeah, that literally happened.
Oh, did it?
That is a thing that happened. It was me, Frank Skinner and Al Murray and a bunch of us
And me.
Oh, was he?
Sean Cocktail. I think it'd be good if songs could actually change things, make things better. They were like a powerful force.
Well, what would you change?
Well,
with the power song?
I'd go to North Korea, go to Kim Jong-un, and say, look, unless you stop your nuclear tests, I'll get Katie Melua, One Direction, Ed Sheeran, and Miley Cyrus and we're going to do a hell of a song. So. Change your ways, Kim, Jong, Un.
We've got Jamie here. He's a very talented musician. I've got a keyboard. Oh. We'll get him to do a song. Yeah. No problem at all. There you go. Bang, you're on the...
What do you want me to do?
We were going to raise money for, like a good cause. John's getting married, and we'd quite like to raise money so he doesn't wear a cardigan. So if we raise money for a suit for his wedding, that'd be...
OK, so you're getting married?
Let's hope so.
John?
OK.
Every day's a bonus so far.
Do you want maracas for John?
OK.
If I had them, I wouldn't need to get married.
Sounds like a joke. Doesn't make any sense at all.
I like it. I like those.
I like it.
John Richardson.
Rhymes.
He wears his beauty on the inside.
That's harsh.
John Richardson. A suit and tie would make his little face come alive.
He's got a little face.
He's gonna take her up the aisle. He's gonna take her up the aisle. So let's help him do it in style. People, can you hear me? He could look as good as Jimmy. John Richardson. He's got the soul of a champion. John Richardson.
John, do the appeal that they do at the end, down the lens. Do the appeal.
I'm getting married in a cardigan. Frankly, I don't give a shit what anyone else thinks. I'm getting married. I've never felt simultaneously so patronised and so happy. If you just want to live in my house and just look at me every now and then and go, do the maracas? That was a treat, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Cullum. Wild occasion. Do you ever get the missus to dress up in a cardigan?
No, I don't want to feel like I'm fucking myself, do I?
Let's see if Band-Aid is up there. Yes, the new Band-Aid song. Bob Geldof said Band-Aid getting back together was the worst-kept secret in show business. Oh, come now, said Louis Walsh. All right, John Steen, what else did the nation be talking about this week?
We've landed on the moon, haven't we?
Near enough, I'd say. Is that near enough? It's an incredible story, isn't it?
Apparently, yeah. We've landed a fridge on a comet. They said it was the equivalent of throwing a hammer in London and hitting a nail in Delhi.
Yeah, they've sort of done quite a lot of that stuff in the papers, trying to make us understand what's going on. So they said this was an incredible feat. It's like a golfer sending a golf ball 4 times round the Earth and still managing to score a hole-in-one.
I don't understand that, because the hole-in-one is the least impressive part of that. It's the fact that they've sent it round the world, isn't it? The hole-in-one at the end is irrelevant, surely.
You'd be pissed off if you sent a ball around the world 4 times and then someone went, didn't even go in. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Because another one of them was that it's like getting a fly to land on a bullet. And if you're taking Jamie's logic, the impressive thing about that would be persuading a fly to do that.
Joe, you're often surrounded by flies. What do you make of this probe landing on a comet?
Well, it's got a decent sat-nav, hasn't it? Because my one's shit, so I wouldn't mind the one they use, because it got to a pissing comet. I can't even get to Guildford without it going around the pissing one-way system. So...
It did go around the Earth 3 times. I think you'd be a bit pissed off if you sat-nav.
My car's diesel.
Kirsty, were you excited by the comet?
It doesn't really do it for me. No, it doesn't really do it. Plus, they called it, what was it, 67p? Well, that's rubbish, isn't it? If you really want to engage people, don't name it after something in budgeons that, you know, is on the pound shelf. I think
it's a bargain if it's on the pound shelf. 67p, Joe would be all over that.
Technically, it's part of the EU now, isn't it, as well, because it's a European space probe. So it's technically part of Europe. We've claimed it.
And Europe has just demanded a bunch of money from David Cameron. He must be upset. Now they're splashing out on some cockamamie project like this. That's like lending your relatives money and then seeing photos of them in Vegas. I'd be upset.
That's a very good point, because this project's cost £1 billion. Do you think it's a waste of money, John? What do you think?
Well, £1 billion is half a submarine. And as we all know, half a submarine is useless. So it's better than building half a submarine.
I feel sorry for the scientists now, because they're probably elated, and then just through some weird coincidence, they switch on 8 out of 10 cats. We're not really giving them the respect and the admiration that they deserve.
Difficult to like, though, aren't they? If ever there was a group of people who wore their lanyards home, it's them, especially this week. We're going, what's that? Oh, God, yeah, I work for the European Space Agency. Whatever, you know, just nailed a comet from, like, 3 times around the Earth. But anyway, I should have taken it off, really. Yeah, you should have.
I forgot you had a weird thing about people wearing their lanyards.
They all had them on. In the office. You're at work. Everyone knows who you are now. You're in your office. Take the fucking thing off. Put it in your little drawer. You're just Steve now. There's no... You need to scan it to get your bloody Mars bars out of the vending machine, do you? Pisses me off, man.
When you have a backstage pass, like when you play a festival, you get a backstage pass, do you keep it on all day?
No. It's a definite kind of social no-no. You definitely take it off.
OK, good. You can remain on this team.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, when you're trying to find analogies to show how difficult it is, there must be better ones, like, it's like getting a photograph of the Queen having a Brazilian.
Yeah, no, that's how difficult, yeah.
It's like having sex with a woman.
It's like when you're drunk on holiday and you're jumping into the pool and you want to land right on the lilo. Look into the water every time.
But this would be like jumping out of the plane that's flying you to your holiday destination and landing in the pool on the lilo and catching a drink as you...
It's like trying to find £1 in the car park so you can buy a can.
Let's just go with that. Let's go with that, yeah. Well, let's have a look and see if the probe on the comet is up there. Yes, scientists have sent a mission to a comet. They're hoping to return in 6 months' time with a new fridge freezer and a tumble dryer.
Have they closed down Comet?
Have they closed down Comet? Yeah, I think so.
I got offered an advertising campaign once, and they said it's for Comet years ago. And what really put me off was they said, yeah, and they'd do adverts, and also there'll be cardboard cutouts of you in the shops. I just imagine being the face of a shitty electrical chain like Comet. You're just walking down the street and people are throwing their toasters at you and going, I bought that from you, you bastard.
Yeah, it's not right for you, but Joe...
Yeah. I'll sponsor a dog shit if there's cash.
OK, Sean's team.
Is it the FIFA report?
Right, go on. What have they done?
Well, they've had a huge investigation into whether or not there was corruption in awarding Qatar the World Cup. And, of course, there wasn't. Remarkably, there was nothing to see here, just move on.
I thought it was very good of them to look into their own corruption.
I think you're right about that.
And one of the guys who investigated the claims is Michael Garcia. He said FIFA's summary contains numerous material, incomplete and erroneous representations. He's basically gone, bullshit.
No, we could have just gone...
Are you a football fan, Jamie?
I used to be so bad at it. I just, they never used to let me play, so...
They never used to play? Oh.
No, I was definitely picked last, but on the PlayStation, I'm always picked first. Always.
When you're own.
Yeah. No, we play on the tour bus sometimes, and I'm terrible at that as well.
You've got a PlayStation on the bus?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. Wow. What do you do with it when you're not on tour? Can I live in it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm gonna go to Morrison's, get some snacks. Still playing, driving to Morrison's. Sweet. Toilet?
Toilet. You can't crap in it, though. You can only wee in it. If you really need to go in the middle of the night and they can't stop the bus or you're nowhere near, you can do it into a plastic bag.
Is this like a weird Pistorius fear that you guys have?
Back to the World Cup. Joe, what do you make of this scandal?
Well, I was a bit gutted that we didn't get the 2018, because I'm a big football fan, actually. The only thing that annoys me about going to football is, you know, when you're in the crowd and they pan on someone in the audience, they just wave. I think that's a waste. I think if the camera panned on me at a football game, I wouldn't wave, I'd pull a tooth out.
And that's what you think of the corruption?
Oh, there's corruption, is there?
Well, they said there's no corruption, but we think there is.
We think there might be.
I just think, what a place, a joyless place to have a great football tournament. I mean, it's an utterly joyless country who funds ISIS, don't they?
I wouldn't wind them up then.
No.
I should say there's no evidence for Qatar funding ISIS. Joe, no offence, mate, but you look as if you might be joining.
Yeah.
John, would you go to the World Cup? If it was in Qatar, would you go?
No, I wouldn't, no. I like a drink, and if I've had a drink, something homosexual might happen, and that's two risks that I can't take.
Sorry, just talk me through that again. So you like a drink, I know you like a drink, and if I've had a drink, something homosexual might happen.
I can't...
No, I like a drink, but I'm normally pretty sure. You're saying you can't rule it out?
I can't rule it out, can I? Just saying, if England win 3-0, and I've had a few pina coladas, we get back to the hotel, there's a jacuzzi. I don't want to end up in prison for having a good time.
Why are you looking right at me?
The whole thing about FIFA is we invented football, the Football Association rule book, you know, we created football and we gave it away. We should be in charge of where the World Cup is.
Oh, can we get it back?
Well, we could if we invented a new version of it.
What? Come on.
I've come up with.
OK.
Footballs.
Footballs, all right. What's the difference? What's the...
2 balls on the pitch. Simple. So you've always got goals at either end going on all the time. Yeah, and one player on your team is actually playing for the other team. But you don't know which one it is. It's just change it around a bit and then take football back. Footballs.
Sure, OK, well, let's see if it's up there. Right, fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
All I've got in my head is Strictly. I know that there's been a big hoo-ha. A lot of people watch it. It's been doing very well in the ratings, but people are disappointed that Judy Murray keeps getting through. I mean, she's like something they use to practice free kicks with, isn't she? You know, she just doesn't move at all. You know, they say, oh, dancers, she's showing a bit of leg. I mean, she would actually show a bit of plank.
Joe, are you going to go on next year?
Yeah, if the money's right. I did try and watch it the other week, but they wouldn't let me in with my high-powered crossbow.
Now, you've got a signature dance move, I imagine.
Yeah, but there's not enough room in here. I go absolutely batshit.
John, who do you think's going to win?
Sergio. I don't watch it. You know, I'm out clubbing Saturday nights. What can I say?
You're out clubbing at 7 o'clock on a Saturday night.
Right, you've got to get there early before all the nibbles get taken.
It's genuinely his view of clubbing. I imagine there's crisps and nibbles.
Eat a vol-au-vent that's been sat out for 7 hours.
You think they have vol-au-vents in clubs these days?
Well, I don't know what time you arrived, Jimmy, but if you get there at 7, you'll find they do.
Well, let's have a look and see if it's up there. Yes, it's Strictly. Judy Murray's the most wooden thing they've had on Strictly since that coffin they used to keep backstage on standby for Brucey. At the end of that, Sean, Joe and Kirsty have 3 points. John, Jamie and Catherine have 2 points. Our next round is Pick of the Poll. Sean, Joe, Kirsty, pick a question. What do you like the look of?
I like the look of Jennifer Lawrence.
It was the premiere of the new Hunger Games film last week, so here's your question. Most people think they've got good survival skills. True or false? Joe, you look as if you've survived in the wilderness for some time.
Yeah, I sleep in the woods sometimes, yeah. I've got a little fact for you. Do you know you can drink your own urine for up to 3 weeks before they kick you out of the library?
I've got a survival tip. Go on. If you get blackberry brambles, cut them to about length, you can stick them in squirrel nests and catch squirrels. It's called the dangle method. There's 3 ways, basically, of catching animals. There's dangle, strangle and mangle. That's dangle. Of course, you're the Desert Island Discs lady, aren't you? So
That's right, I am.
so people have to survive, don't they?
Well, I think... I always ask castaways, do you think you could survive on the desert island? And people always say yes. I think people entirely overestimate their skills of survival.
What would you bring? What would be your luxury item?
Dustin Hoffman told... He had a really good luxury, which was the bar of the Ritz. I think I might steal that one.
That is
I
a
think that's
logistical nightmare.
Yeah, I'd take a towel. You think you're on a desert island? You're on a nice towel, wouldn't you, on the beach? You're lying in the sand. Spend the whole time dusting cracks and stuff. But yes, I would take a towel or a cement mixer with all that sand. And I'd end up living in some kind of New York loft-style apartment.
John, do you think you'd survive in the wild?
I get... even if the train's late, I start thinking about who I'd eat first.
You will be a survivor. You're getting married. You'll be a family man soon. You could do it. You'll get stronger and stronger. You don't even know.
Yeah. I'm quite...
You're like a motivational Tate that he's gone in the car.
Well, good. And I appreciate dystopian teen films like The Hunger Games, because we know that it won't really matter to us, but they're absolutely going to run out of fossil fuels. And that's just a very real picture of what their future is going to be like. So they better figure it out. Toot sweet.
I've not watched it. Is it good? Lots of killing in it.
It's amazing, yeah, it's brilliant.
It's not true, though, is it?
No, it is not, they're not documentaries. Jamie, survival skills-wise, how would you do?
I think I'd be pretty good. When I was, I think I was about 1.5, 2, apparently our cat used to kill a lot of mice and just leave them on the kitchen floor. And apparently, one morning, my mum had not seen the cat left on the kitchen floor, and she turned around and I was munching on its head, just quite happily.
Like a zombie baby? Yeah. No, you were eating a...
Eating a mouse's liver. It could have been a rat. Let's call it a rat. It sounds better, doesn't it?
It's addictive, isn't it?
So I think... So I think if I've already done that, I'll probably be all right.
Sure. Well, apparently the thing is, you can cope without food for 3 weeks, but water, you can only live for 3 days. So here's a great survival tip.
One thing you can do if you're stuck out here with no water source at all is actually drink the fluid from a fresh elephant dung. Pretty disgusting, but it could save your life. It's a real last resort. There can be harmful bacteria in that water, but if you have nothing else to drink, it could buy you extra time.
Comes a time when Someone just has to stare death in the face and accept it with a sort of silent grace. I don't want to be found dead with elephant shit all round my mouth.
How did he die? Rimming an elephant by the looks of things. OK, so most people think they've got good survival skills. True or false? What do you think?
I believe that to be true.
Yes, well, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? I think the loneliness would be the hard bit.
That's fine.
OK, so you're going true, yeah?
True.
Yeah.
John, what would you go with?
False.
You're saying false. You don't think people have got good survival skills?
No, I don't. I think we're weakest generation since time began.
That's true.
I think if Wi-Fi went down, half the population would die.
OK, I can tell you the answer is true. 65% of people think they've got good survival skills. So the Winners is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Most annoying thing people do on public transport?
Is it be a pigeon? Can't stand it when pigeons get on tubes and trains. The most scared I've ever been, pigeon on a tube. Samuel L. Jackson wants to do that as his next film.
Pigeon on the tube?
Pigeon on a tube.
Sorry, why are you scared of a pigeon on the tube?
You can't talk them through it, can you? You can't explain to them that they're not supposed to be on the tube. Looking at you, flapping everywhere. They don't want to be on the tube. You try and say to them, the door's there, mate. You've got about 30 seconds. That buzzer actually means, right, now you're here until the next stop. Now you're stuck with a pigeon on the tube. Has he got a ticket? No, he has not. What he's doing there.
I love that you're worried about the ticketing aspect.
I'm worried about the ticket. The other most annoying thing people do on public transport is not check tickets. Bought a ticket, there's people on here who clearly haven't. I can see you hiding in the toilet. I'm not a grass. I'm sort of a grass. I grass with my eyes.
Jamie, what do you think? Most annoying thing about public transport?
People pissing on you, I guess. That's not nice, is it? You know, when someone was pissing on a bus and it was kind of splashing at me. It wasn't like they weren't weeing on me, but a bit of it got on my calf.
Was that your...
Wow.
Was that your tour bus?
No, this isn't the
When I was not pregnant, but had an infant, someone gave me a seat as though I was pregnant, and that happens, and that's humiliating. I took the seat, of course, and to make matters worse, a little boy came up, and he said, "There's a baby in your tummy." And I was pissed off at this point, and I said, "No. Well, if there's a baby in my tummy, who put it there?" And he looked and he said, "I know who put it there. My daddy."
All right, so most annoying thing people do on public transport?
It's when you're on the bus, you press the bell, and someone thinks, I better press that again. It's happening, mate. It's lit up. You can see the words. We all know we're stopping. Don't need to back me up, mate. I've nailed that.
I don't like specifically anybody eating quavers opposite me.
Quavers? Why quavers?
I think they smell like plastic farts.
That used to be their slogan.
But they're wrong. They're wrong in every sense.
What about if you crush them down and then just sort of drink them?
I think I know the answer to this before I ask Joe, but do you talk to people you don't know on public transport?
Yeah, that's what really annoys me. People say you always meet weirdos on public transport. I've never met one. I talk to everyone. The other day, I was talking to this girl and it was going very well. We were chatting, it was lovely. We hadn't made eye contact yet, but that will happen. Then I downed a jar of Lloyd Grossman's Boona curry sauce. And she got all weird. I'm like, oh, fuck off, laddie.
Do they sell that on the trolley? Lloyd Grossman's
No, I usually have a load in my bag.
What's in that bag?
I always make a packed lunch if I'm on the show. It's just bottle of taboo and 17 Scotch eggs.
I've never seen that many Scotch eggs gathered.
I don't know what the collective noun is.
Yeah.
A plethora.
A constipation of Scotch eggs.
Do you know why I only take 17, though? Because that's all you can fit in.
I've been on a train with you, Joe, and it's a treat.
Yeah, it's nice.
Deceptively long legs, I found, when I shared a train with you. Seem to get everywhere.
Can I ask quickly where you guys are all going on the train? What is this, 8 out of 10 cats holiday, is it?
You know, works outings and things, nights out.
The Christmas do, we have the Christmas do. And there's the summer trip away.
Lunch on Sunday was lovely.
Yeah, it was good.
Scrabble Tuesdays.
Yeah. And of course, curry night.
Oh, that's tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
All right, so most annoying thing people do on public transport.
Is it old people? It's old people being on public transport. I hate that. Stay in.
He knows he's old, right?
Talking loud.
What, sorry?
Talking loud.
Leakage from the headphones, isn't it? When
It's
you can
not the
hear
leakage from the
Phone
headphones.
conversations.
Phone conversations is the right answer. Yes, the most annoying thing people do on public transport is talk loudly on the phone. There's always so much pressure to give up your seat to a pregnant woman because she needs it more than me, and why am I in the ladies' toilets anyway? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Jamie and Katherine have 3 points. Sean, Joe and Kirsty are the winners with 4 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, you can count on her. It's Carol Vorderman. Having the last laugh, it's Sarah Pascoe. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, news just in, it's Christian Guru Murphy. Smile like you mean it, it's Rob Beckett. And their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Thanks very much. Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 73% of women believe men should always pay for a first date? I took a girl on a date, and at the end of the night, she said, I want to go Dutch and shag my mate Lars. 36% of people in their 70s say they live life with a permanent smile on their face. They're not happy, it's just their false teeth are too big. And 19% of men worry about their moobs, but moobs are nothing to be ashamed of, just as long as they're not so big that when you look down, you can't see your mangina. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight, it's our panellist job to guess the British public's top 5 most talked about stories of the year. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about?
Is it gay marriage?
Gay marriage?
That's been happening, isn't it? Well, they're allowed to get married now, aren't they? Gay men and women. That is it. You're looking at me like I've just shit on my head. What's going on?
Well, it was a weird way you said it there. You said gays can get married now, men and women.
I felt pressured to expand, but when I said gay marriage, I think that pretty much sums it up in 2 words. Everyone looks at me and I thought, well, I'm going to have to add a bit more info. I'm going to have to press... I felt like I was pressing I on the Sky control. Unnecessarily, because if I see a programme that says gay marriage, I think, hello, gay marriage.
What do you mean by gay marriage?
Basically, it's when gay men and women...
Get married to each other, so the gay men marry the women?
I don't even know what's happening.
It became this massive thing, and now it's just kind of happened, and no one can really understand what the fuss was about.
Well, there was various people saying that it was going to be floods, didn't there?
Yes.
One of the UKIP, whatever they're called, spokespersons. He said that there will be biblical flooding if there's gay marriage. And if you think about it, we've just had a fantastic summer and a very balmy autumn. So I'd just like to say to all the gay and lesbian people out there, thanks a lot for that. I wore shorts on Halloween. Enjoyed it. So thanks for the lovely weather.
It would be brilliant if that was true, though, wouldn't it? If that actually worked. If, like, gay people having sex caused it to rain. Because if it was a really hot summer and it was, like, a hosepipe ban, my garden was, like, struggling. Like, because my mate's gay, I could be like, you don't mind giving him one, dear? My gypsophenias are falling apart.
Are you against it, Christian? Were you against it from the start?
Gay marriage?
Yeah.
No, I've been very pro it. Always.
I was just trying to catch you out.
Yeah.
You go, yes, it's an abomination.
We used to have to do these debates on the news between people who felt very strongly for it and against it, and it's just marriage. It's probably a mistake, whatever you're doing. So, I mean,
but you can't express an opinion one way or the other. You just have to host the debates.
yes,
between the...
try and stay as neutral as possible.
Do you ever try and show it in your eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Try and show us that you approve of gay marriage just in your eyes.
Yeah, there he is.
Is it not difficult if you've got someone on who's talking nonsense about saying, it's going to flood, it's awful, and you're trying, you obviously have to have like a proper debate with him, but aren't you just thinking, oh, fuck off, mate?
You just ask increasingly aggressive questions until they...
Yeah, until you get the answer. What do you fucking say?
You know how gay men have, they have a gaydar. They can spot another gay man, by certain things.
I think a lot of us have got gaydars.
Do you think they also have a straight dar? That they can spot straight men? They go, he's straight, he bought some jeans, didn't try them on, that kind of thing.
Literally, my first thought there was, what kind of an idiot would buy jeans without trying them on? There's so many different cuts.
They're the same size as the ones you just threw in the bin. But I think that, obviously a big step towards equality, gay marriage, but the real sign of true equality is when there's arranged gay marriages. When you find out you're marrying Terry from Leicester.
I don't think, even if I was gay, I think I'd struggle to have a gay wedding, just because some of my family members, like the older ones, I was not as open-minded. Do you know what I mean? So if I was saying like gay marriage at the front, when they say, any reason why they should not be wed, like my old uncle, like, they're two geezers! No, that's allowed now, uncle, chill out.
Are you referencing a specific uncle there?
Yeah, I am, I'm not going to tell his name.
What is his name then?
Mohammed. My uncle Mohammed.
Very good answer. John, you're getting married. How are your wedding plans?
I'm getting married next year.
Are you?
There's been a lot of talk of sham.
What?
Yes.
No. He's still got to find the bride.
Did you always have a romantic ideal of what your wedding would be like, or is it all a new experience?
In the interests of upholding my masculinity, I just say, I don't care, mate.
Yeah,
don't give a shit. I'll get on it. We'll have an argument as per.
Stop trying not to cry. He's smelling
That said, John, what are you going to wear?
I'm wearing a navy blue three-piece because I have to match the bridesmaids, apparently. Heaven forfend I would get to choose my own. I wanted those Indian wedding suits.
Oh,
they are
lovely.
exquisite.
They're gorgeous.
Wasn't allowed that.
Why?
I'm not Indian, apparently.
Let's have a look and see if gay marriage is up there. Of course. John, what do you think have been the biggest stories this year?
The biggest stories of the year?
I know what I was gossiping about.
What were you gossiping about?
It's girls versus boys tonight, isn't it?
Are people laughing because you just called John Richardson a girl?
I presume that's why they were laughing, yeah.
What's wrong with being a girl?
Yeah.
Can I just say that
You're not a girl, are you?
Well, I mean, I'd rather fight this fight myself. You're not doing it. You're calling me a girl. Ladies, deal with this, please. I'm too upset to speak at the moment. I have a penis.
John, wrong meeting.
I have a girlfriend and testicles and some whiskey and a fridge I mean, we can carry on with the things I've got. Got a hammer.
Got a hammer?
I tried to put up some shelves.
And?
Doesn't matter.
What have people been talking about this last 12 months?
I was gossiping about, these celebs who've had nudie photos taken of themselves, and then suddenly they're there, they're hacked, and there for the world to see.
So, yes, there were some leaked photos on the internet.
Stolen photographs, actually. The trouble is with this, nudity in women is used to sell things. It's on advertising, it's used to make pop stars sexy, and I realised how you can solve it is by all women being naked all of the time.
Okay.
Hear me out.
You have my attention.
Hear me out. So, first of all, yes, they can't steal women's nudity as a currency. People can't go, oh, Jennifer Lawrence, why does she even have naked photographs done? So, because we're all naked all the time, that's just a photograph. And then the other thing that happens is that straight men can't handle it, and they just start ejaculating all over the place and frothing at the mouth. They can't leave the house, they can't go to work, and then women and gay men rule the world.
I love this idea. I sense for very different reasons to you.
Apple is still saying that the iCloud wasn't hacked, so we still don't know how they got these photographs.
I think they do know how they leaked the photos now. I think it was.
How do they? How?
It was a phishing email that they sent to the actresses in question, saying, "Oh, your
Kim Kardashian don't go fishing. What are you talking about? As if she's going to open that. Always delete ones you don't know it's from. And if I'm Kim Kardashian, I see, oh, do you want to go carp fishing?
What they should do to stop this is have laptop screens or computer screens should be frosted like bathroom windows, and that way you wouldn't be sure if it was Kim Kardashian or a Renault Espace. You just go. Everything's just slightly frosted.
If someone hacked your phone, John, what would they find?
Well, I sent my girlfriend a dirty picture last week of the skirting board in my dressing room at it was an absolute disgrace. No, they don't find anything on my phone because... but who would want to see... well, if there was a picture of you, say, Jimmy, it's not that I would find the idea of you naked arousing, but just knowing I could see it would mean I would probably look.
Well, let me send you one now.
Why? If you're taking a photograph like that, would you put it on a cloud?
It saves everything. It even saves stuff that you deleted.
It doesn't save mine.
Yeah, it does.
With a setting?
No. Seriously, Carol.
I mean, I just think, why would you take a picture of yourself naked? Is there something a bit weird about finding yourself sexy? Is it like going... Whoa. Oh, if only I was someone else, I'd bloody do me now. I'd give myself a right... Whoa! There's something
weird about you doing it.
It might not be deliberate as well, though. I mean, like, my kids are at the age where they think the funniest thing in the world is to come into the bathroom when I'm in the shower and take pictures. It's not the naked pictures that worry me, though. It's everything on your phone. So when my accountant says, can you send me a copy of your P60, and I take a picture of it and email it to him, that picture is also on the iCloud and is completely hackable as well.
That's going to be a challenging wank. OK, let's take a look and see if it's up there. Sean, what are the other big stories of the last year?
Scottish independence was a big story. Part of me thought it'd be a tremendous idea, telling my kids that we're going abroad and then taking them to Dunfermline. And they got 16-year-olds. I thought it was brilliant to get 16-year-olds involved.
That was
and I think that was a masterstroke by Cameron, because basically what it means is when they have the EU referendum, he's going to have this as a precedent. And he knows that that will give them the best chance of having a yes vote for staying in Europe. I think that's not normal Cats type of stuff. But I think the great thing about referendums is that people feel represented, whereas they don't in any other political process we have in this country. And it's ridiculous that they don't have it. And the only people that stop it are the political parties. To preserve interests that have been sustained for many years.
It's a very well-practised mime.
The biggest missed opportunity was for England, because there was a point during the campaigning when Cameron, Clegg, Farage and Miliband were all in Scotland, which was our opportunity for a snap election on independence. Put an armed guard up at the border and keep the pricks up there for a while. You can have them now. You deal with them for a bit.
North Korea said, oh, that'd be good if you go independent, and, like, they'll back them, which is worrying, isn't it? It's like Oscar Pistorius telling you to be more impulsive.
Carol, were you pleased that they stayed?
Well, I just thought it's up to them, really. And, you know, things change, don't they? Things develop.
Are you breaking up with me?
It's kind of time to move on, Jimmy.
Don't worry, I've still got the photos.
It's an odd percentage of people that wanted to go, isn't it? Because it was, as much as it was, you know, was it 54%? It's almost half.
They kept saying, we won safely. Like, it doesn't feel very safe.
Like, if you had 5 kids and you went down for breakfast one morning, they went, we had a vote in the morning, 2 of us want to kill you in our sleep. The other 3 are all right with it. So we're not going to tell you which wants which.
We shouldn't give away the result of the referendum because some people might have taped it.
Have they got VHS in Scotland yet?
Why do you think they wanted to leave?
Why do they think they wanted to leave? I don't know, really, it's something to do, innit?
Rob, you missed. Christian did a rhetorical question. He did a
rhetorical one?
Yeah, commenting on your...
He's supposed to be doing the news, mate. Surely you should be asking proper questions. I like that nothing gets solved. You keep asking fake ones to politicians.
Yeah, it was... Yeah.
Isn't it? They're never going to answer.
Rob, what do you make of the referendum?
It was like 300... Is it 300 years we've sort of been together with Scotland? And that's going to be a big break-up, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine, like, sorting the DVDs out. I've only been married 2 weeks and the DVD situation's well out of hand.
You're getting divorced already?
No. She hasn't broke up with me, has she? No. That's what... She won't, will she? That's a rhetorical question, Christian.
But the divorce analogy is still going on, though, because it's the couple who've decided to stay together at the last minute, and now they hate each other.
We've been together 300 years. If we break up, it's like your nana and granddad breaking up. What's the point? Just shuffle along towards the end.
The ones that better together is like sort of a terrible slogan for like a breakup of a marriage, isn't it? It's like it's sleeping in separate beds, but you're just doing it for the kids.
And the next morning, it's like, no, we're not better together.
Nah.
And that's the funny thing that's going on in Scotland now, because there are lots of Labour voters going over to the SNP, and it kind of feels inevitable that it will happen at some point in time.
Oh, really?
He's off the news, Rob.
He's off the news. He'll know, won't he? Because normally, anyone who says something like that to me, they've had about 8 pints down the pub, and I think, oh, whatever, mate. But when you've said it fairly sober...
It would be bad news for the Queen, though, if they did eventually go independent, because she was very pleased when David Cameron announced that we'd stayed together. She purred, which is why she hasn't been since, because she got mauled by the corgis.
I'd like it. One of the things I'd like about it is because they'd obviously... We'd have to change the Union Jack. We'd have to get a new flag for England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And I suggest a frog on a motorbike.
Do you remember the Crazy Frog? Because he had a motorbike. We could use him to pose for the flag.
I think that might be where subliminally the idea came from.
Because then we could have that song as the anthem,
New national anthem. Ring, 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 ring.
Already I feel more patriotic.
You know, the England team would know all the words.
OK, let's see if it's up there. Yes, the referendum on Scottish independence. The weird thing in the Scottish referendum was they went for a yes or a no vote instead of an aye or a get the fuck you schemy bam pop prick vote. What else will the nation be talking about?
Well, over here on the lads' team, we particularly enjoyed the World Cup football tournament.
Yeah.
When was that, then?
Summertime?
Well, you might have missed it, because England was so shit I didn't get to finish my sticker book.
I was going to ask you about this. You know you love doing your stickers?
Yes.
You know Mario Balotelli did everything, his own sticker, all over his own page. Did that annoy you?
I didn't mind when he scored against us, but when he besmirched the honour of his sticker book, then he really pissed me off.
We've actually got a still here of Mario Balotelli's sticker book.
No wonder I couldn't get a swapsy of him.
Why isn't that right?
So basically, every single one of the players is going to be represented on the page, and at the end you have a complete book with every single player from every single team, and it's really exciting. And and you go to the shops and you get spares and you swap them with your friends.
Swaps, not spares.
Sorry, who do you swap them with?
Friends. Your friends.
You can do it online.
Okay.
I ended up in the last week of the World Cup in some grim pub in Teddington in some swapsy afternoon at 4 o'clock in the afternoon looking for my last 50.
I live so near Teddington, you should have called.
Do you do it as well?
No, well, my 7-year-old does it, but of course that means I did it, and you become absolutely obsessed by it.
See, I need to get a 7-year-old, because then it's weird if you're an adult doing it, but if you've got a kid...
It's also weird saying I need to get a 7-year-old right.
I think it's nice in this day and age to have, like, a good old hobby. Yeah. Like, anyone who has something they do in their spare time, which isn't watching television, I think, yeah, good on you.
If I wasn't doing that, I'd be out twatting people. So... What do you want me to do?
Sean, what do you make of the World Cup?
I think it works. You technically work it out. We spent longer on the flight over there than we did on the pitch. You know, it's a pitiful, pitiful display. I think the only way that England is going to do well in the World Cup is if they make it more like Strictly. So it's not just the scores. You get a phone vote as well. Although we got beaten 3-2 by Belgium, turns out we're more popular. We've got more phone votes, so we're going through, and Belgium, you're out. You know?
Do you think we should have a different tactic, though? Because whenever we go into the European Cup or the World Cup and all of this stuff, it's always, you know, the adverts and the gladiators are here, and it's as though they're these fantastic heroes, and then they do rubbish every time. So should we have, like, reverse psychology, where we go, actually, we're a bit crap.
Yes, we
should say the World Cup.
We should say, like, here's these guys. The real team died. They've never played football before. Fingers crossed.
I think Roy Hodgson's maybe a bit too old. When the physio, like, broke his ankle when we celebrated our first goal, and then it just cut to him, there's everyone on the floor. I honestly thought Roy Hodgson, he's had an heart attack. He is gone. He's just because he looks so old, doesn't he? And then we had that, like, friendly in Switzerland. I thought they were going to leave him there. Is it a friendly, or are we getting rid of him?
OK, let's see if the World Cup is up there. Yes, the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. The good news is Roy Hodgson's already picked his winning team for the next World Cup. Germany. Depending on how things go, Islamic State might be able to enter the next World Cup. Now that would be a group of death. OK, one more thing to get fingers on buzzers. What do you think?
Is it the spate of people tipping ice buckets over their
Ice
heads?
Bucket Challenge.
The ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
Did you do it?
I did do it, but instead of ice water, I had sort of warm water, and instead of tipping it, I sort of climbed into it. I had a lovely bath. Yeah.
Carol, you did it, didn't you?
I've done it, yeah, I did it.
Carol Vorderman did do it, yeah, in some style, I would say. Should we take a look at Carol's?
Yes.
Who nominated you?
Red Arrows nominated me.
The Red Arrows nominated... What, all of them?
All of them, because they did it the night before.
There's going to be a story here.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Yeah. Well, they were all sitting in formation, apparently, the night before, and had...
So they were sitting in formation,
ice
yeah.
tipped over them. And then they had to nominate... You had to nominate three people or something, OK? So they said they nominated the Chief of Air Staff, Prince Harry, and me. And I thought, oh, God. And that video went everywhere, and I thought, well, I can't not do it now, can I, really?
No, and it's a real compliment. Out of anyone they could have chosen, they chose you.
They chose
What did you do to piss off the Red Arrows?
So, Sean, did you do the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge?
No, I didn't do it, no. I'm not a big joiner-inner. I don't really join in. It's not one thing I'm known for. I don't really feel like a bit of ice on you is that big a deal, to be cold for a minute. I know it's, you know, I don't really see... I mean, if it's like have a bit of gravel in your shoe for a month, you had just one bit of gravel in your shoe, everybody going, oh, Christ, fucking piece of gravel, oh, jeez. Yeah, only 16 days to go. Oh,
OK, well, I'm going to convince you now with one clip.
What clip?
Show him the nuns.
They look like 6 Susan Boyles on acid.
No, I've got an ice bucket fail. There were some ice bucket fails as well.
How could you possibly fail that?
Well, take a look.
I thought the Indian and the Gaza ones were much better. Like, the Gaza one was tip a bucket of rubble over your head, and India was a rice bucket challenge in which you took a bucket of rice to a poor family.
And tipped it over their head? Well, let's have a look and see if it's up there. Yes, the Ice Bucket Challenge. So those were the most talked about stories of the year. But in other news, Tory MP Brooks Newmark resigned after sharing sexually explicit messages with an undercover reporter. I blame predictive text. Brooks Newmark actually wanted a hand with the coming election. The Commonwealth Games took place in Glasgow. During the Games, Tesco claims sales of haggis rose by 80%. I'm sorry, but that's a bag of shite. Or haggis, as they're called in Scotland. So at the end of that round, Sean, Rob and Christian have 2 points. John, Carol and Sarah have 3 points. And it's pick of the poll. Sean, Rob, Christian, pick a question. What do you like the look of?
The, old baghead.
OK. A recent study has claimed that discrimination against someone because of their looks could be a type of bigotry called facism. So we asked our studio audience, do you judge people by their looks, yes or no?
Depends what they look like, innit?
We got in touch with the people that did the survey, and we sent them pictures of John's face, and we got them to analyse it. They said your face was likeable and trustworthy, but this is how you would look if you were more dominant.
He'd lose his hair.
Richard O'Brien. This is how you'd look if you were presenting the Crystal Maze.
Like a really happy racist.
We sent them a picture of Sean, your face, and they said you were trustworthy. But if you wanted to be more likeable, you would look like this.
Why do you have to be bald?
I don't think they do hair. That's not their thing.
Oh, come on, that's half the head.
He looks like Phil Collins.
I do look like Phil Collins, so that's worrying. One of my eyes is bigger than the other. And they haven't captured my nostril hairs. My splendid nostril hairs.
He's got no hair and no arms, and he's got... Why don't they do arms for glasses?
See, we sent them a picture of me as well. They said that I was an extrovert, but if I wanted to look more threatening, we'd change it to this.
You look like somebody that Bilbo Baggins shouldn't trust.
OK, so back to the question. Do you judge people by their looks?
Of course you do, of course you do. And then you come up with a nickname to go with those looks. Jugs, baldy, slaphead, fatso, something like that, you know, and make sure it sticks for life.
Are you talking about their face or just the different little looks they have? If you met someone, every time they spoke to you like that... that would piss me off. If someone, like, do you want to go for a drink? Maybe.
Christian, do you judge people by their looks?
I certainly do, yeah. I mean, I judge my children by their looks.
Have you got a favourite?
Oh, yeah. I mean, everyone's got a favourite child, haven't they?
I'll tell you what, I wish I did.
It's right to judge people on their looks, though, isn't it? I get judged all the time. People come up to me, they assume I'm an Italian chef. I'm not.
Yeah. I judge people by what curry they order.
What do you order?
Oh, well, I usually go for a Madras or a Rogan Josh. But if someone orders a doppiazza, I would think, oh, a bit odd. What's he up to? Why would you be ordering that? How would you judge me as a, you know...
I would judge you as a bit of an Indian food ignoramus. If you, because a Madras isn't really Indian food. It's sort of, it's a British invention of Indian food. So, no, to be honest, I would judge you as a very nice... Anybody who likes Indian food is basically quite open-minded and therefore is a good thing.
Is that the case?
Yeah. I still meet loads of people who say, oh, I don't eat Indian food.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've got an uncle who don't like pasta. Pasta?
Is that Uncle Mohammed?
Yeah. Mohammed hates pasta. I find curry menus really confusing, like, because if you read it, it tells you all the ingredients, but I think, because there's always so many, like, ingredients in a curry, I think, yeah, I know what all they are, but how's it going to taste? I can't work out that many things.
You mean if
how it'll end up? I know what I call it, but what's going to happen at the end of it?
For English, you could imagine egg, bacon,
yeah,
sausage,
I'm going to deal with it,
sausage.
but that, I'm like, yeah, I do like that, but what's going to happen when it's with that one?
Is that just a curry house menu or just menus that you have trouble with?
Menus in general, really, isn't it?
Also, I can invent a new menu for you, which is just the name of the dish and then a little square that you lick.
Oh.
So you don't need to know what's in it. Just do I like the taste? And those menus can only be used once.
Oh,
Don't worry.
Book for that restaurant early.
Carol, what do you rate people on their looks?
I think we all do, don't we? Really, I mean, look at you.
I'm up here, Carol.
No, she's wondering where the wedding cake is, Jimmy.
Are you saying that I look like a wedding cake decoration?
You look like a wedding cake decoration. It's our little joke. Doing once a series.
I think you look really nice, Jimmy. I think you wear, like, really nice tailored suits. You look a lot different when you first started on telly, don't you? I'm just saying you look like you've got all...
I've scrubbed up well.
You've always dressed smartly. I remember you, 15-something years ago.
Yeah, when you were Eamon Holmes.
Yeah.
And there's like a picture of Dorian Gray somewhere. Eamon Holmes is getting fatter and fatter and fatter. Jimmy's getting thinner and thinner and thinner. They're actually the same person.
OK, well, let's get some answers on this. Do you judge people by their looks, yes or no? What are you going to say?
Yes.
OK, John?
No.
OK, I can tell you the answer is yes. 82% of our studio audience said they do judge people by their looks. We all judge people by their appearance sometimes. I once met a guy with size 15 shoes. I thought, who is this clown? And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Brit's favourite guilty pleasure. What do you think?
This is when you let someone else's cat come into your house. And you feed it, and you stroke it, and you pretend that it's your cat.
It's a child, isn't it?
OK, is it when someone has tied their dog up outside a shop and they've gone inside and then you have a really good stroke of their dog and the dog looks at you with big eyes like, I love you, but you think, I can't steal you because you live with that other guy?
Just buy a pet.
I'm not allowed. I rent in London.
What do you mean you're not allowed a pet?
I have a no pets contract on my flat.
I had one of those. We bought a cat. What are they going to do?
Is that a true story?
Yeah. It's not much of a story, I'll be honest with you.
Jimmy lives by his own rules. You think I'm dangerous? This guy's on the wrong side of the tracks. If you are interested in a pet, I'd be very happy for you to look after my tapeworm.
OK. Brit's favourite guilty pleasure, what do you think?
I've really got into coconut water, is it that?
I love it when you discover a new thing, because it's like...
I really like it, and I feel like I shouldn't.
What's your guilty pleasure, Christian?
My guilty pleasure is probably ringing the BBC viewers' calls line during BBC News and saying, you're shit.
John, what do you think?
Well, people don't feel guilty enough, do they? Let's be honest. If people felt less guilty about the shit they like, then stuff would be better. But most people's take... Like, X Factor is popular, and music is shit, and food we eat is shit, and we don't feel guilty about it anymore, do we?
OK.
OK, just...
I mean...
Put your hands in the air! John's rapping.
What's your guilty
I think it's when you're sitting on the toilet and you know you've got the toilet roll and it's got one bit is slightly lower than the other bit, you know, because it's 2-ply.
Someone's doing well.
2-ply. What you're meant to do is take the top bit over like that. Do you do this at home? And then you get it, and then they all measure up and you rip that bit off.
No, but then you get out of sync.
No,
because...
no.
Why are you shitting in the sink?
You know, you said about your wife splitting up with you after 2 weeks. I think you might have moved a bit closer.
She won't see this. She's got school in the morning. She's a teacher.
As if a teacher would go out with you.
She's a teacher. And she's got a master's.
There's a man that knows he's punching above his weight.
Definitely.
Well played. Any other thoughts?
Watching Jeremy Kyle.
Oh, well, you're very close with that.
Shit TV.
Is it, reality TV or something?
It is reality TV. That's the right answer. Yes, Britain's favourite guilty pleasure is watching reality TV. The great thing about reality TV is it gives you the opportunity to compare your life with the people on screen. I was watching Embarrassing Bodies the other day, laughing to myself, thinking, you call that a freakishly enlarged testicle? Jog on. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Rob and Christian have 3 points, John, Carol and Sarah have 4 points. They're the winners! Our wonderful studio audience and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats. Going for gold, it's Lewis Smith. Here we go, it's Henning Vane. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, hey, big spender, it's Kelly Hoppin. Here for the crack, it's David O'Doherty. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr. Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, a third of university students don't know how to boil an egg? Idiots. Fancy not being able to use a microwave and a hammer. 23% of grandparents help fund their grandchildren through university, usually by dying. And a study claims 25% of people who've had cosmetic surgery lied to get it paid for by the NHS. I know I did. I told the doctor my girlfriend was unsatisfied by my tiny penis, but I was lying. I haven't got a girlfriend. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
Is it the car racing guy? Lewis Hamilton, yeah. He won the World Championships, world champion of the... I've got the fastest machine competition, which appears to be whoever's got the fastest car wins. It should be the car that wins, and at the end, the car doesn't get anything. It doesn't even get, like, a nice tank of petrol. Or right out in the countryside instead of going round and round a fucking track.
It's a lovely thought. Henning, do you like Formula 1?
I went once to Silverstone, and it was a fairly underwhelming experience. I bought one of them ground passes, and that allows you to walk around the circuit, and then at the point of your choosing, you're allowed to press your face against the fence. The problem is, the cars, they're so small in reality and so fast. When they were going by, you couldn't even make out their colour. It was just a ball of noise flying past. And this is the worst day out I've ever had.
Lewis, would you fancy a go at it? I mean, you're a sportsman.
I'd love to have a go, yeah. I like a bit of adrenaline.
You like a bit of adrenaline? Oh, yeah, gymnastics.
I'm sorry. Have you tried doing a back somersault?
Have I tried doing a back somersault? How do you think I got on stage this evening? I somersault in.
Oh, really? We must have missed that one. Please show us again for the cameras.
Okay, fine. Well, no, because of health and safety, I probably shouldn't in these heels. You can't do a back somersault just off the bat. You can't. You have to warm up.
Are you
and
asking me or telling me?
I think we're flirting. Can you do a back? Go on, do a back somersault.
All right. Let's go warm up first.
You got to warm up. I told you had to warm up.
That's not warm up, Johnny.
Oh, what? Oh, Jesus! Don't do that. Ah.
What's up?
This is.
You're next, though, yeah?
Yeah, no, straight after. But I'm
Right,
just
go
gonna.
this way, go this
I'm
way,
just gonna.
this way.
Just watching because I need to learn the technique.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh! Have done?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So just, and then.
Go on, undo a few buttons first.
Huh? Is that it?
Yeah.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, you fancy it?
Whoa!
Ready?
No, don't actually do it.
I thought there was no adrenaline in gymnastics, so this would be easy.
Yeah.
All right, there is some. Can you? I mean, pretty impressive. Does anyone else fancy having a go at anything?
I can't do backward somersault, but I can do this. Can you put the sound on later? It's a big one.
David, you were you Leinster under-15 triple jump champion?
Get it right, James. I was 1990 East Leinster under-14s triple jump bronze medalist. No, I'm terribly impressed by that in a way that I'm not so much by Formula. I think the problem with Formula One is I look at it and I have a few sports where I just think, yeah, I could do that. The closest I would get to Formula One would be Mario Kart, which I am virtually unbeatable at. And then you add into the pressure of that, having to drive over boxes and being chased by a kind of a dragon. No disrespect, like a real one. So I'm more impressed by that than that.
I think I'm with you. Do you reckon you'd be any good at it, John?
No, I don't admire speed. I'm more into sort of safety. To be fair, Formula One, I think, is one of the few sports that if I went into it, I would be one of the exciting people in the sport. Do you know what he said he was going to celebrate by having a few nice dinners? Even I looked at that and thought, oh, sod off. They say he's going to marry, what's his girlfriend?
Nicole Scherzinger.
Because of the marketing capabilities, and that's what I'm doing.
Who are you going to marry?
Well, I'm marrying my girlfriend Lucy. We're going to create our brand Juicy. Some fragrances, John Richardson Y-fronts, chastity belt, rubber John Johnnies. All available next May, out in the shops.
Well, Kelly, were you impressed, Kelly?
By John now, or... Because I was very impressed.
We're clutching at straws there, but go by Lewis Hamilton's achievement.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I think... I disagree with Sean. I think, actually, it's the driver that drives the car, because you've got...
I think...
No,
I didn't say they don't drive the car.
You were saying the car...
I didn't say they're just sitting there going...
No. What you said was the car should get some form of acknowledgement, but actually, I think... I mean, it's fast and it's furious, and I would hate to be any part of it.
The other thing I don't like about it is all the sponsorship. I mean, do they have any clothes that aren't sponsored? Does, like, Lewis Hamilton wake up in the morning and go, what should I wear? The pepperami trousers or the Branston pickle jacket?
Two brilliant examples of sponsorship there. Pepperami and Branston pickle. I think that may explain recent medical problems you've been having.
But it'd be great, wouldn't it, if Formula One was sponsored by Branston Pickle, wouldn't it? And instead of champagne at the end, you just shook up a jar of Branson just flicked it at the
Well, it's more or less what they did, didn't they? Because it was in Abu Dhabi, they couldn't have champagne. So they had, like, elderflower...
Cordial.
Cordial, yeah. And it's like, well, in Abu Dhabi, you're not allowed to drink champagne, but apparently you're allowed to kiss a man's helmet in public.
Let's take a look at that moment.
Why wouldn't he take it? I mean, he's finished the race. He doesn't need to, which brings in my conspiracy theory that, in fact, it wasn't Lewis Hamilton under there. It was me!
Well, shall we have a look and see if Lewis Hamilton is up there? Of course. Let's talk about them. Yes, Lewis Hamilton's won the Formula One championship for a second time. A modern Formula One racing car emits a sound louder than a jumbo jet, but fortunately, Lewis Hamilton always wears earplugs because he goes out with Nicole Scherzinger. John Steen, what else has the nation been talking about this week?
Well, we will talk about that next week, that sound.
Yeah. Your ball's dropping.
One of your politicians was very rude to a taxi driver who recorded it and sold it to the Sun.
David Mellor.
Yeah.
Should we have a listen? Let's have a listen.
You got in here and then you start telling me what way to go. I said to you, look, to be honest with you, it's Friday night, it's 5 to 6, right? You may have lived in London 40 years or however long, but I've been driving a cab for 10 years.
You've been driving a cab for 10 years. I've been in the cabinet. I'm an award-winning broadcaster. I'm a Queen's Counsel. You think what your experiences are anything compared to mine?
No.
Just shut up, for Christ's sake. Drive me where you want to go and keep a civil tongue in your head, OK? And don't give me a lot because I don't want to hear it.
Oh, that is...
I think it's pretty clear who's the arsehole there. I don't think there's any doubt in that situation. And for younger viewers who don't know who David Mellor is, he's a huge arsehole.
Should we treat ourselves to a bit more?
Yeah, I like it, yeah.
To be honest with you, Mr. Mellor...
I don't want to hear about you being honest. And if you think you're going to be sarky, get a better education before you're sarky with me. Listen to Ken and I tomorrow. You're going to get a bucket full. And your friends, I have so many cabbies that get in a cab, they listen to my show, they're proud to do so. I'm going to tell them what you've done. Uber is going to be my king, OK? You up our day, how dare you? On a little stupid little heart.
What's amazing over the course of the full thing is how many times he mentions his radio show. It starts to sound like he knows he's being recorded and he's using it as an advert. You listen to me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on LBC when I will be joined by none other than Phil Collins. He's listed. It's so funny when someone loses it and he starts listing his accomplishments and he's running out and it's, I am an award-winning broadcaster. I was in Dictionary Corner on Countdown. I have 2 sets of golf clubs.
I was the 1990 East Leinster under-14s triple jump bronze medalist, so...
Doesn't work. I heard that somewhere. Heard that. Kelly, what did you make of that?
I just think it's atrocious. I mean, if you get into a cab, you give them the address, and that's the job of the cabbie to take you the best route. You don't sit there and tell him how to go. You wouldn't call a plumber and end up doing his job for him.
Well, I've seen some plumbing videos online where
no, but
things get quite heated between some of their female customers.
I just think that he's a complete... That's funny.
Thanks. You're so sweet.
I think he's a complete dickhead.
Lewis, do people recognise you in the back of a cab?
I did get corrected the other day, actually. I went into a cab at King's Cross and I said, let's go to the Mayfair Hotel on Berkeley Street. And he goes, Stratton Street, mate, actually, stick to gymnastics. And there was a good awkward silence for about 2 or 3 minutes.
I didn't even know Sean had a cab. OK, let's see if it's up there. Yes, it's David Mellor's heated row with a taxi driver. It's great to have David Mellor's face back in the newspapers, especially if you've always wondered what the crazy frog would look like taking a shit. So, Sean Steen, what else did the nation be talking about over the last week?
It seems to get on the front pages a lot these days, which are stories of obesity. And the latest one is that due to the government's sort of guidelines on the NHS, 2 million people are entitled to gastric bans.
Yeah, it's incredible. I think it's quite good news, isn't it, if you need to lose a bit of weight?
Well, no, it's not good news, because they could do it without gastric bans. They could do it.
Well, apparently not. The rather unfortunately named obesity expert, Dr. Rachel Batterham. That is her name. She said that many obese patients find it virtually impossible to lose weight.
Well, yeah, because they keep eating.
The idea is to save society money. That's the underlying idea, isn't it? You want the NHS to save money. In many ways, you could come to a quicker result if you just keep feeding them.
By putting the band in, do people actually physically lose the weight, or do they just...
Yeah, they do. It's because it sort of starts them off, and then they lose a lot of weight, and then they feel better about themselves,
and
then
do they
they
take
can
the band
exercise.
out, then?
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
It can be quite dangerous, though.
Oh, yeah, it can be very dangerous. People die having it done. It can kill them, but that's Henning's plan anyway. So, it's not the end of the world.
It seems quite basic, though. That's my worry about it. If I had to do it, I'd think that's quite a route one idea. You would just wrap an elastic band around your stomach. It started off with stapling. I think they've just gone in Ryman's and just thought, we'll go with a stapler. The next one will be you just feed your fat into a shredder, just get a Pritt stick and just stick it back up like that. But there will come a point, if we don't deal with it, where more people are fat than are not fat, and then fat people will be in power, and they will be passing legislation to make thin people fat. So I'm saying...
No, they won't, because most of them will be up north and the country will just flip.
One of the proposals was that you refuse to serve obese people in fast food restaurants, which would be a tricky one to enforce.
Well, like in a bar, when you've had too much booze and they go, I think you've had enough. In KFC, go, ooh. Whoa, so I think Sir's had quite enough already. I have an idea of narrowing the doorways of chip shops. Oh, so how do you stay in shape, Lewis?
I think exercise is just routine. If it's not something you normally do, then it's hard to kickstart it.
What do you do? So, end of the Olympics, right? You've done all that training, you've been through all that, and that was your goal. What do you have to treat yourself at the end?
Everything. Indian, Chinese, KFC, all the stuff you've starved yourself of like 12 weeks, just pack it all in.
Well, some people are living like that the whole time.
The problem is at the moment society accommodates overweight people too well. I was in a men's outfitter in Shrewsbury the other day.
Oh, you live a life, don't you?
So, and then I tried on a nice pair of corduroy trousers. And I couldn't button them up. And then the bloke that runs the place says, ooh, maybe try one size easier. Rather than, you fat bastard.
We have a thing over here, Henning, called customer service. Is if you make a living by selling stuff, it's better not to have people walk in your shop and go, all right, fat fucker, we haven't got anything for you.
Well, I had that in that I have a 36-inch waist, but I have a fantastically short leg. I have a 31-inch leg. And so I tried in the Levi's shop to get those jeans, and the guy just said, no, that doesn't happen. That does not exist. And I was like, look, and he's like, no, they're wrong.
Can we see your weird body shape?
Well,
because I'm just wondering how short these legs actually are.
I once had to pose in a life drawing class.
This is a really weird pose right now.
I had to...
Walk round and stand in front of the thing.
I think that's the way forward.
Before I did this as a job, I posed naked in a life drawing class, and people drew me, and the person who was marking the drawings just went, nah, you've all done this really badly. And it was, in fact, because of these tiny weeny...
You've got little... Look at the little hooves.
Yeah. They're not ridiculous, but
the length of your torso is remarkable. It's...
Long body, short legs.
Yeah. You don't know what the struggle that is my life. You people don't even know what it's like to have, like, an iPod in your pocket and the headphones on, you go...
Do you know, David, though, that body is very desirable in Middle-earth. Women go mad for it.
Well, that's not one of the most talked about things over the last week. The worry is the obesity epidemic will bring the country to its knees, and it'll be too fat to get back up again. What do you think the nation will be talking about over the last week?
Is it Well, it's Christmas again, so there'll be a story about a terrible winter wonderland experience. And this year, it's Lawrence Llewelyn-Bowen in the hot seat, isn't it?
Yeah, the interior designer.
I mean, this one was a disaster. They had elves smoking. Father Christmas was drunk and was offering kids...
It sounds amazing.
What was it? They said
think...
the promoters were saying that it was all about making memories, and I think this would be memorable.
The problem was the marketing. They just shouldn't have called it Winter Wonderland. They should have called it, like, Shitmas Crap Town. They should have gone to just the shittest Christmas ever.
They called it the Magical Journey.
Well, one of the problems that they said that the elves were telling the kids they hoped they had a shit Christmas. I think the problem is, if you have a Midlands accent, sometimes, even if you're wishing someone a happy Christmas, it can sound a bit, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. It's just kids going out, oh, there's no need to be like that, you dick.
It's too, they deserve it. Anyone taking their kids to a winter Christmas wonderland in November deserves to have a shit time. And anyway, maybe it's just the arse end of Lawrence Llewelyn-Bowen's Halloween nightmare town. And everyone went, this is horrific. And he's like, sweet.
It's just a very clever marketing ploy, isn't it? Most of them things never happen. Like, they make it... Oh, this is so bad, you have to go and see it with your own eyes to believe it. And then everyone goes in there and says, oh, well, it's just disappointing.
Yeah. The German tourist board there.
Germany is exciting, and I tell you what, if you want to experience an authentic German Christmas experience in the UK, go to Birmingham and enjoy the German Christmas market. I was there this year on the opening night, and I'm amazed how many of my countrymen are fluent in Romanian.
You're a big fan of Christmas markets because I've heard a radio ad of yours.
Yeah, from donkeys ago, for the Brighton Christmas market, yes.
Should we have a listen?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah, go on, then.
I'm loving the Brighton by the seaside. It reminds me of beautiful Boltenhagen. And I'm loving your German market at the Churchill Square. Knickknacks, gifted things, and all sorts of crafted things. And yummy things you don't get seeing nowhere else, except in beautiful Boltenhagen. Jawohl.
Very few radio ads where people mention knickknacks and yummy things.
The funny thing about that was, when I recorded that, the bloke said, you sound too English, sound more German. And then I gave the most over-the-top version. I think that's exactly what we needed.
I thought you were like those Dolmio pasta guys, but the German version. You know the Dolmio foam little bastards? I hate them. You see them, you just want to put a lighter near them, don't you? I thought you were like a sort of German version of that.
Back to Winter Wonderland.
Winter Wonderland.
Would you take the kids there?
No, I wouldn't take my kids to anything.
What if they've done something awful?
Lawrence Llewelyn-Bowen. I mean, this is a man who looks himself in the mirror and then still leaves the house.
We've got a still of him. Here's a still of Lawrence Llewelyn-Bowen. I'm not sure. Why is he gone as one of the three musketeers?
Yeah.
Kelly, you're an interior designer. Is he in any way competition?
No, definitely not. No, but he's not. You know, he's definitely not.
Fight. All the interior designers get together.
Like, but I would never go and design a winter wonderland, ever. And I think that Lawrence's style is very over the top in the way that he dresses. It's kind of like, let's put everything into a room all at once and puff it up and light it and boom, that's it. Whereas I am...
Good at it.
Very good.
Lewis, would you go to the Winter Wonderland?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I don't see why you'd go anywhere if you could do backward somersaults. I mean, it's just the sort of thing you can just amuse yourself. Like, you think, I could go out today, or I could just go, hey!
People always say this. Like,
people always say what?
People always say, oh, if I could do backflips, I'd be doing them everywhere. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. You'd look like a right tit just doing backflips everywhere.
Yeah, no, that's why I don't do them. That's why I didn't do one earlier. OK. It's not up there, but I can tell you Lawrence Llewelyn-Bowen's Winter Wonderland has reopened despite hundreds of complaints. Lawrence Llewelyn-Bowen's Winter Wonderland is such an atrocity. After it opened, Al-Qaeda rang up and claimed responsibility. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing still to get. Lewis?
I'm a celebrity. That's on it, isn't it?
What was that?
I was thinking of Gemma Collins. I feel really bad, especially after the whole gastric bypass and all that thing.
So, I'm a celebrity. Do you watch the show?
Bits and bobs.
Bits and bobs. Would you ever consider going in the jungle?
For a serious amount of dough, yes.
OK, but, I mean, fast forward 12 months.
Such a dick.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I wouldn't do it. I hate bugs. Butterflies, moths. Well, butterflies aren't too bad, but moths and spiders.
Because that's the thing, isn't it? Before you go in, you've got to say what you're afraid of. And then
I'd say, all right, and in that case, I'd say I'd hate comfy beds, I hate bug spray.
I reckon they'd see through that.
The big news this week was an argument in the camp between Kendra and Edwina Curry. Should we have a look?
Sometimes you put other people first.
Being here is the right decision, and I'm not going to let you or anyone tell me that that's the wrong decision.
I'm going to tell you it's the wrong decision. You can't stop me doing what I think is right. So there. That's the problem with that philosophy, because then you have everybody saying, I'm going to do my thing. And nobody does anything together.
But you're not seeing the heart of what we're saying. So you might as well shut the up and get the out of our conversation, because you're not seeing the heart of it. So take your heartless ass out of our conversation and shut the up and go back to sleep where you belong.
Horrible person.
She's got lovely breasts, though.
How did I make her say what I was thinking? That's the question. That's an incredible feat. Well done, me.
No.
The amazing one on this series is Jake Quickenden, because the show he got voted off from hasn't even finished yet. He got voted out of X Factor. 2 weeks later, he went in the jungle. If he gets out of there in time to do the Strictly Christmas special, he's done. In 5 months, he's had his whole career. Incredible. Admire his efficiency. Should we wait for the jungle next year? No, now. I can still get on a plane now. I can be eating a kangaroo dick on Tuesday.
Also, it says something very sick about us. The people, that's the main thing people want to watch. And you think, what have these celebrities done to deserve all this abuse, this humiliation? You realise what they've done to deserve it is nothing. And that's why people want to watch it. They think, look at you, you've got a big house, you know, big car, tanned wife or girlfriend, and you've done fuck all. Eat that bollock.
We shouldn't just talk about the bad things, though, because Gemma Collins said the experience of being in there has put her off television for life. And I think we should celebrate the good things that come out of I'm a Celebrity.
Let's have a look and see if I'm a Celebrity's up there. Yes, it's I'm a Celebrity. During one of the trials, Jake Quickenden was bitten on the testicle by an ant. He's just lucky Deck didn't have a go on the other one. Kendra and Edwina Curry had a massive row in the jungle, and surprisingly, not over which one had fucked the most disgusting old man. So those were the most talked about things over the last week. But in other news, it's been revealed 70% of chicken sold in the UK are contaminated with a food poisoning bug. Following these damaging revelations, experts warn the bottom may fall out of the chicken industry and anyone that eats it. You can avoid getting poisoned by chicken if you follow a simple set of nan-dos and nan-don'ts. After eating chicken, are you feeling hot, medium hot, or lemon and herb? And ex-Tory Minister Andrew Mitchell has lost a libel case against The Sun after a judge ruled he probably did call police officers plebs. The only way Andrew Mitchell's day could get any worse is if he got picked up outside court by David Mellor's cab driver and taken to Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen's Winter Wonderland. Pick of the polls. John, Kelly, David, pick a question.
Let's have the gentleman painting there, and he's not put masking tape on his skirting board, so he's going to have to do that again.
OK, most people think they're good at interior design. True or false?
It's true.
Do you think people think they are good at interior design?
Oh, yeah, totally.
And do you think they are?
No.
What's the worst thing you see?
I mean, you haven't got long enough. I mean, just...
Heard that before.
Yeah.
That's not really an interior design issue.
No, but it's normally size that is the problem. In other words, people put the wrong size furniture in rooms. Like, so proportion is wrong.
So if you've got an average size living room, should you put tiny furniture in there to make it look like it's far away? What are you saying? Yeah. Well, like, put doll's furniture in there. People go, your house is massive.
Enormous. I think what it is that people don't measure it and plan it properly. You wouldn't just order something on the internet and not check the size and put the clothes on. It's the same kind of thing.
Did you order stuff online and not?
Might have done that, yeah.
What did you order?
A sofa which didn't fit.
I mean, literally didn't fit?
You couldn't get through the front door because it blocked it.
What happens in that scenario? You just...
I have to go around the back of the house, get that sofa and back.
OK, and then how's it look in the room?
It looks better now. I've moved to a better house and it's bigger, but...
You bought a sofa that was too big and then had to move house to accommodate...
It's not the reason I moved house.
It sounds like it's one of the reasons.
It played a factor, yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
All you need to do, paint your house white, on a table in the hallway, bowl of pebbles. Lovely. Nice bowl of pebbles, everything white, and, like, maybe a vase with, like, a reed sticking out of it.
I wish I'd thought of that.
No skulls. Don't put a skull. No skulls.
My friend's a painter, and he was painting my house, and he sent me off to the paint shop to buy 2 colours, and he'd written them down on a bit of paper, and I handed them over, and they all laughed in the paint shop, and he had written down on the piece of paper the 2 colours he wanted were panty bunting and grandma's labia. Tried to ring him up, and he was like...
One man in America designed his house so that everything worked electronically. Let's take a look.
People are fascinated by gimmicks. If you have to use the toilet, you just push this button here, and it becomes a regular potty. That was probably one of the first things I did. I don't know why I did it, though. You'll have to stand back there, though, in order to appreciate this one. Because, see, you can go around in circles. Whoa! That's okay. No problem.
Do you think he's done a good job?
I just think that gimmicks don't work. I mean, I've had somebody in the past ask me to put a fireman's pole in the bedroom.
That was not a fireman's pole. Henning, how have you decorated your beautiful home?
Decorates itself, really. I live in London. You can't swing a cat in a room or something. I can't even swing a fist in my kitchen. That's the reality of life in London. I mean, all is so... And that's why there is never any London contestants on Come Dine With Me.
That's the real problem here, yes. Finally, we got to the heart of the bloody issue.
Yeah. Where do you want to sit them dinner guests? Like, I live in a normal flat, so I can sit 2 people in the kitchen, probably 2 in the bedroom, say 3 in the living room, 1 in the hallway. Can't have anyone in the cupboard. Boris Beckett is staying with me.
OK, let's get some answers on this. So most people think they're good at interior design. What are you going to go with, John?
I will defer to the expert, I think.
Yes.
So you're saying true, OK. What would you go with, Sean?
We're up, so we played safe. We say the same as them.
True. Cancel them out.
OK. I can tell you the answer is true. 54% of people think they are good at interior design. To make better use of space in our lounge, we knocked through to the next room. The neighbours were livid. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Worst thing to be told about yourself? What do you think?
He's yours.
What's the worst thing that people say about you? Just give us, like, the top 5 things that people say that annoy you.
Someone called me a shitwank the other day. I quite like that. I've obviously pissed you off and you thought, but actually I'm going to go away and think of something to call him. And he's just thought, if I put shit and wank, I'll call him a shit wank.
Someone came up to me on a train recently and said that I reminded them of that awful comedian, David O'Doherty. So I was like, yeah, that prick. Oh.
For me, the worst bit, if someone were to say, I'm flesh. If that was general consensus, was that I'm flesh, that would make me suicidal.
Well, it's a pretty nice burgundy jumper you've got on this evening. You are flash compared to some people.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, but not ish. Thank you very much.
The worst thing you can be told about yourself is, we got it all on tape. That's the worst one. David Mellor found that out this week. He got a call from the Sun. Yeah, we'll prove it. Oh, shit.
Lewis, what's the worst thing you could say about a gymnast?
You're shit.
Thanks, Cal. I don't know, I mean, there's all sorts of stereotypes. I mean, a lot of people think I'm gay, which isn't the case.
But does that annoy you, or do you just think if people go...
No, because I know I like women. If there's anyone out there, you know, want to test that out, feel free.
I'm a beautiful young woman.
You are not a beautiful young woman, surely.
Do what you want with me. Soldier.
You're an old man.
What do you think? Worst thing about yourself?
You smell.
You smell?
You smell.
You smell?
You smell.
You smell?
You smell.
You smell nice. Shut up, stop it, you. Well, Kelly, you smell is the right answer. Yes, the worst thing to be told about yourself is you smell. One of the most awkward things to do is to tell someone they smell. The best thing to do is pick a private place and tell them they should wash that private place more often because it reeks. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Henning and Lewis have 3 points. John, Kelly and David have 3 points. It's a draw. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.